Welcome to the Aragon region of Spain, a land where rugged mountains meet fertile valleys and the ancient history collides with modern charm. Perched along the banks of the Ebro River in northeastern Spain is the town of Zaragoza. It's a captivating blend of past and present. From its majestic Moorish palaces to its lively tapas bars, this city invites you on a journey through time. Just 20 kilometers away is the circuit that we're racing at this weekend, the Circuito Internacional de Zuera, a fabulous venue here in northeastern Spain. Opening in 2007, the lap record actually being set in time, qualifying yesterday in the senior category by none other than Spain's Paul Chaus. 102.664 was a absolutely astonishing time. The track itself, a very fast and flowing circuit with a 210-meter start-finish straight, then a 140-meter back straight into the run in towards turn number 2. The whole track length, 1,069 meters length, 8 meters wide, and it's a completely flat circuit, only about 2 meters of elevation maximum across the entire plane of the circuit. The turns themselves, there are many of them, 15 in total, 9 to the right, 6 to the left, including the 2 hairpins out there. And those 2 hairpins provide two of the 3 overtaking opportunities. There is one in towards turn number 2, where drivers will be reaching a very fast speed, in towards turn 4 and in towards turn number 7. We're talking about those speeds. Here it is, 136 kilometers an hour top speed. Drivers will be reaching into that braking zone up towards turn 2, an average speed of around 97.3 kilometers an hour. To put it into context, it's a very, very fast circuit here today at Zuera. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Andrew Mather in the commentary box. Andrew, great to have you along with us again for the first round of the IAME Euro Series. Really looking forward to this one. Yesterday, very exciting day as well.
It's a very exciting day, really competitive. I think we've got the ingredients for a very exciting weekend of racing here to kick off the IAME Euro Series proper, round 1 for 2024. We've already had some racing, of course. We were with you at Valencia a few weeks ago for the IAME Winter Cup, but it's a bit chilly. It's not particularly warm, but I think that's going to be good conditions for racing in terms of it being dry. There is your fastest man in seniors from yesterday, Paul Chouse. What a performance that was, Anthony.
It certainly was, yeah. The English-made Gillard chassis working very, very well here for the Spaniard. But again, good qualifying. Results, though, for Paul Chouse, they've been tough for his first couple of heats. 7th place he finished in his first race, not too bad, got a bit jumped on the start, but unfortunately for him in race 2, it was a retirement, dropping all the way down to 34th place. Big shame for Paul Chouse, but hopefully today is a new day. They're out on the track as well. You can see some of the Orange Army, the marshals, who are going to be keeping an eye on all of our races and keep making sure our drivers stay nice and safe. Fellow Gillard chassis holder and fellow teammate to Paul Chouse, starting on the front row, Jan Gomez, yesterday did have a good day with results. Started on the front row, but dropping to a P5 and a P8, it's still a good result. It's
good results. It's solid results. I think he was a bit surprised when we spoke to him yesterday after the first group of qualifying to be on the P1 in that particular group. There's some real pace in those Gillard chassis this weekend. They've performed very well, not just in this category, but others as well. There is our team in race control. Head of race control, Joanna Falcao, joined this weekend by Gonzalo Planta and Sarah Blanco, have their eyes on everything that happens out on this circuit, nearly 1.7 kilometres in length. There is nothing that our team don't miss.
No, exactly that. They've been on the ball as well, of course, with all of the stewards around the track. You've got race director Martin Bean on the gantry as well, keeping an eye on everything, in constant communication with everyone around the circuit. There you can see the mega grandstand that we've got here at the circuit here at Zuera. All of the spectators who are here this weekend jumping on that to make sure they've got a great view over this entire circuit. And I've got to say, what a circuit it is. We were talking about it earlier, but again, superb, so fast, so quick, demanding on the driver and on their kart as well.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons why we've seen such variance in the results. No one's really grabbed this competition by the horns yet, but let's get into racing then. First race of 24 here today at Zuera. And it's groups A and C in the seniors going out first.
Let's take you through the starting lineup of this one then. We've already spoke about them. Paul Chouse and Jan Gomez starting this one on the front row of the grid. You've got Marc Granada and Adrian Martinez, who's had 2 wins out of 2 so far in his heats. He starts on the second row of the grid. Gilles Renmans and Christian Caballero, they go from row 3 with Christian Biasati, who did take a race win yesterday, with Thibaut Ramicas from Belgium alongside, 2 second-place finishes for him. Bertrand Sash and Gus Lawrence from the United Kingdom, they go from row 5. Then you have Ruben Moore and Raymond Blanc on row 6. Mickey Blascos and Eduardo Dominguez, they go from row 7 with Lawrence Sash and Finn McLaughlin, the Irishman, on row number 8.
Thomas Vanderlei and Connor Grant start the day from row 9. Luna Clare and Sam van der Heijden start on the 10th row of the grid. That is your top 20. Fred Green and Oni Twiscu start on row 11. Twiscu had a retirement in one of the heats yesterday. Aaron Garcia and Austin Gale go from row 12. Luca Montebello and Luke Taylor go from row 13. Hugo Heron was brilliant yesterday. Expect him to move up from the 14th row of the grid, where he's joined by Marlon Vatter. Maximiano da Silva and Alexander Ruta complete the top 30 on row 15. Alessandro Biggie and Juan Pablo Girard start on row 16. Freddie Housley and Victor Colmana complete the 34 kart grid there on row 17.
Indeed, packed grid in this one, 34 karts in total, and thankfully all of them are out on track as well, so no non-starters. You just saw there a fantastic shot down the whole main straight there, 210 metres, a very long straight here at Zuera. And you can see the mega weaving that they're doing to try and get temperature into these tyres. I've got to say, it's cold here today.
Very, yeah, really cold. I think they're probably colder than we even had like a few weeks ago in Valencia. We're kind of sat on the top of a plateau geologically, aren't we? So
yeah,
it's a very open circuit to the elements, and I do think that's going to be a factor today. There has been a little bit of talk of potential rain later in the day, but right now, dry conditions will be good for the engines, of course. They'll be getting a lot of cool air into those engines. You can see along a lot of the karts that their radiators on some of them are even fully covered, or very minimal amount of radiator interface being open, because it's not 40 degrees today as it would be in the summer. So it's a lot of air cooling out there today.
a fact that you probably don't care about. We're 1,037 metres above sea level.
Yes.
And it's the second highest circuit that we visit over the course of this season. Wackersdorf being the highest, I think 1,200 and something odd metres. So there you go. That's a pointless fact for you. Right. Anyway, first race of the day, but it is the 10th race for the senior categories. They had 9 races yesterday. Let's take you through this race then. Into the tram lines they go, and green flag is out. First time of asking. Great start then from that inside row, and Paul Chouse holds on to that lead, the same as Granada and Gilles Redmonds tried to get through as well. Now you come into the difficult braking zone of turn 2. The track is 8 metres wide. It's very wide indeed. It's a fast entry into the corner, so it's very easy to lose 3, 4, even 10 positions in one spot. But it's a good spot. Oh, and it's gone very badly there. That is Jan Pablo Girard there, the driver of the 300. Unfortunately, right at the back of the field now after a spin at turn 2.
Yeah, there was another kart involved, so we saw it a bit yesterday where everyone's at such high speed going into turn 2. It is a wide track, but 34 karts into one corner sometimes doesn't go down the inside. Lovely move there by the 256 moving through. That's Christian Bersati. Looking good this weekend is Bersati. And watch out for those TB karts today, the green and white ones. I'm expecting some good results from their team today.
Yeah, certainly the Italian-based team know how to set up a wagon. But again, you've got to keep an eye on the Auto Club RC2 team as well with Paul Chouse and Jan Gomez, because those karts are rapid. So let's see what they can do in this race. Across the line they go. It is still Paul Chouse who leads the way by some way. That's Adrian Martinez just up into the inside there. That's on Ruben Moyer, I believe. And just unfortunately, Timo Rameka's not able to get that move done as well. He had to stay in behind. Forces the move there, the Falcon does. That's Bertram Sasser, and I think Marc Granada moving up into P4 there. So interesting, he's trying to make the move done, but now he's lost several positions now, and he's ducking back into the field here.
Yeah, he's going to get swallowed up by the pack here. Mustienes moving to the outside, one of 2 drivers at the end of yesterday in this seniors from 115 in the entry who were unbeaten. Wins for Mustienes yesterday, continuing his form from Valencia in the Winter Cup. Down the inside goes Mustienes past the 214. Beautiful move there. He's on the move again, Anthony.
He is indeed. I remember, like you just pointed it out there, he's had 2 for 2. He needs to maintain that momentum because he's in direct competition with Marcus Lutzio, another driver who has only, he's won 2 races there as well. Chris Lambret, the chairman of the stewards, and Martin Bean, our race director, on the gantry there, watching over the racing, keeping a very close eye as they whiz underneath their feet back over the start-finish straight, as we are 2, nearly 3 wide here in the background as Andrea Martinez just looking to the inside there. Ramekes has got past him now, and now he's on the back foot here as they try to go through. Back here, closer at the front, this is your battle for second place. Gilles Redmonds and Marc Granada. Marc Granada all over that rear bumper now. Oh, Gilles Redmonds. Redmonds earlier on this weekend at 20th and a 15th in his races. He needs a good result now to make sure he makes it into the cut-off for the Super Heats.
And there's opportunities here today. I say not that many drivers. It's probably really Marcus Lutzio and Mustienes. Those are the 2 drivers who've excelled above the rest. But I think there's going to be plenty of chances for drivers in that middle range of the standings at the moment in the IC. If they had the pace yesterday in qualifying, get some good results in today and you'll be in that top 72. Down the inside, that's a beautiful move for Marc Granada in the 2.62 past Gilles Redmonds. So can they set about closing this gap to Paul Chouse? Because Paul Chouse is going to have something like a 1.593 second lead here after 3 laps. That's a good position to be in. You can start doing a bit of race management now. Limited amount of tyres for these runners. I don't think the wear will be too bad because of those temperatures. And there's a new fastest lap as well from another driver we need to keep an eye on. Won here last year in the IAME Euro Series in the final. Ruben Moyer was part of a qualifying group that had a bit of disrupted time out there on circuit. That's one of the main reasons why Moyer is starting a bit further back. We saw him be able to move through the field yesterday, and that kind of pace again. Where is Moyer at the moment? In 4th place. So he's going to be a threat to these 2. He's only 7/10 behind them.
No, exactly that. And he's had a lightning start. Like you say, he started this one on the 6th row of the grid, P11. Already, you can see him in eye shot of these 2 here. So you are going to have a 3-car battle for second place very, very soon, I suspect. We are on lap 4 of 9 at the moment. And still, Paul Chouse leads the way by 1.5 seconds from Marc Granada. Then it's Gilles Redmonds, Ruben Moyer, Biasati. Then it's Bertram Sash, Caballero, Grant, Ramekes in 9th. And now Grant's actually gone down. Grant's gone down to 9th place now, and Adrian Martinez finds himself in 10th place. Other drivers dropping down. Jan Gomez and Aaron Garcia, I think, have had a tangle out on the circuit because they have tumbled down the order.
We have seen overtakes into turn 1 so far this weekend, but not at this moment. I think this trio, well, were working together. Down the inside goes Renmans on Granada. Moya follows through. Pretty clean overtake. I don't think they'll have lost too much time there. It's Moya's trying to find a way through into turn number 4. It's going to be on the outside now as they run towards turn 5. Back comes Granada up the inside. Beautiful positioning from Granada, takes 3rd place, now goes for 2nd place. Renman just about shuts the door there. Brilliant race.
This stage of the race and what he would have been yesterday, he was always already up into 2nd place and pushing for 1st as Moya looks to the inside in towards turn number 2, and he gets up into P2 now at the expense of Gilles Renman. So again, watch that inside line, watch them into towards turn 4. There's a retirement into the pit lane there. That is Aaron Garcia, unfortunately. We saw that he tumbled down the order earlier on, and now he finds himself retiring. Very, very unfortunate for the young Spaniard. Well, race continues, and Moya, Granada and Renmans now fighting through. Looks like Granada got through on Renmans as well, so he's lost 2 in this one position. But all the meanwhile, 2.9 seconds further up the road, Paul Chows is really uncontested here.
Yeah, Paul Chows is in conservation mode now. Doesn't need to do anything overly special to win this race. This is where the main battle is going to be. Just going through into sector number 3 now. Moya, Granada, Renmans, and Ramacas is coming along nicely as well. Top 5 would be a good score for Ramacas again, to couple with those 2 top 2s from yesterday would leave him 6th in the intermediate classification. There is Granada pushing along on the rear bumper of Moya, so quite happy at this stage of the race to work with his compatriot to try and drop Gilles Renman behind. There's some of our data from race control as well. That red arrow tells you that the gap is growing now between Granada and Renmans, but here comes Thibaut Ramacas. This could be another change in how this race plays out. Also, Christian Caballero, who needs a good result in this one because he had a retirement in one of his races yesterday, has just gone purple through sector number 1. This is going to be some hard work, I think, for Moya and Granada in the last couple of laps.
Yeah, certainly so. But with that bumper that they've got there, they've still got a nice bit of breathing space between them and the battle behind, because Gilles Renmans is not going to make it easy for Thibaut Ramacas to try and get past. Ramacas will have the advantage of, you know, he'll have the benefit of the slipstream here going on to the start-finish straight as we go on to this last lap. I can see actually a warning flag has gone out as well, and there again, absolutely, as I just called it there, will have that advantage of the slipstream straight to the inside before they even get towards turn 1 and going defensive straight away, because just behind it is Caballero also trying to follow suit as well. Back here at the front of the field, 2nd and 3rd place on your screens, Ruben Moya and Marc Granada. Marc Granada not able to just get the overtakes on these first major overtaking opportunities. We're going round turn 5 now, in towards turn 6. Now we come down to the hairpin of turn 7, and again, this is a prime overtaking opportunity. Not close enough for that advantage. We have seen lunges there. Trust me, yesterday we saw many lunges through turn number 7, but nothing this time around, and it all seems fine and clear.
Yeah, it's been a very routine performance from these drivers at the front. Paul Chows, there he is. We haven't seen much of him in this race, but it's another super job from the driver of the 317. Paul Chows needed this result. He needed a win, and he's got one in the first race of the day. Over the line, takes it by 1.9 seconds, cruises to the finish ahead of Ruben Moya, Marc Granada. It's a Spanish 1-2-3 on home soil in this first race of the day. Another strong result for Thibaut Ramacas, who continues to impress in his first year in the seniors. 4th place for the Belgian. Christian Biasate in 5th place. Adrian Martinez, good recovery there at the end, back up to 6th place. Gilles Renman in the end was 7th. Christian Caballero showed some good pace there. 8th place steadies the ship from yesterday. Gus Lawrence on his first racing weekend here in Zuera finishes P9. Finn McLaughlin having this quiet weekend so far, but I think he'll be pretty content there with that top 10. Lauritz Sash was 11th, Austin Gale in 12th, Oni Twisku, good result there for the Finn in 13th place. Sam van der Heijden was 14th, top 15 was completed by Connor Grant. Eduardo Dominguez was 16th, Alexander Ruta It's got to be one of your contenders for the biggest move of the race. Yes, up 13 spots there for the Polish driver to 17th. Luke Taylor 18th. 19th was Mickey Blaszkos. Freddie Housley made some good progress there as well in the top 20. There is your provisional result as the drivers come back into Parc Fermé. They'll assess what they found in that first race of the day. It's a long, long programme for the seniors. Each driver competing 6 times throughout the day. Here's the second half of your order. Ryan LeBlanc was 21st, Fred Green, Luca Montebello, Thomas van der Leyen and Hugo Heron in the top 25. Not as much progress there from Heron in the KBK. Marlon Vatter, Maximiano da Silva, Luna Claret, Victor Klamala and Bertram Sash all in the top 30. Juan Gomez Blanco had a problem at turn 2 on lap 1. Alessandro B as well. Apologies, Juan Pablo Gerard who had the problem at turn 1 and 34th place as well, just to complete there. Aaron Garcia, your single retirement from that race. There is your race winner from that first race, Paul Chaus, showing that it's all to play for here this weekend in the seniors. We're down to 1 driver in the whole field who has not been beaten so far this weekend. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that 9-lap heat. Good start for Paul Chaus. Jan Gomez was on the outside, lost a little bit of grip there, a bit of oversteer, got on the curb and lost numerous positions there. 34 karts all headed into turn 2, the first braking zone. Not all of them came out of it. Through the order in the early stages, Marc Granada was involved in the battles of the 268 and 256. Adrian Mastínez was having a good start as well at this stage of the race, showing that form from the Winter Cup in Valencia a few weeks ago is still there. Thibaut Ramekers, Anthony, with another good race as well. Yeah, indeed. Starting this one P8, getting all the way up to P4. Not the result I suspect he will have wanted, as he did have 2 second-place finishes yesterday. The train those here at the back, you can see Gus Lawrence and the PF International colours just trying to get down the inside, not able to do so. And later on you would see Jan Gomez and Aaron Garcia unfortunately getting tangled up and dropping down the order. There you can see these battles still happening thick and fast all the way through the field, right around the outside there through turn 1, so fast. Thibaut Ramekers unfortunately losing out a couple of places there and having to defend from Adrian Mastínez. Then you had the battle more here at the front. You have Marc Granada and Gilles Remmens still going absolutely at it. Ruben Moya later on in the race would close in. And again, he would get a good result from this one. 9 places gained, finishing in P2, but subsequently 1.8 seconds behind your race winner, Paul Chaus. But these 3 having a superb scrap all the way throughout it. And it just shows, when you watch these replays back, it's slightly slowed down as well, these ones, where you can see how much the kart can wash out wide through the turn 5 corner. It's very fast, it's very flowing. It can scrub a lot off your tyres as well if you take it too hard or you're understeer or anything like that. So these drivers really working very, very hard. Again, Marc Granada just sending it back down the inside there of Gilles Remmens. Then later on, down and towards turn 2 again. Famous overtaking opportunity here. You're going so fast going into that corner. We've seen accidents, we've seen overtakes, we've seen everything at that one. But at the end of it, it would go to Paul Chaus, his first win of the weekend, and certainly one he will take very well after his retirement in his second race heat yesterday. Well, action is aplenty here. We are 1 race into 24 races we are expected to see today. And the other day, yesterday in qualifying, we spoke to this man here. Cathal Clark, who went fastest in group in qualifying. He starts this one on pole position, but in the B group, so not outright fastest, but certainly a very quick time yesterday. Here's what Andrew said when he caught up with him yesterday.
Here in Parc Fermé at the end of group number 2, what could be a really big group number 2 with our fastest driver from that group and the fastest driver so far in the competition, Cathal Clark. Cathal, supreme lap, a 1 minute 2.7, already quicker than pole position here 12 months ago. You must be very pleased.
Yeah, I'm really pleased. It was a good lap, and yeah, I just tried my hardest, and I got in a good position on the track, and I just got a good time. So.
The whole field went out quite early. Was that a bit of a surprise, or was that part of the game plan?
I was expecting us to wait a little bit longer than we did because the previous group waited like a couple minutes. But no, it gave me a chance to get the tyres in a bit better, and I was able to get that time.
And the pace was clearly there through the whole session as well. You were a regular name coming up to the top of the timesheets. Did you feel like there was more out there in that lap time?
Yeah, because I had a bit of a wobble on the last lap, so there could have been more. But I'm happy with the time I did, and it's just a bit of a shame I couldn't go any quicker, to be honest.
It's busy stuff out there. Do you think that was going to be good enough with the 2 remaining groups to keep that pole position?
It'll be difficult because there's still some fast drivers that need to qualify, but I think it's a decent enough time to keep us up there.
Final thoughts, what are we thinking going into the heat races later on this afternoon?
Just have some sensible heats, like do our best, and like no crashes, no mistakes. We should be good.
Good stuff, Cathal. Great result for you in the team, and we'll see you later on.
Thank you.
Well, great to chat there to Cathal Clark, who put it on pole position in his group yesterday. His results, though, 11th, 8th and 24, so looking for some good results again today. Malo Bollier, though, starts alongside, did have some good results yesterday. Won his first qualifying heat and then third in his second, so he's looking to maintain that consistency going into today. He qualified at the front of the D group yesterday. Well, the second race of the day is engines fired up and they're heading out onto the track. It's qualifying heat B versus D. Let's take you through the full starting lineup. Cathal Clark and Malo Bollier go from the front row. Otto Pukkanen, who retired in his first race but had good results in his second and third, finishing first and second. He has Louis Johnson-Cool starting alongside. Kian Geraghty and Elia Weiss round out row number 3 with Andrea Pirovano and Alessandro Tedesca on row 4. Sam Balota and Kevin Lantinga go from row 5. They round out the top 10 from Alex Machado and Tyron Kinnard on row 6. Morgan Knudsen and Lucas Frederick, they go from row 7 with Andy Rattel, and we would hope to see Eden Spanswick on the grid, but unfortunately he is not there. He would have been starting on the 8th row of the grid.
Indeed, Romeo Roussel and Juan Aluya start on row 9. Elio Gilter and Tomas Gomez start on row number 10. Henke Kalturin had some good races yesterday, starts this one from row 11, is joined by Marcus Gloom, Nicolas Simic and Matteo Bouvagnier start on row 12. Leonardo Longoni and Aaron Farzano start on row 13. Jakob Lizak and Sam Branson go from row 14. Francesca Peos and Milan Marchak on row 15. Christian Vigani and Matteo van Kerkhoff on row 16. Emilio van Overberger completes the field, but that is a big problem, it looks like, for it's Pickerton. It's Otto Pickerton.
It's Tyron Kinnard.
Yes, it's a different suit, isn't it? It's Kinnard. So the 366 of Tyron Kinnard looks to be out of this race. Apologies, the back of the suit confused me for a moment there. That is a disaster. 6th and 4th yesterday. Some good results for Kinnard, but this will be a big score going on to the points tally now, and that's not what you want at this stage.
No, exactly. He had some good results yesterday, did Tyron Kinnard. I think we were speaking about him a lot, really fighting through the field, and that is a big, big shame, unfortunately, for him. Yeah, unfortunately, that is going to be a big chunk of points for him, and that's unfortunately at the exit of turn number 5. So he's in between turn 5 and the start-finish straight there, so hopefully the team can get him and his kart in a safe spot before the start of this race. Despite that, the race will continue. Now minus 2 drivers in this, so we are down to 31 drivers in this grid as they have finished their out lap now and nearly finishing their formation lap. They're heading round into the top section of the circuit in towards turn 9, 10 and 11. Right at the top end of the circuit here. Big, big circuit, this one. They don't race more than karts here. They race bikes. They race all sorts around this track. So great, great facility here. Really superb circuit. Certainly very demanding on the driver, though.
Indeed. I think there's going to be concerns in the EGP tender. That is not the first bit of, unreliability on their machines that they've had so far this weekend.
Yeah, well, I say, we were talking about it earlier on. Otto Pukkanen with his retirement in the first race also on an EGP kart. So hopefully from him, no such demise comes his way. Right then, well, with a few gaps in that grid, we are ready to go racing here. As they head into the tram lines, lights go green, and away they go down towards turn number 1. Again, good start from Cathal Clark. Can he maintain this one, and can he come away with his first win of the weekend? Down in towards turn number 2 they go, as they all fan out, spread out, trying to find an inside line there to try and get their kart down that inside line through turn number 2. They all managed to get through by the looks of it. Some carts going wide at the exit of turn number 4 now as they dip back down this infield straight all the way in towards turn number 5. And there's 2 carts off in the background there. It's the 276. Oh, actually, it's 2 TB carts, and there's actually 4 or 5 carts off there. So that was Andrea Pirovano. Alessandro Tedesco was one of them. Morgan Knudsen was one of them as well. And I think Alex Machado, one of them as well.
Lucas Friedrich also involved. There was a couple of carts off through turn 1. So a bit of a scrappy start here for the second race of the day. That's not going to bother our race leaders at the front. And big move there from the 215. Cian Geraghty was on good form a few weeks ago in Valencia, trying to take the lead away from Otto Pukkanen here, who wants another win. 33rd, 1st and 2nd were the classifications for the Finn yesterday. He knows that another good result here would really propel him up the order, but here comes Geraghty down the inside into turn 1. Beautiful move there by Cian Geraghty. 3rd, 21st and 3rd yesterday for the Briton. That's more like it. We saw this in Valencia, didn't we, Anthony, that on the second day of racing, Cian Geraghty really came to the fore. Bollier's back down the inside of the 294, looking on the offensive. We didn't see as much of this yesterday. He was doing a lot of defensive work yesterday to hold on to those positions. But today, new day, the Frenchman's looking fast.
Yep, certainly is. Well, let's see if they can maintain this momentum here and try and hold on to Cian Geraghty as he's now got that clean air. He's starting to open up a little bit of a gap here. You can see there's around 2 cart lengths between first and second place. There's the gap between Malo Bollier and Otto Pukkanen, and it is opening up. Unfortunately, it's getting ever larger, so Pukkanen needs to find some pace here now as he tries to close in. Visually there, it looks like he did just in that last sector as they make their way back onto the start-finish straight, but we will confirm it, and there it is. It opens up just that little bit more. Well, Geraghty leads then from Malo Bollier. Otto Pukkanen from Machado has Pukkanen right on that rear bumper for Otto Pukkanen. Not able to get it down the inside through turn 2 though, or turn 4, stays behind as he just try and holds on to that one. Andrea Pirovano in the pit lane, and it's a DNF for the TB kart driver. Big shame.
Yeah, it's a real shame. He had some great pace in qualifying, but that's now 4 results outside of the top 10 for the Italian. It's looking like a tough weekend for Andrea Pirovano. Here on lap number 3, Cian Geraghty starting to really stretch his legs at the front of this field. What has Malo Bollier got in response? Can Otto Pukkanen find that pace as well? Alex Machado's impressed me so far this weekend, Anthony. I spoke to him earlier yesterday. He seems in very good spirits. They're in 4th place, leading the charge with Bellotta and Clark just behind.
Yeah, indeed. Right. Well, a run through the top 10. Geraghty, Belay, then Pukkanen, Machado, Bellotta, Clark, Johnson, cool as down the inside. Otto Pukkanen says, right, I've had enough of staring at your rear bumper. I'm going for second and see if he can close up to Geraghty. That will have cost them a little bit of time, though, as they try to close through. As Ramiro Sels sets the fastest lap of the race. And now they go on the charge. All the meanwhile, though, Alex Machado is closing in on Malo Bollier now. Sam Bellotta there as well, and Cathal Clark down into P6. So Cathal Clark not having the best start to his races so far in this one. There's a look then, one of the little new graphics that we've got for you, for your visual delectation at home. Look at some of the positions gained, and you've got to go all the way down to P14 there. Marchak there, 16 places gained. What a start to his race he's had.
Yeah, really good run from Milan Marchak. Should note though, that is a driver with 4 fresh tyres on his wagon.
Yes.
So it's interesting. We have had some drivers change tyres in this one, not many, but Marchak is one who's taken all 4 corners. I think the other highest runner who's made some form of change is going to be Morgan Knudsen, who's just got 2 new tyres on the left-hand side.
Yeah, indeed. Well, again, tyre strategy coming in thick and fast. Is back to the inside there. Malo Bollier going for it, and up and over. That is Machado. Machado having contact with Otto Pukkanen, and both of them out of that lead fight. Well, for Pukkanen, that's going to have to be a retirement.
Yeah.
That will be a technical flag. If I was him, I'd just come straight in. There's no point continuing there at all with that NASA panel almost hanging on by a thread. Well, that just shows just going for that move. And again, is that Machado just getting wide there? The 284, is that Machado?
It's Leonardo Longoni. It's another one of the TB karts who are suddenly having a really rough race as a team. Pukkinen continuing. I say it's such a long lap here. I think you're right. That NASA panel is holding on. I think by one fixing only at the moment. He's got to come in and got to be careful that it doesn't get caught by the front left wheel there. That's quite a dangerous situation for the Finnish driver. But compounds matters. We were talking earlier. Yes, he's had a win. Yes, he's had a second place, but he's also had a DNF so far this weekend. We always talk with this format in the seniors. One bad result, you can afford that. Two bad results, it's squeaky bum time, as we call sometimes back in England. That's not going to be a good. It's going to mean for Pukkinen he cannot have any more problems throughout the course of this phase of the competition.
He needs a near perfect second half of his weekend here, and he's already had 3 races, so he's more than halfway through. But he's had 2 good results as well. 2 bad, 2 good, so it might be okay there. He's going to be on the back foot though, definitely 100%. Right, so Geraghty now finds himself with a 1.2 second lead from Sambalotto and Malabolier. That is the battle that you're looking at here on your screen. Then you go down to Louis Johnson-Cool, who's found his way up into P4. He's got Andy Rattel and Cathal Clark just behind him in P5 and P6. Romain Roussel is there, and then Simic is there as well in P8. Faranzano, then it's Clinton rounding out the top 10. Replay here. This is the move.
This is Belotta on Bollier.
Yeah, it is. So that was done nicely. No dramas there whatsoever. And then this one again, another angle of it here, just trying to get down that inside line through turn 2. Nicely done. No drama there whatsoever. So that's how that was done. But right now, Cathal Clark now on the fastest lap of the race. You can see him there on your screen in the Fusion liveried kart. Andy Rattel just behind him, and the Pantano not able to get past him just yet as they go down the infield straight now in towards the hairpin of turn number 7. Just round, very easy to run wide at the exit of this corner here. So tempting to just go a little bit faster. There you can see then the gap closing in between the two of them. Rattel just eking that lead away from Cathal Clark. Meanwhile, Johnson-Cool not under too much pressure. Just ahead as he's trying to close in. Heikki Kaltonen in the pit lane, a DNF. That is a big shame because Kaltonen's had some good results.
Yeah, that's a sudden moment where a good weekend turns into a difficult one for Kaltonen. Making good progress through the field. I just noted out of the window that Otto Pukkinen is carrying on. The NASA panel is still where it was. Oh, that's a lovely move down the inside. Cathal Clark. This is more like it from Clark. He's been a bit missing in action in a racing capacity since qualifying yesterday, but it seems this point that there's some pace back in that Fusion Motorsport kart. Yeah,
exactly, and you know, this is a change for him. Of course, he's up into seniors now, and he's changed from victory lane. He's gone over to the Fusion Motorsport team, so you know, big changes there, and you know that comes with little things there. More of the new graphics here, as you see down the inside, Andy Rattel on Louis Johnson-Cool. You can see there the gaps that they've got, and those green gaps now you can probably switch them around now because he's got past Louis Johnson-Cool. So there you go. As we go on to the last lap, then Cian Geraghty leads the way, and he's clear by 1.2 seconds still, and he is looking good for a race win here.
Is indeed. Going to be a big boost for Cian Geraghty. Third, 21st and third so far. Down the inside goes Louis Johnson-Cool there. That was a nice move through turn 2 on Andy Rattel. Rattel fighting back down into turn 4. This is where it gets a bit close. And Romain Roussel trying to go around the outside there. That's a beautiful bit of positioning from Roussel, but good tactics from Johnson-Cool. Just nudges Rattel a little bit there to mean that Rattel goes back through, but Johnson-Cool also holds his position ahead of the Frenchman.
NASCAR-style racing there, just using that slipstream, using the bump draft just to make sure you've got that inside line. You do need to work together a little bit around this track, so it's always good to have some friends around there. But now Johnson-Cool's under pressure here as, well, Roussel trying to get through the inside of one of the corner, not able to do so. Checker flag, though, awaits this man here, Cian Geraghty, who will exit out of the final corner, and he will see the checker flag for the first time this weekend at the lead of a grid. That is his first win this weekend after 2 third places and a 21st. Yesterday, he takes his first win of the weekend. Sambalotto finishing second on track from Malabolier. Cathal Clark, best result for Cathal Clark this weekend. P4 for him. He will be happy with that one. Andy Rattel finishing in P5 from Louis Johnson-Cool. Romain Roussel from Aaron Farazano. Elia Weiss and Nicola Simic rounding out the top 10. But for Cian Geraghty, for the Geraghty Motorsport team, so new team for him, so family team that they've got, so you could possibly call him under privateer, if anything, but working very hard, and it seems to be working well for him. After 9 laps, he does take his first win of the weekend. Interesting developments there, and for the Eichmann's Grand Prix team, 2 of their drivers out of this race, one before it even started, one of them in the middle of the race.
Yeah, not the kind of results that they would have been hoping for with their drivers in such good starting positions. Here's your provisional result then. Geraghty from Bellotta, Bollier, Clark, Rattel, Johnston, Cool, Roussel, Ferrazzano. Great run there for Aaron Ferrazzano in the Euro karting entry. How many positions would that gain? 18.
Yeah, that's
for Ferrazzano. Elliot Weiss and Nicholas Simic completes the top 10. Morgan Knudsen was 11th ahead of Marcus Gloom. Milan Marchak similarly using those new tyres to gain 17 places in that one. Alex Machado might be kicking himself a little bit there. There was a big opportunity for another top 3 in the end. It's P14. 15th was Kevin Lantinga. Here's his second half of the field. Juan Aluya, Francesca Chaos, Leonardo Longoni and Thomas Gomez all in the top 20 that's completed by Elio Gilter. Otto Pukkanen did continue round, didn't see any flags and finishes P21, Christian Vigani P22, Lucas Friedrich, Jakob Lizak, Alessandro Tedesca all in the top 25. Sam Branston ahead of Matteo van Kerkhoff in 27th, Emilio van Overberger in 28th, Matteo Bovanier the last of the finishers. So quite a few didn't see the checkered flag, including Henry Calterin, Andrea Pirvano, Tyron Kennard and a non-starter for Eden Spanswick.
The highlights from this race, there were many. It was initially good start from Cal Clark. He had the lead of the race going through turn 1. It's only when you get to turn 2 here, you leave that gap open into the inside and they flood through. So, yeah, big shame on that one.
Was indeed. The race continued with Bellotta, Malo Bollier all at the front of the order. Bollier having a little look down the inside there on Cian Geraghty for second place. Geraghty looking to build on that good start. The rest of the drivers filing their way through out of turn 4, trying to solidify their positions in the early stages. There was a moment there involving a couple of the TB karts, including Friedrich and Pirivano. Pirivano would go on to retire from this race. Malo Bollier went on the attack down the inside, took second place there with a lovely move into turn number 4, trading places back and forth in a race where it definitely felt like Malo Bollier in terms of race pace had a bit more pace. This was a flash moment of that heat. Contact between Pukkanen and Machado on the exit of turn number 4, displacing Pukkanen's NATO panel. Both of them finished the race, but outside of the top 10, which, again, not quite converting those opportunities. That's how racing goes sometimes. Big Larry moment there for Longoni. Really was a tough race for the TB karts. Impressive performance from Sam Bellotta in that race. Stayed out of trouble, was able to pick his way through, and a lovely move down the inside of Malo Bollier there into turn 2 gave him second place, a second place that he would hold until the checkered flag. Cal Clark, very fast in qualifying yesterday. This, I think, is the first time we've really seen that race pace shining through. Went on the attack down the inside. Here is him going past fellow Briton Louis Johnston Cool. In the end, Clark would find himself in 4th place. Andy Rattel was involved as ever. He's having a great season so far, is Andy Rattel for the Pantano Racing Team. Down the inside of Johnston Cool for 5th place. Johnston Cool would fight back, though, into turn 2. The race continued right into the bitter end. This is a lovely late move from Andy Rattel down the inside into turn 4. Checked over his shoulder. Russell's having a good run here. Nearly had both of them as they ran towards turn number 5, but some smart positioning and driving from Johnston Cool meant that the Frenchman in the end came home in 7th place. But it was Cian Geraghty with a very strong run to the line, taking the victory in the end by 1.4 seconds ahead of Sam Bellotta and Malo Bollier. Those drivers will get ready for their next set of races later on this morning. Right, for the first time today, let's head down to Parc Ferme. Anthony Jordan is live and ready to catch the thoughts of some of the drivers.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, down here in Parc Fermé with our race winner, that one, Cian Geraghty. Cian, fantastic race for you there. Quite calm at the end of it. You didn't really have too much to worry about, but the start of that one, lots had to happen.
Yeah, managed to get a good start from the third row. Managed to get into the lead by the end of lap one, and then just sort of managed to control it from there, really, and pull out a bit of a gap towards the end.
You've taken the step now of starting the own team now, Geraghty Motorsport, and with a first win there, it's looking good this weekend for your first weekend with the team.
Yeah, this is the first weekend the team's been running. So yeah, pretty good start, really.
Yeah. It's what you need, isn't it? But weather conditions today compared to the rest of the weekend, it's a lot colder today, isn't it? We've got cloud cover. How has that affected how the kart's handled over the course of this weekend?
Towards the start of the race, it's always a bit more slippy. You have to try and get your tyres in a bit quicker because the temperature's not there on the track. But apart from that, there's not really too much different.
Yeah. Race results have been a bit up and down still. Yesterday was a little bit shaky, but today, great start. Can you continue that momentum? Yeah,
yesterday we had 2/3 and then a bit of an unfortunate second heat where we just kind of got collected in a crash that wasn't really much to do with us. Yeah, hopefully we can carry the speed on into the last couple of heats today.
That's what we need, isn't it? But certainly a superb result there, and we wish you the best of luck for the rest of the heats over the course of today.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Andrew, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Good to hear from Cian Geraghty there, our winner of the second heat of the day. About to get going then for the next one. It's going to be Groups E and F heading out on circuit for their first race of the day. Let's go through the grid for this one. A packed grid of 32 karts in the X30 senior category. On pole position, Ellie Goldstein. Big race this for Ellie Goldstein. 27th and 17th so far this weekend. Needs to convert in this one. Had a lot of bad luck in the racing capacity so far this weekend. Goldstein is joined on the front row by Joseph Smith, Rafael Perard and Marcus Luzio. Luzio, the only undefeated driver as things stand in the seniors. That's row 2. Louis Coman and Adam Rahali start on row 3. Hugo Manias and Kuyo Lee start on row 4. Matis Meerschout and David Dragan start on row 5. Raul Zanzarin and Thomas Hansen go from row number 6. Nico Villa and Hugo Gelade go on row number 7. Hugo Besson and Francois Delatti start on row 8. Meliangelo and Yanis Brule start on row number 9. Now, what has happened here with the 2-8-1? Oh, bit of a spin, bit of a pirouette there for Miguel Silva. He's starting from the back of the grid, we should mention. Just continuing with that grid, Eugeni Yaskov and Arthur Valsor start on row 10. Soleil Knoll and Luca Petoni start on row 11. Julian Kamen and Rafael Vajani start on row 12. Marcel Matijevic and Lewis Bird go from row number 13. Mark Piccolo, looking to build after a difficult day yesterday, starts on row 14. He's alongside Luca Horton. Look out for Luca Horton coming through the field, potentially. Luis Aguiar and Luca de Grange starts on row 15. And then row 16, Miguel Silva and Dylan Patel. And that spin for Miguel Silva, just showing just how little grip there is out there. Anthony Jordan, I believe you have some tyre information.
I've got tyre info for you. Well, I've got drivers missing info for you. Mark Piccolo being one of them, and Luca de Grande, unfortunately, both not on the grid, which is a big, big shame. In terms of tyres, this man here, graphic, very handy. Ellie Goldstein, brand new set on the left-hand side of Wagon. He has had some bad results this weekend, 27th, 17th, but his last race he had yesterday was a P3.
Correct,
a good result. He's gone for a fresh set on the left side, I think, to just help secure that spot of staying in the top 3 area, because it's been a shaky weekend, hasn't it, for many drivers who have been well known and quick.
Yeah, and we've seen the leaders of the races so far today generally be able to get to the front, pull away, and have a relatively calm run. So I very much get the decision there from Ellie Goldstein. Let's just calm things down with a good result with those new tyres. That's just in theory. Putting it into practice is something else, and we'll find out over the course of the next 9 laps whether that pays off for Ellie Goldstein. Joseph Smith there alongside on the front row in the Victory Lane karting entries. Had a good weekend so far. Into the tram lines. Here we go then for Groups E and F. Away in racing once again here at Zuera. Good start for Goldstein through turn 1, holds the lead. Everybody filing through turn 1 well towards turn 2. This is where things have gone wrong for Goldstein so far. And is it going wrong again? There's 2 carts off towards the back. One of them's the 344. There's another cart in the background as well. Not good news for Evgeny Yaskov in all of that. But I think Goldstein was able to survive. The 344 that we saw off was Yanis Boulier. But, yeah, well, for Goldstein, not at the front of the order anymore. Trying to see where Goldstein is in that pack. He's a long way down.
He's about 6th or 7th, and another spin there as round goes to 330. That's Hugo Gelade. And who is it tangled with there? It was the 293. Well, that's not gone well at all. The 293 being Julian Kamin. So, well, both of them tumbling down the order in the start of this one. So big shame here. Right, well, back at the front then, a lot has changed, as now leading the way is the 3-4-3, which is Raphael Priard. So Priard has got the lead of this one, but now we might have to struggle here, because down the inside is Louis Coman as he looks to the inside here through turn number 1. He had the slipstream. He's not able to do it through turn 1, but he can do it through turn 2. Absolutely full send. Joseph Smith there in 3rd place, also trying to get involved in this one. Not able to get it through turn 2. In towards turn 4, they go 3 wide. And to the outside there, look at them go through. It's the 314. It's Adam Rahali. Adam Rahali got the benefit of that, and he's screaming there. He's like, right, keep going, don't defend, as you got 2 Victory Lane cuts, 1 and 2 with Joseph Smith and Adam Rahali leading the way.
This is a good position for the 2 Victory Lane karting drivers now. They can work together. Goldstein's trying to recover back through. So close to yet another problem through turn 2, but thankfully for Goldstein, just held the steering open a bit. Knew there was going to be stuff coming down the inside and lived to fight for another day. Now, can Ellie Goldstein use those new tyres on one side of the kart to great effect? Back up to P4. Smith ahead of Rahali. Perard there in 3rd place. Got the tactics absolutely spot on in qualifying yesterday. Got out there, got on with it, got a good lap time in place, but qualifying's one thing, racing is another. It's 2 by 2 at the front of the order. Breakaway of 4, and Keo Lee's had a good start as well. Up to 5th place. Goldstein down the inside. Has he carried too much speed? Well, he's just about held it within track limits. Puts his hand up to say, sorry about that. That was a little bit boisterous, but it's good for 3rd place.
I can imagine words were said underneath that helmet when he went in a little bit too hot into that corner there for Goldstein. Right at the little further end of the field here. Looks like a couple of carts going a little bit slow here. Maybe some issues for our drivers. That is the 254,
That's 264 Keo Lee.
Ah, right, okay. So having some issues there for Keo Lee, not what you want to see. Had some relatively decent results. Back to the front here, though, Joseph Smith and Rahali still line astern, and I think team orders in this one, if you find yourself 1st and 2nd, just push each other along, and I think we are going to see that one up until the last lap, but I don't think that's working out for them, because Goldstein is closing in. Look how quickly he has closed in on them now as they exit out of turn 15 onto the start-finish straight. I suspect slipstream in effect. We just saw him do a late braking move in towards turn number 2. Are we going to see it again as Rahali goes to the inside of his teammate Smith, and Goldstein goes through as well? Rahali, they're thinking of himself. They're trying to hold on to that position and not losing it out to Goldstein. Yeah,
Rahali was going to defend now. This could be the opportunity for Joseph Smith to get back through, and here comes the 343 of Perard as well. Louis Coman's moving up through the order. Hugo Manias is on the scene once again. Goldstein trying to fight his way through. A little bit of a touch there on the rear bumper of Adam Rahali. Down the inside goes Goldstein. He's through. Beautiful move. Fantastic racing once again, but now Goldstein's got to defend. It's going to all concertina up into turn 8. They're 3 wide off of turn 8. How on earth have they all managed to get through there? Back through goes Rahali into the lead. Goldstein somehow is still in 2nd place. Here comes Joseph Smith, though. Back down the inside, it's that Manias. Yes, it is. Hugo Manias is now up to 4th place. Can we just remind these drivers, this is a heat. This is a heat. Down the inside goes Louis Coman up to 5th place. A lot of changes there on lap number 4. Let's count them through. Rahali leads, Smith 2nd, Goldstein 3rd, Manias 4th. It's a breakaway of 4 once again.
Yeah, and there were 3 wide in the background there going through the flat out turn number 1. Again, Goldstein back to the inside. Manias goes through as well. And now that looks like Joseph Smith has gone down even more positions. Rahali has to give up the position. And now a change for the lead. It's Goldstein in the lead now, and Rahali just says to him, right, go, go, go. don't start attacking, don't start defending, don't do anything like that. Let's try and break away. Magnus there as well, but you're absolutely right, Andrew. This is a qualifying heat. It's not a super heat.
Doesn't feel like it.
It's not a final. But you have to remember as well, though, that Goldstein, I think he's clutching on straws here with those two bad results. He needs good results. He needs to maintain them, and that's why we're seeing this feisty racing from him. He needs to maintain that. It's high risk, but high reward.
It is indeed. Right, okay. Feels like it's calming down now here on lap 5. 4 more laps of this one to go. Action coming up as well for the juniors and the minis. They take to the stage in a racing capacity for the first time after this one. Goldstein now leads by 0.3 of a second. Challenge for second place. Manyas down the inside of Smith. Takes second place. Gotta say, I've been very impressed with Hugo Manyas in racing form so far this year. I think he's going under the radar a bit at this stage, but the Spaniard up to second place now. That's good news for Club Calicart.
It certainly is. Again, like you were saying, that 3-car breakaway now as Adam Rahali just trying to stay in contact with these drivers up ahead. Joseph Smith still there in 3rd place as he tries to, well, he checks over the shoulder there to see what's happening behind as Marcus Luzio makes the move on Adam Rahali. Moves up into P4 now. Remember, Luzio, who's had a perfect weekend so far. He's had 2 for 2 of his race wins. He would like to maintain that. Now, with his current position, it drops him down a little bit in the order. But he seems to be okay with that move there. I think that will put him back to the lead of the intermediate classifications. So he should be okay with being here. But now Goldstein's got that clear air. He's starting to break away now, I've got to say. That gap increasing now to 0.3 of a second, but that slipstream closing in. Louis Command back down the inside of Adam Rahali. Rahali now starting to fade here. Francois Delati just behind as well. There in P7, trying to get involved in this battle, not able to do so. Back here, though, top 4. Look how close this is. This race isn't over there as Command side by side again. Loses that momentum. Francois Delati to the inside, and that was an Adam Rahali there getting caught sleeping there, but he manages to slam the door closed and just send it back to the inside. Hugo Besson now involved in this battle.
This group needs to be careful as well, because Luca Horton is flying along. He's up to 9th place. That's a gain of 19 so far in this race. I think around 10 is Horton got new tyres on as well. Well, that might be wrong on that one, apologies. But either way, he's going along very quickly. Is Luca Horton, who took heat wins last time out in the Winter Cup at Valencia. Less than 3 laps to go in this one. After that frantic first half, it does feel like it's calmed down now. Goldstein in full control, leads by just under 0.4 of a second. Manyas and Luzio 2nd and 3rd. Luzio continuing to strengthen his position in the intermediate classification. Just to confirm, no, it's no new tyres for Luca Horton. It's just brilliant race pace. Down the inside goes Luzio for 2nd place. Lovely stuff, clean as a whistle. So that would put Luzio to 2 points. The next highest driver would be Mestiennes on 5. This is once again, like we saw in the Winter Cup, looking strong at the moment for Marcus Luzio. There's a long, long way to go for this first round of the season. It'll be key to seeing this next lap. Can we see the gap start to close between Goldstein and Luzio, now that Luzio's got a bit of clear air ahead of him?
Yeah, certainly so. Again, another one of the new graphics you can see on your screen for your viewing delectation. You can see the update from P4 to 1st place, as into the pit lane comes Nico Villa. Unfortunately, a retirement for him in this race. The Kids to Win driver not having the best of runs this weekend. Back here, though, at the front, Hugo Manyas in that position is starting to close in just that little bit more. There, a look then at the gaps. You can see they're fluctuating now in that infield section, but when they get to the start-finish straight, it closes in once again. And once more, you're seeing that now as they go down the inside here, and you're seeing there, why? You see Marcus Luzio, don't defend, keep going, but he's going to defend because he wants to make sure he keeps this result. Luzio around the outside here, there's no way he's going to make that work. No, he doesn't. He stays there in P2, but he is looking feisty here now. Manyas on that rear bumper, all of them hugging that inside line. Around the outside comes Joseph Smith. Can he get one at least a position? Yes, he can. He moves up to 3rd, and now he might go to the 2nd as Luzio goes around the outside of turn number 8. That's absolutely ludicrous, but he can't get it done. Again, he stays on that outside outside line as he tries to find his way through, as Goldstein's just hugging that inside line as we're on this final lap. It will be checkered flag. Lucio might lose his first race of the weekend, but Goldstein's going to win his first race of the weekend as they run to the line here. Oh, can he get the slipstream? Can he do it? He can! Oh, Lucio gets it on the line. Lucio, that's 3 for 3 race wins. Absolutely nothing. The speed and momentum that Marcus Lucio had there was absolutely phenomenal.
That was a heat, ladies and gentlemen.
That was a heat.
0.008 is the gap between Marcus Lucio and Ellie Goldstein. Lucio remains undefeated by, it's got to be the closest result we've seen so far this weekend. My, oh my, what a 9 laps that was to complete the 4th rotation for the seniors. That was, I'm genuinely speechless after that.
He refuses to lose, ladies and gentlemen. Marcus Lucio refuses to lose. We have not seen a run to the line yet so far this weekend and successfully get past, and Goldstein certainly closed that door. He gave millimetres enough of racing room there.
And you've got to give it to both of them, the commitment there. I think that's going to tell the drivers, the whole field, a lot for the rest of this weekend. You can do that now.
We'll have a look at the provisional race results. They're coming up on your screen now. I will ask our production crew very, very nicely with a cherry on top to please, when you show that replay of that photo finish, can you slow it right down? I want to see how close that gap was in between them, between the track and there. There's a look then at your top 15 at the end of that one. Thomas Janssen just holding on to that top 15 spot. Brilliant moves in there. You've got to give it to Miguel Silva, 21 positions gained, to Luca Horton, 20 positions gained, and to Lewis Bird, 14 positions gained for them, 16th place downwards. This is where you start to see the drivers who unfortunately did fall down the order. Celine Canol, Kyuho Lee, then you've got Arthur Fasor, Angelo Melli, Hugo Gelade, then Luca Bertoni, who's had some good results as well. Lewis Aguirre as well, dropping down to 22nd place from Julian Kamen. Evgeny Yazkov as well, down to 24th place. Marcel Matijevich from Rafael Rajani. Dylan Patel and Rafael Piard, Nico Villa, the one of 2 retirements, Nico Villa and Yanis Boulier as well, 2 non-starters. There, though, however, is your race winner. Marcus Lucio, Premium Karting, nil points still to his name, 0 points. He is looking good in the intermediate classifications. I am just looking forward to seeing that replay of the start of that one, because, again, I've just reminded myself how close that was, and there you can see sporting a mullet. I spoke to him earlier. He is aiming to grow that mullet, and I'm going to start calling him the flying mullet here at the moment, because that's 3 for 3 of race wins.
Clearly, the mullet is worth at least 0.01 of a second, because that was enough to give him the win.
That was the gap.
In that one. But he's very pleased with that. That's a big smile from Marcus Lucio. He's quite quiet, I think, in the paddock so far this weekend.
Yeah,
keeping it under wraps. But that's he's clearly very happy about that one. Here's some of the highlights then of that stupendous heat to complete this round of the senior competition. Ellie Goldstein trying to hold on to the lead, nearly lost it again. There was a bit of chaos at the back of the field going through turn number 1, but a lot of movers and shakers at the front of the field. This was the moment for Goldstein, so close to disaster there. Through turn 2, lost 6, 7, maybe 8 positions. Joseph Smith went on the attack in the early stages, down the inside of 2 drivers to take the lead. And initially, it was looking pretty good for Victory Lane Karting. They had a 1 and 2 with Smith and Rahali. It didn't stay that way for long. Goldstein started to come back through the field, using those 2 new tyres to great effect, particularly there when he nearly ran off the track through turn number 2 to take 3rd place. There was a bit more action in the second half of the field.
That was Kyuho Lee, wasn't it?
It was Kyuho Lee. So yeah, that was Kyuho Lee losing 5th place, all the way down outside of the top 20. Adam Rahali took the lead of the race, but it was always going to be hard work. Goldstein with a bold move down the inside to take the lead, but everybody was trying to beat the pole sitter in this race. Smith to the outside. This was a mind-boggling moment. 3 wide off of turn number 8 there, just showing the quality of this field, How did they not come to blows at that point?
Well, again, the track's wide, the track's fast, so there's plenty of space to do things like that. But again, it's uncommon to see it, and to see those, you can imagine these mechanics here saying, "What are you doing? Keep going, stop scrapping away." Manias got down the inside of Joseph Smith though through turn 1. This is where it started to calm itself down just a little bit. But then you had this man here, Marcus Luzio, who was just making his way back through this field here. 3 places gained. He started this one just a little further down on the second row of the grid, so he started P4. Didn't have the best start from the outside row, had to come back through the field just that little bit. But again, it all kicked off as Hugo Besson, Adam Rahali, Joseph Smith, Ralph and Tharin maybe, and even Luca Horton coming into play now in this last dying moment. This moment here, then you could see the action happened, and then this final moment here. Let's slow it right down if we can. How close can you get there? That is inches away from... Look at that. Look at that. That is absolutely superb racing and all the way to the line.
Just dipping in the on the rear left. That's commitment. That is commitment from both drivers.
Here's another
to be
angle.
fair to Goldstein, he realised, yeah, I need to give him a little bit of room here to avoid disaster. This is the angle you'll just see on the right-hand side of your screens at home.
Breathe in.
They did touch.
Breathe
they
in.
did touch, and there was both left-hand wheels for Manias. A win on the grass. That is a win on the grass, whichever way you cut it. What a finish.
That is superb. Oh, have I ever said how much I like karting? Fantastic stuff then. Well, the next grid is getting themselves ready to head out onto the circuit, but now we turn our attention to the juniors. The first time we're going to see them racing today, and yesterday in qualifying, it was an absolutely superb one. Javier Borrasca put it on pole position. Andrew, you caught up with him. This is what he had to say.
Here with our fastest driver in the second group of the juniors, but more importantly, our fastest junior of the whole entry list, pole position in juniors for Javier Borrasca. Javier, you're our pole position driver for this weekend. You must be very pleased.
I'm so excited because I'm the pole position this weekend. It's so important to be in front for the race, be in front, and it's so exciting for me.
How difficult has it been this weekend so far?
I think it's so difficult because we need to work a lot to get the first position, because it's so difficult. The drivers are good or is good, but I think I do good to get the first position.
Going to tomorrow, the team, are you confident that you can win tomorrow?
I think I can win if I work, and always when you work and you have a luck, you can win.
Well, very good. Thank you, Javier. Thank you for your time. Best of luck for tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, great there to chat to Javier Borrasca. Let's take you through the starting lineup then. Kart's already out on track. Javier Borrasca and Alex Pineda. They start this one on the front row of the grid. Benjamin Manak and Jus Mulder on row number 2. Toby Gale and Jesse Phillips, they go from row 3. Last year's IAME Euro Series mini champion starts this one in the third row in juniors. Ty Butley and Federico Svadelity round out row number 4, I should say. Anton Sharp and Matteo Mellis on row 5. Rock Pineda and Daniel Motor on row 6 from Max Murray and Johan Helder on row 7. Zeta Minier and Didier Klieft on row 8. Carolina Redondo and Henry Carter round out row number 9 from Louis Bazeret and Thijs van House on row 10. David Minchuna, Archie Owen, Walter Bergenu and Daniel Oliver round out the 24 kart grid on this one. Race director Martin Bean there on your screen, sending the drivers round for their formation lap now. That's the out lap completed. Right then, cast your mind back. Winter Cup.
Yes.
Juniors, they're kind of racing their first races. Very exciting, wasn't it? Are we going to see the same here this time? Remember, it's a championship. It's not a one-off.
It's juniors. It's going to happen, isn't it?
Yeah,
And I'm glad I've got several spaces, a bit of room to step back from the from the monitor in our comms box here at Zuera. This should be good. I sometimes feel with the juniors that they have to wait, don't we? And it's always like that slight pent-up frustration.
Yeah.
Want to get racing. We've seen the seniors have all of their their fun. We want to have a go now.
Put it this way, the last time the juniors were on track, obviously it was this morning when they had their warm-ups, but the last time they were on track...
In a competitive sense.
Yeah, exactly. Was qualifying, and that was around 1 o'clock in the afternoon yesterday.
Yeah.
So they have waited some many hours to really go racing again. And this is the first time that we are going to see it. So for our drivers here, we have no idea who's going to really come to the top on this one because the times were interesting. There were some very competitive times.
Yep.
The grid was like separated, an entire grid of 24 was separated by less than a second.
Absolutely. It's going to be a very close competition. Keep an eye on Alex Pinheiro, though. It starts on the outside on row 1, but another example of an Auto Club RC2 by a kart going very, very nicely so far this weekend on the Gillard chassis. Okay then, 7 laps for all of our qualifying heats for the X30 Juniors this weekend. Groups A and B about to kick things off for this phase of the competition. Into the tram lines go the drivers, and we are green and racing in the juniors for the first time this year in the IAME Euro Series. Good start for Baraska, good start for Benjamin Maniac as well, who nearly loses it out of turn 1. So they've not even got to turn 2 yet, and there's already drama.
Yep, there's a couple of karts off in the background there, but that was a huge slidey moment there. And we were talking about it earlier. We were talking with Marcus Lucio. Tyre temperatures at the start of these races, they are still cold. It is cold today, and the track is cold as well. Amazingly managed to keep control of it as they go through in towards turn number 5 now. The train starting to form as everyone folds in. You can see there Toby Gale just trying to hold his position there. You can see one of the Mick Barrett karts just going through. Tyke Butley. Of course, the Mick Barrett team losing one of their own, unfortunately, over the course of this weekend. Big shame to see that. Trent Valley Kart Club posting that one about that over the weekend. So all thoughts with the team and family. But for Tyke Butley, with the Mick Barrett Racing team, doing well here at the moment, up into P2. That is a superb start.
Yeah, really nice run from Buckley, converting opportunities quickly. There is an investigation flag on our screens for the number 72 of Daniel Mota. And if there's any more news on that, we will, of course, let you know. The end of lap number 1, Baraska leads, Buckley second, Maniac third. Sharp has had a good start as well. Beautiful start for Aston Sharp. How many positions is that gained? 5 on the first lap. Maniac going down the inside of Buckley for second place. Pretty routine move, and that is good for second place. Benjamin Maniac looking in good form again this weekend.
Yeah, certainly is. A look at the gaps there. Nothing between them, but the gaps slightly opening up and again as they go through. Keeping a close eye on everyone. It's down the inside there. Oh, just enough space, but Aston Sharp manages to squeeze his way through on his teammate, so gets that one done. So right now the two teammates line astern, third and fourth out on track. Baraska though still leads from Benjamin Maniac. Maniac here. Again, that kart doesn't look like it's handling too well here. You can see the back end keeps kicking out. You saw it at the start. I just saw it there again. It seems like he's struggling with the temperature in the back of that kart.
Yeah, he's having to work very hard at the moment, and here's the opportunity for Aston Sharp down the inside for second place. My goodness, that was close. Good work by Maniac. Sharp down the inside of both of them. Brilliant move by Aston Sharp. Through comes Buckley as well, and on the scene also is Toby Gale. Door shut by Benjamin Maniac there to hold on to third. But what a mighty move that was from Aston Sharp. Had a go, first of all, into turn 1. Good defence on the outside from Maniac just to leave enough room. And then bang, down the inside went Sharp on both of the Bills there to take the lead.
That is superb. Now it's a Mick Barrett Racing 1-2. The team will be liking this one as they make their way into the infield section here now, going in towards turn number 8 here as they wind it up now, getting on that power and getting through these corners here. You can just see behind Maniac and Baraska just pushing through as well, trying to hold on to those positions. It's all a case now of working together now, try and break away, try and open that gap, and try not to see what you've seen in some of the previous races we've seen so far in the senior races. Here we go, back on the start-finish straight now. Are we going to see a dive to the inside? Yes, we are, but it's not from the front two. It's from the driver just behind. It's Toby Gale to the inside of Javier Baraska, but he can't quite get the move done into the corner. Has to settle to hold on to his position, but he's still there with that group top 5 with a clean breakaway. Now this is good as down the inside. Here comes Benjamin Maniac. He gets the move done, and his teammate there, Baraska, comes through as well. But they both now split the two MDCs, and now you can see that Toby Gale's got through as well.
Yeah, it's back and forth as we expect in the juniors. Aston Sharp has got a bit of a gap now. personal best through sector number 1 last time around. To the inside there through turn 8, that's the number 24 of Ty Buckley fighting back, goes past the number 23 of Toby Gale. On to lap 4 now, we're past the halfway point of this first heat of the weekend for the X30 Junior category. And Maniac and Baraska, what's their pace like through the middle sector? Well, it's interesting because for Sharp, 23.2, as here comes Pinera. Has a bit of a think about going down the inside of Gale, but elects to slip back into the slipstream. Oof. This is getting a bit feisty down into turn 2. Gale looking down the inside of Buckley there for 4th place. At the very front of the field, as I think we were expecting, Aston Sharp working hard on his own, but 2 engines always better than 1, especially in a close race like this, and it's a pack of 3 at the front.
Yeah, it certainly is for Sharp, Maniac, Baraska at the moment. But like we're saying, we have seen these change constantly throughout this race. No changes here going in towards turn 7. All staying line astern. Baraska and Maniac right on those rear bumpers of each other, and Maniac looking like he wants to not defend, but I think he's being forced to slightly from Baraska, who's just looking down the inside constantly through every single corner. But despite that, they are still breaking away from the likes of Gale, Buckley, Pineda, Mulder, and Didier Krief still there just behind. Jesse Phillips there in 9th place as well from Seneminier, who rounds out the top 10 as we go side by side. And now it is a 2 change here. Maniac and Baraska both getting past Aston Sharp. Sharp down to 3rd. Don't lose hope yet on this one, though. Stay with that slipstream, and you might be able to stick with them. But these 2 now are starting to work together. They're breaking away.
Yeah, they're working very nicely right now. There was nothing much that Aston Sharp could really do about that. To the inside goes Baraska, started on pole position in this race and returns to the lead of this race. Sharp trying to go around the outside of Maniac there. There's going to be a bit of a gap between Baraska and Maniac. Maniac's going to have to defend. Doesn't defend. Door open for Aston Sharp. He says, thank you very much. Down the inside, takes P2.
Yeah, nicely done indeed. He is fighting fierce here, is Aston Sharp. Back into P2 now. Alex Vignetta starting to close in now as well, though. You can see him there on the Gillard chassis trying to close in. Not able to get that cut down the inside as well. You've got Buckley and Gale just behind as well. They're all going to start to close back in now as we get ready to go on to the last lap. As the last lap board comes out now on your screens there as they whiz past back through the slipstream, and again the double slipstream comes through. Sharp losing 2 positions there, both to Maniac and to Pineda, but Sharp starts to fight back as he goes back down the inside, and so does Pineda. Pineda fighting for 1st place now. Can he get that cut to the inside as they go into the hairpin of turn 4? No, he can't, and he loses out 2 positions here. So now it's Baraska from Maniac who lead that one now as they go in towards turn number 5 as they try to switch positions sideways under braking. Oh, this is going to get feisty.
It is getting feisty out there for the first win of the weekend in the X30 Junior category. Benjamin Maniac's going to hardline it down the inside to defend, gets a bit of encouragement from behind in the form of Javier Baraska. Aston Sharp now fighting with Buckley there for 5th place. It's still a number of corners to go here. There's opportunities for them all to gain positions and possibly more. Benjamin Maniac fighting hard, working hard, not giving any of the drivers behind any opportunity to get through. Pinera still there in 11th place. Now it's get on the gas, get on the loud pedal. Is there going to be another run to the line? There is going to be another run to the line. Who's going to take it? It is Maniac by 0.002.
Oh, what is it with close finishes in this one? This is going to be a good weekend, ladies and gents, isn't it? Look, if we can get finishes like that in every qualifying heat over the course of this weekend, we're going to lose our voices. I can guarantee you that. Well, Benjamin Maniac then takes the win from Javier Baraska by, like you just said, 0.002 of a second across the line. Pineda finishes in 3rd place from Ty Buckley and Aston Sharp. The 2 Mick Barrett Racing drivers finishing 4th and 5th on track. Jos Mulder finishes in 6th place from Toby Gale, finishing in P7. Didier Krief rounding out the top 8 from Jesse Phillips, and Seneminier rounding out the top 10. 7 laps of racing and close racing all the way from that one. Benjamin Maniac secures 0 points, and hopefully for him, he can hold on to that one all the way throughout this one. Brilliant racing there as the drivers make their way back in towards Park from A. It looked like they were still racing there all the way back to the pit lane. There you go. Can't wait to get off. Here's a look then at the provisional classifications at the end of qualifying heat A versus B, the first race of the weekend for Junior X30. Manak from Baraska, then it's Pinera, Buckley, Sharp, Mulder, Gale, Kreeft, Jesse Phillips and Meunier rounding out the top 10. Then you have Henry Carter, Matteo Mellis, Daniel Mota, Francisco Sardelity and Archie Owen rounding out the top 15. 16th place downwards would see Max Murray and Luis Brazre in 17th place after gaining 2 positions. Carolina Redondo and Rock Pineda finishing in 18th and 19th place, with Thijs van House finishing in 20th. Jorn Helder, Bergen Daniel Oliver and David Minchuna rounding out the 24-kart grid, all karts finishing that one. There you can see the 2 drivers just talking to each other before heading in towards post-race scrutineering. You can imagine very, very close at the end there, and loving these close finishes.
Oh, it's fantastic here at Zuera. It's just what we hoped for at the start of this IAME Euro Series season. Thank you for joining us here in Spain this weekend. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that first heat of the weekend for the juniors. It was a strong start for Javier Baraska into turn 1. Got the run that he needed, help from Benjamin Magnac before it nearly came to tears straight away for Magnac. A big slide through the exit of turn number 1. It was not a good start for David Minchuna, who was off there through turn 1, lost a number of positions and unfortunately was classified in 24th place. Race got into a rhythm. On the attack went Magnac down the inside of the fast starting Tig Buckley. Good race for the Mick Barrett runners. Aston Sharp was impressive in the first half of the race, overtaking several drivers, going on a real charge. Very brave down the inside there on Magnac into turn 1, but this was probably the move of the race, switching to the inside, taking both of the Birillard chassis running drivers in the form of Magnac and Baraska to take the lead of the race. Through came Buckley as well at this point of the race on lap number 3 to take second. Should give a mention to Toby Gale as well on the Croc Promotions machine this weekend as a factor in the top 5. While Sharp did break away, he was reeled in by the chasing pack. Magnac and Baraska fighting there over second place. Buckley back down the inside on lap 4 here. That was a move on Toby Gale for 4th place, and Alex Pinera starting to come back into things as well. Aston Sharp, not much he could do about this. The Birrell train firing through. Magnac to the lead of the race ahead of Baraska, but Baraska wanted a piece of the action himself. Down the inside into turn 5. Sharp nearly able to take second place away from Magnac. Good defence around the outside to then switch to the inside of turn 7 and hold on to that spot. Sharp attacked again down the inside into turn 8 on lap number 6. As they came towards the end of the race, Alex Pinera was coming back into things as well. There was still hope for these drivers that they could find a way past Javier Baraska, and there was the moment for Magnac down the inside, helped by Pinera. It's 2 by 2 as they ran off the corner. From this point, Benjamin Magnac knew he just had to defend. He was on the final lap, so close to that victory, that first victory of the year, looking to continue the strong form that he had in Valencia a few weeks ago at the Winter Cup. But how about this? We thought the previous race was close. This was even closer, but it was 0.002 on the line for Benjamin Magnac in kart number 55. If we get a closer finish than that this weekend, Anthony Jordan, much closer, I don't think the timing system's going to be able to deal with it. He's only got 1,000th of a second left that it can measure.
Yeah, well, it is doable, but yeah, carbon copy really of what we saw in that one. Monkey see, monkey do on that one. Well, we're going to take a short ad break. Do not go anywhere. We will be back with the second part of the Junior X30 qualifying heats with Group C and D in a few moments' time. Stay with us. Nestled along the sun-kissed shores of the Mediterranean, Valencia beckons with its vibrant energy and rich tapestry of history and culture.
How's your homework going? Are you done yet? Because we have a race in 10 minutes.
This is too signal to the drivers to slow it down, bring it down, get everyone formed up.
Morning. Did you sleep well? Ready for your session?
Good morning, sir. How are you? Did you see our new mini helmets?
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, the Junior X30 qualifying heat C versus D is lined up, ready to go there on your starting grid. Riley Cranham starting this one at the front of it. Kenzo Craigie starting alongside. There is Riley Cranham on your screens, primed and ready to get going this one for the Fusion Motorsport team. Again, good time in qualifying. Obviously not seeing what's going to happen on track yet with some of these drivers. Really curious to see, again, new season, new drivers stepping up into the world of the junior racing from the likes of cadet racing. So a big shape up in the field, and a nice big thumbs up there from Riley Cranham. Kenzo Craigie starting alongside him. Kenzo Craigie with his first outing with the George Gibbons Motorsport team. And again, for him, qualifying went well, starting this one on the front row of the grid. So really looking forward to seeing what he can do. It's the same chassis that would have run on his previous team, but now it's just different things. Lots have changed, and it's his first time with the team, and I'm curious to see how he gets on.
Yeah, another year for Kenzo at this level. We know he's got a lot of speed. I think he'll be looking for a bit more consistency this year to get those results. But I think what's particularly impressive with this front row is that these are two drivers who weren't at Winter Cup, so they've hit the ground running very nicely indeed. Here is a driver who was at Winter Cup, number 34, Sam Woolley. Was one of the fastest drivers in Valencia, so starting now on the second row of the grid. Fully expect Sam Woolley to have a strong year in 2024.
Certainly so. He will have Thomas Pradere, the French driver, alongside the driver of the number 44. Certainly looking like he might have a good run in this one. Well, lots has happened in the races we've seen. We've already seen a very exciting first Junior X30 race. This second one, I'm sure, will also deliver some exciting racing. And over the course of this day as well, we've got lots more racing to go all the way up to the lunch break a little bit later on in the day. The whistle blows, though, and Junior X30 qualifying heat C versus D makes his way onto the track. Riley Cranham and Kenzo Craigie. They start this one from the front row of the grid. Sam Woolley and Tom Tadea on row number 2. Arthur Huang and Dan Alaman start this one from row 3, from Harrison Mackie and Zach Green on row 4. Czech Peters and Angelina Simmons, they go from row 5, with Nikita Nikashov and Jose Bautista on row 6.
Nilas Malik starting on row number 7 alongside Quinten van Leeuwen. Stig de Rademacher and Flavio Cara start on row 8. Maxime Prudent and Emilio Byrne start on row number 9. Moritz Moore and Elvis Krasauskas start on row 10. That is your top 20. It's 11 rows in this field that are completed by Jacob Backler and Nat Johnston.
Looking forward to this one again as the outlap begins. Trying to warm up those tyres. They've only done qualifying, so they are fresh boots. They have got fitted to their wagons, but right now it's just getting the temperature into them right now because, like I say, it is cold, it is chilly out there. It's 11 degrees, a lot of cloud cover, and there is the risk of rain at some points throughout the day. It's said in the weather that it won't rain, but there is a lot of precipitation around the circuit in some places. There, a new little graphic for you. Rain radar. You can see the green patch there up in the north of the track. That is rain. So you can see that we are close to where it is raining. There are dark clouds all around us, so the threat of rain is real.
Yeah, and it's one of those things. It's such an open area that weather systems can kind of crop up out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere, and they're over you in a blink of an eye, aren't they?
The team's going to have to be on the toes with that one, but conditions remain dry and cool here at Zuera. Round 1 of the IAME Euro Series for 2024. Andrew Mather and Anthony Jordan on commentary duties for you today here in Spain.
And I am loving all these new graphics that we've got. Again, the team behind production have been working so hard between the Winter Cup and this round, and working super hard over this weekend to make sure they are all working. So absolutely fantastic to see them. Big shout out to the guys in production. You have Edgar and you have Thanos down there as well, all working super hard. So great to see that's all coming through on the live stream for you at home. Right then, Junior X30 qualifying heat C versus D is about to get underway. Into the final corner they go. All drivers on track, which is good to see, and nicely formed up. Again, good track to go racing on this one. It's a nice, easy run to the line as the lights go green, and off we go. Nice jump at the outside there as drivers just dip out. Thomas Zuera trying to find his way to the inside line as soon as he could, and I think he managed to get it. Keep an eye on that victory lane card as it tries to find its way through, but again, he just tucks back into that spot there. The outside line not working out for him, so it's a good start from Riley Cranham. Holds on to the lead of that one, but not much longer, as who's to the front? It's Kenzo Craigie in the number 48, leads the way.
Yeah, really nice, decisive move there by Kenzo Craigie through turn 4. Saw the gap was there, got his braking absolutely spot on. Cranham trying to fight round the outside to retake second place, and does so. Kenzo Craigie has a bit of breathing space, doesn't need to defend too hard into turn 8. Oh, that's a little bit deep from Kenzo Craigie though, but he's still there in the lead of the race. He's going to be able to come through to complete lap 1 at the front of the field. Very good execution of the plan so far.
So far, it's all going well. Not too bad at all. And there you can see Sam Woolley, who's gone through to second as well. So all good at the front of the field. Back to the inside there. There is Dan Alaman in the number 42. He's making moves now, and he's up into third place. There you can see the mechanics there just at the sidelines. You can see brother of Harrison Mackie there, Lewis Mackie, at the front of that shot, just giving him directions. And there you can see the number 21 making moves. That is Harrison Mackie getting through the field here. Back at the front, though, it's still Kenzo Craigie and Sam Woolley who lead the way. Cranham's still there in third place after losing 2 places, but that's only it. He's still right there in this battle, and there's a look at the gap. It's low, it's closing, but it's opening as well. It's fluctuating over the course of this one as they use that slipstream to their advantage. Round turn 5 they go, in towards turn 6. Very technical through here, very easy to lose time or run wide, and you do not want to run wide here because, trust me, that may look like comfortable grass. It's not. It is a gravel.
Yeah, it's a circuit that if you push too hard, it can punish you. Down the inside goes Sam Woolley for the lead of the race. Lovely move. Goes past Kenzo Craigie, checks over the shoulder. Sees there's a bit of a gap back to Harrison Mackie. Harrison Mackie is really on the charge here. Had a difficult time in Valencia a few weeks ago, but we know his speed. He's looking for a strong result here this weekend. Move in the background there. That is the number 15 of Czech Peters. Nicely down the inside, takes 5th place.
Nicely done indeed, but now it's all starting to close up just that little bit more here now as Craigie having to defend. Woolley to the outside, and now here comes through Harrison Mackie. Mackie up into P2 now. Mackie showing his cards here, very early doors. And now Kenzo Craigie is going to have to defend here from Mackie. He's going to have to defend from Woolley, and now Riley Cranham all in that little battle here as they try and push their way through. All 4 Brits here really pushing as hard as they can. Well known in the karting from all over the world and in the UK. But right now, as Woolley looks to the inside here, Riley Cranham gets it done, just keeps it down the inside, hugs it in nice and tight, holds on and gets back up into P3. Mackie not able to get the move now, but now we go back on the start-finish straight. This is where you see the slipstreams come into play. This is where you start to see drivers start to struggle. Out of the slipstream, straight away. Here comes Mackie to the inside. Woolley follows as well, and they get the move done before they even get to turn 1. That is how powerful that slipstream is.
It is indeed. Well, these drivers know each other very well, of course, through their years of experience. Harrison Mackie to the front of the order then. Perfect timing from Sam Woolley to follow through. But the 4 Britons at the front need to keep an eye on behind, because Czech Peters and Thomas Pradier are closing in. And Pradier is the fastest driver on the circuit at the moment. 1 minute 5.149 in the victory lane karting effort. Oh, that's a moment, and that's just as you were talking about, Anthony. If you push too hard, there's no excess of tarmac outside track limits. That was a bit of a wild moment for Czech Peters. He's recovered back onto the road. He's going to have a bit of dirt on his tyres, I'd imagine now. And well, it's going to be potentially open to an attack from Arthur Huang behind. Back at the front of the order, though, Harrison Mackie continues to lead. Sam Woolley, P2, Kenzo Craigie third. They've dropped Riley Cranham at this stage. Woolley sticking in the slipstream, elected to just push on the back of the Fusion Motorsport entry at the moment, and now go for the move down the inside into turn 2. Lovely stuff from Sam Woolley. Woolley to the front.
Yeah, that's a smart move, that is, because, well, it's not worked out for him too well because Kenzo Craigie is closed back in immediately in this one, but he definitely secured that first place spot. If he'd gone for the move in the slipstream through turn 1, he would have lost out going in towards turn 2, but he secured that turn 2 spot and then held it through turn 4. But now Craigie right there behind. It's a 5-car battle once more. As the Rademacher unfortunately sees a warning flag. That comes with an in-race 5-second time penalty. Now Czech Peters is there as well. Thomas Pradier in the 44 victory lane. He's recovered back now to a decent spot after starting this one in P4. He is back there in P4 as he now has to defend from the drivers behind, which is Riley Cranham.
Halfway stage of this race then. Beyond the halfway stage now. We're on lap 5 of this 7-lap heat. There is the warning flag for the number 14. The Rademacher down in 16th place on the road, won't stay there. As anyone within 5 seconds of the number 14 will move by. Heating up at the front, Woolley defending hard. Opportunity for Kenzo Craigie to go down the inside of Harrison Mackie, and does so, takes second place. Pradier still there as well in 4th, and they're all joining in now. Van Leeuwen, Huang's in there as well as Riley Cranham fights through and gains a position. That's Cranham back up to 5th spot. A lot of pressure here, Anthony, on Sam Woolley's young shoulders, but he seems to be dealing with it at the moment.
Certainly seems to. Again, it's a long way to go, though, in this race. It's down the inside. Thomas Pradier gets past Harrison Mackie. Mackie back down to P4 now. Again, keeping it calm there for all these drivers. These are good overtakes that we're seeing here. Well calculated and well timed. But again, just each time you do it, you just lose that fraction of a second on the driver in front of you. You need to maintain that gap so you have that slipstream. Back on the start-finish straight we go. Keep an eye on those gaps. Who's going to close in as we go on to the last lap now? Who's going to get the momentum to go for the move? Here comes Mackie on Pradier, and wow, how close do you want to get? And Pradier's going to lose out to Cranham as well. Cranham gets through, and as well, the driver behind in the PBD car. It's Quinten van der Wellen as well getting through. Change here at the front again. Woolley going defensive, and now Craigie trying to switch it to the outside here. He's on the outside in towards turn number 5. We've seen drivers try to go for the move here earlier on, and then they didn't work out. They had to wait until they got the run on that start-finish line. Back on that infill straight down and towards the hairpin of turn 7. Woolley goes defensive, switches back to the outside, and Craigie cannot get a move done there. He stays behind, but this is getting very close, but he goes for the move in the next corner, though, straight down the inside through turn number 8, and he secures the first place spot here now with only a few corners to go on this last lap. Now he needs to maintain that inside line. Now he needs to make sure that he does not give an opportunity to Sam Woolley here to get alongside on this start-finish straight. Back onto the start-finish straight they go, and it's the checker flag awaiting for them. And who's going to take it? It's Kenzo Craigie in his first race of the weekend with a new team, and he takes a race win. If anything, if that's a thumbs up, well, yeah, that's definitely a thumbs up from Kenzo Craigie, I think.
Yeah, really good run from Kenzo Craigie. Turn 9, not the conventional place for overtakes, but the door was open for Kenzo Craigie. He took his opportunity. Very decisive drive from the youngster there with GGM this weekend. Winner of the first race for these drivers. We'll see the juniors out again later on this afternoon, due out around 13:50 local time here in Spain. Plenty to smile about there for Kenzo Craigie. That'll be a good confidence boost as well in his first race in the IAME Euro Series this season. Wasn't present at the Winter Cup in February. One win from one race. That is just the way that you want to start. Drivers heading into pit lane then. We'll go through Parc Ferme, be weighed on the weighbridge, and all the processes there. There's your provisional result. Kenzo Craigie winning by 0.056. Sam Woolley second, Harrison Mackie third, Riley Cranham fourth. United Kingdom 1, 2, 3, 4 in that one. Thomas Pradier home in the top 5. Quinten van Leeuwen there in 6th place. Czech Peters had a bit of a moment coming out of turn 7, finishes in P7. Arthur Huang in 8th, Dan Alleman and Zach Green completing the top 10. Jose Bautista in 11th place ahead of good progress there for Elvis Kozauskas in 12th place, Angelina Simmons, Nilas Malek and Nikita Nikishov in the top 15. Nat Johnston gains 6 from the back of the grid, finishes P16. Stigler Rademacher had a warning flag in that race. Amelia Byrne, Maxime Prudent and Jacob Backler all in the top 20. Flavio Cara and Moritz Moore completing the 22 finishers. All drivers in the juniors, both in this race and the one previous, getting to the checkered flag. First of them in this one, there is your man, Kenzo Craigie. Anthony, here are some of the highlights from that race.
Yeah, indeed. It was, again, good start then from the juniors in their second run. You can see Sam Woolley there on the inside getting straight up into second place, utilising that inside line through turn 1. It's only when you get to this corner here, turn 2, very open, and it's very easy to just lose positions left, right and centre, and that's where you see Kenzo Craigie come back through, and now he takes the lead in this early stages of the race. You can see Thomas Pereira there. He did lose out a few positions in the early stages. Dan Alleman making his way through. You could see the other drivers also trying to get through as well. Everyone trying to find a clear spot on that one. The mechanics giving the directions, just saying push through. A new one there for me. Not seen that one before on the screen. So I do need to work out some of these hand gestures. There to the inside, Sam Woolley. To the inside of Kenzo Craigie in the early stages of the race on lap 2. Control the race on that one. Slipstream coming in all the way throughout. You can see Harrison Mackie got himself up to 3rd as well. And just behind as well, Dan Alleman fighting away there with Czech Peters, who did manage to gain so many positions in that one. Had a good little race, 2 positions gained. Same for Quinton van Llewellyn as well, 8 positions gained throughout that race. Kenzo Craigie, though, with Sam Woolley battling away. Mackie getting up into 2nd. Riley Cranham coming through as well. It was just a really chop and change between these drivers here all the way through the race. This is the slipstream. Again, how well does it work?
It works very powerfully indeed, especially as you're on full throttle from turn 13 onwards almost. Harrison Mackie to the lead. That's a big save when you look at it in the slow-mo on the second go. That was a big save from Czech Peters. Did well to get back on the road. Pradea was on the attack in the middle parts of the race, going past Riley Cranham there. Liked this move from Sam Woolley. He's impressing me a lot so far in 2024. That was past Harrison Mackie for the lead in the early stages of lap number 5, and Craigie came back strong as well, down the inside of Mackie for 2nd place, then set about trying to make a move past the race leader. Pradea up to 3rd place here on lap number 3, going past Harrison Mackie. Tough part of the race that for Harrison Mackie, but he fought back. This was a lovely move. Brave into turn 1. Thomas Pradea tried to defend it, but in the end had to concede that one. Cranham back through as well, and Quinton van Leeuwen having a good run. Back came Pradea into the 5th place, which is where Pradea finished. But it was this move into turn 9. Sam Woolley maybe thought, oh, I've got it done. I've got through turn 8. That's the main overtaking spot. But the line was open for Craigie to slot down the inside through turn 9 and run it to the line. First race of the weekend for Kenzo Craigie. First win. Super job from the young Briton there in the number 48.
Yeah, certainly so. He'll be delighted with that result there. Well, that's juniors done then for their first round of heats. We turn our attention now to the mini category, and your man here who starts on pole position in this race, Will Green, the driver of the 842, qualifying went his way. Absolutely superb, putting it on the top spot. All the way throughout this weekend, we saw drivers beating the track records from last year. We caught up with him after qualifying. Here's what he had to say.
Well, we're in Parc Ferme at the end of timed qualifying for all of our heats, but the most important thing right now is our mini pole position holder at Zuera for round 1 of the IAME Euro Series is Will Green. Will, that was a really, really tense moment. You left it right to the bitter end to get that lap time in, but it was just enough, 0.02 of a second quicker than Austin Newstead.
Yeah, it was good. I just had to, we went out the pits a bit later than usual, so we just had to get that lap in it right at the end, and I was able to do that, which is good.
As you mentioned, you went out a bit later. Everybody went out 2 minutes into the session. What's going through your head when you all sat there on the grid waiting for someone to go?
Well, I just knew that it just had to be whoever has a good toe and whoever's got the best position on the track and who's ever got the nicest go.
The team have been working really hard. What's been the main challenges up to this point, do you think?
Because the tracks are very fast track and flowing, you need the toes are a very important thing to be able to have a good lap and just be able to having a good practicing the best position and when to go out with the main pack and things like that is the main thing to focus on.
You get a bit of time to relax now. Racing starts tomorrow. How are you feeling ahead of those races?
Very excited and confident as I was able to do then, and hopefully I can do the same.
Well, very excited and confident. You heard it from his own mouth. He's looking forward to this one. Let's see what he can do at the front of this. He will have company, though, starting alongside Jarlis Sayer there. He also had an absolutely fantastic qualifying as well, didn't
he? And he was delighted with the performance. He's had a bit of time out of the kart, back in competition the first time in a while this weekend, and clearly it is right on the pace. And so I think surprised himself in a little way that he was fastest in the first group, but in a good way.
Yeah,
it's going to build his confidence, I think, and this is a very important race, I think, to kick off. The fact that you've got A versus B kicking off here, we always enjoy it when it's that formation, and you never know. This could be when we get to the end of this part of the competition. We look back at this race and go, yeah, that was a really key one for deciding positions in the super heats.
Starting on the second row in third place, Romeo Mello, who's got a prime opportunity here to get some good positions in the early stages of this race. You can see him there, the Portuguese driver lined up, ready to go, nice and focused. He will have the Frenchman of Anton Bouchard alongside on that second row, the driver of the 825. Now, we saw a brief shot there of the gantry, the big grandstand out there with the flags waving in the background. The wind is heavy here. Yeah. It's very fast here, the wind. It's blowing a gale. There's that shot. You can see there the flags moving. Crucially to note as well, you can see the direction of the flags. It's a headwind down the main straight that they've got here, and that's probably why we're seeing those slipstreams working so incredibly well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be the old physics at play there, meaning that the slipstream is arguably a bit more powerful than it was yesterday. That was a quick shot of Anton Bouchard. Another driver who's really impressed me so far this year. It's quite a fair bit of experience now for Anton Bouchard at this age category level. As if your first time watching our minis, drivers in the year of their 9th birthday able to enter up to the age of 12. There is the whistle, 11:25 on the dot. Green light at the end of the pre-grid. Here come the minis for the first time this weekend. Qualifying heat A and B. Here is your grid for it. Will Green will start on pole position, joined on the front row of the grid by Jarlis Sayer. Romeo Mello and Anton Bouchard on row 2. Maxim Bobrashov and Freddie Wood go from row number 3. Aurelio Longitano and Oliver Warner start on row 4. Antoine Venant and Alvaro Perello starts on row number 5. And then it's Nelhil Al-Gahoudi and George House on row 6.
Row number 7 sees Patrick Christensen and Noah Grenier. Row 8 sees Colby Patterson and Luca Pavel. Row 9 sees Mason Brooks and Pato Medina, with the top 20 being Samuel Hugden and Bruno Greeling. Milo Connell and Baptiste Augustin round out the 22-car field in this one. And again, just talking about we're talking about slipstreams in the juniors and the seniors. The minis, their driving style is completely different to the seniors and juniors. They're all about the slipstream and working together in a pack to try and break away from the main pack. With this, though, you've got a Jamie Green Racing followed by a Fusion Motorsport. Then you've got a GGM. Then you've got a PB kart. Then there's the next Fusion Motorsport. And then there's another Jamie Green. So there are teammates relatively close to each other, but they just need to get to each other. They're split up a little bit here. So it's all a case of sorting that position out and getting them in. The other team that you've got out there, you've got Oliver Rowland Motorsport drivers as well. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4 of them out on track as well. So if those 4 get together in a race, they could work as a train and try and push themselves through this field as well.
And what we've seen from qualifying as well, that the relative performance of the minis turns on a little bit quicker. That's why we saw in the second qualifying group yesterday of a 6-minute session, nobody moved for 2 minutes.
No.
Because they know from the data and what they've seen through the practices and the previous group, in fact, that you get straight to that fast pace within a lap or two. But it means that it's then very consistent for laps 3, 4, 5, and 6. I think it's going to be difficult for any of these drivers, talked about the slipstream at length, to break away from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, indeed. There was tactics coming into play in that second qualifying session, wasn't there, yesterday, where they were really just thinking, right, let's just sit back, relax, not use the tyres too much. Let's wait for 2 minutes and then go. And then we saw those brilliant times. Well, here we go then. Drivers getting themselves primed and ready to go. Nice and bunched up, nice and calm, nice and clear as they make their way through turn 14 now in towards turn 15 and round onto the start-finish straight. First time we see the Minis go racing. Again, for them, they've had to wait several hours until they could go racing once more. But into the tram lines, it looks good. It's green light, and off they go down and towards turn number 1. Great start then from Will Green in that inside line. The same with Romeo Mello and to Maxim Bobachov as well. They all hug that inside line and get to the inside. Crucially, they all go defensive and they hold on to that position. You can see there everyone finding a spot through. Freddie Wood, Maxim Bobachov again just in that mid-pack there trying to hold on to that position, and it looks like it's Bobachov up into that top spot there. That is a good spot then into P2.
Very good start for Bobachov. Had some good flashes of speed in qualifying yesterday. And down the inside, 2x2 running through turns 5 and 6. Very close. It's already splitting. Is the field. So there's a breakaway of 2 at the front of the order. So we could see the top 2 immediately go into working together kind of situation to stay away from the rest of the pack. There are the 2 drivers at the front of the order. Will Green still running well. Romeo Mello as well.
Yeah,
the 858.
It's Mello who's in second place, not Bobachov, so I apologise for that. But Mello there in second place as he tries to come through. There as he's stuck right behind Will Green as they make their way out to the final corner. Now they're on their own. They could really now just stick 1 and 2, work, push, don't fight, anything like that, and you will continue with that gap and break away. It's only if that group of 3 behind are any faster that they can close in. More wheels, the better. The bigger the toe, the bigger the push. But with that becomes more drivers thinking, I want to go for the move here or anything like that. When you have 2 drivers, you know it's clear.
And it's a short race as well. So if you're in 5th or 6th place, you're quite kind of eager to get to the front of the pack as soon as possible. But the gap at the moment, well, it's going out. It was 1.5 seconds. It's now 2 seconds there between Mello and El Gahoudi. That's a great start from El Gahoudi. Was starting 11th on the grid and is already up to 3rd, not even at the end of lap 2.
Yeah, exactly. So good starts all the way throughout then in the field. Biggest mover so far. Got to give it to, El Gahoudi with those 7 positions. But then as well, you've got Noah Grenier with 5 positions gained. You've got Pato Medina as well, 6 places gained in that one. Biggest loss in that one, you've got to give it to Freddie Wood, unfortunately, the Draymond Racing driver, dropping 10 positions down to P16 in the early stages of this race. Right then. Back here, this is 3rd place down. This is the second group of drivers that you've got here. You've got Pirello, who's just in that battle there. But El Gahoudi is trying to fight his way through. If you remember from the Winter Cup, El Gahoudi unfortunately having that big hit into the barrier at the exit of the final lap. This time around, looks to the inside here, gets it done, nicely done. Indeed, big moment there, and that shows how tight it gets on the exit of turn 2.
Does indeed. Down the inside comes Jarlath Sayer, past Oliver Warner. That will be for 4th place now, and Sayer sets about trying to catch back up to Pirello ahead there in 3rd. Pirello's broken away from the pack as it all broke down there through turns 2 and 3. More battles going on further down the order as well. I think Vernon is trying to fight back up through the classification. Oh, and gets out on the dirt there. He's going to have to defend from the 820 of Pavel. 10th place at the moment these drivers are fighting over. Bit of help from behind in the form of the 832 of Medina. Pato Medina nicely positioning his car there, going through, and Venon on the attack again. Had a bit of a moment through turn 2 on the lap 1, but this is a good fight back from the Belgian, running on the KR chassis this weekend, into the middle part of the race at the moment. End of lap number 3, leaders come across the line. Still Green and Mello working together at the front of the order, absolutely spot on. 3.5 seconds is the advantage they've got over the rest of the field.
As I like to call it, frenemies. Oliver Warner, warning flag. That's a big shame for Oliver Warner. Started this one P8, unfortunately, gets a 5-second in-race time penalty. That will not be what he wants. Replay there. Look at that kart control there just to hold on to it. The back steps out after a little bit of contact, brings it back, only loses those 2 spots and keeps it in the race. That's great kart control.
It was, yeah. It's kept him in that top 10. Back with our leaders, Green and Mello. Advantage now 4 seconds over 3rd, 4th, 5th and the rest of them.
I think at this point, even the mechanics at the sidelines don't need to say, keep going, keep going. These drivers know what they need to do right now, and they're doing just that, staying very firm to each other, just driving away. It will kick off, though, I suspect, on the last couple of laps. You will see the moves because the difference between 1st and 2nd, obviously, is those 2 points. It's a big jump of points. There's the warning flag going out, unfortunately, to Oliver Warner. Yeah, he won't be too happy with that one. Eyes on these two, though. No drama between the 2 of them. They will stay like this, I suspect, until the last dying moments of the race. The battle behind, though, the group of 3 is a little bit close, though. Warner, who's there with his warning flag. Then it's Charles Seyer and Pirello there as well. So all of them still scrapping for positions, but right now this is tactical. Like we always see this with the minis. Yep. It's just, you know, work together, push through. It's a big track. It's a long lap for them. You know, they're lapping 1 minute 10s, 1 minute 11s at the moment. You know, it's a long lap.
And it's one of the things for Green and Mello to keep in mind. It can be sometimes easy to forget. You just get so used to, oh, I'll attack with 2 laps to go, or I'll attack with you know, going onto onto the last lap. It's such a long lap. It's almost like the length of 2 of some of the other circuits that these drivers will have competed on. So they've got to keep themselves calm at the front. It's out. Oh, that's a real shame for Colby Patterson. Out of this race. Clearly not happy with what's happened there, and will be classified 21st and last.
Yeah, that is a big shame for Colby Patterson. Here, though, back with your race leaders. Will Green, who's not had to worry too much as we go on to this final lap and starts defending, is under pressure here from Romeo Mello. Mello, who started right behind him on the 2nd row of the grid in P3, now has just found himself side by side with him as they go wheel to wheel now down and towards turn number 5. Will Green has the inside line, but Mello has the momentum around the outside, and he gets in front and holds on to the lead of the race. So Romeo Mello now leading this one. Will Green has the opportunity to try and fight back, but he's got to try and close that gap up. Very, very close now in these last dying moments of the lap. They're saying it's a long old lap. You can carry so much speed. We see the overtakes into this corner, turn number 8. As they go up in towards 9, 10 and 11, and now Mello goes defensive. They've got a huge gap from the rest of the field. They don't need to worry about losing out to 3rd place. They just need to focus on themselves here. Will Green to the outside now, tries to get the switch back here, and now he might be able to get the switch back through turn 14 and get side by side here around 15. He does get that. He gets great momentum out of 14, and despite the best efforts from Romeo Mello trying to get past, Will Green holds on to that lead, and it's a thumbs up from Romeo Mello there just to say, yeah, nice work, well done. That was a good move. Lined it up and set it up perfectly there.
Good respect between the drivers. That's what we want to see in any of our categories. But Will Green takes the first win of the weekend. After 6 laps, wins by 0.077 of a second. And again, continues this strong run of form that Green is in for Jamie Green Racing. Pole position holder and a 0-point score on the board. Set up now for the next set of races. It'll be around 2:30 local time here in Zuera. Good amount of learning for the drivers. The conditions are subtly different to what we had yesterday with more cloud cover. Not much opportunity for the drivers to run between this race and qualifying earlier on in the weekend. For Will Green, a very accomplished victory. Another calm performance from the youngster. There is your provisional results. Green from Mello, Oliver Warner 3rd, but remember he does have that warning flag plus 5 seconds. Charles Seyer 4th on the road, Maxim Bovashov in 5th, Alvaro Pirello. Good start from Pirello, good conversion to be in the top 6. Noah Grenier in 7th, Nahil Al-Gahoudi, good return in 8th place. Aurelio Lombitano 9th, and Antoine Vanol. A good recovery into the top 10. Patrick Christensen was 11th. Anton Bouchard might be a bit disappointed with 12th. Freddie Wood Pato Medina and Luca Bavello in the top 15. Bruno Grieling, Samuel Hugot in 17th, Milo Cornell in 18th, George House, difficult race for House there in 19th place, Mason Brooks in 20th, one retirement from that race, Colby Patterson, and also a DNS for Baptiste Augustin.
Well then, a calm, collected race then. Only a few dramas in it. Baptiste Augustin, unfortunately, not starting the race in that one, so hopefully he's okay. Only the one retirement, Colby Patterson, and of course the warning flag for Oliver Warner. There though, Will Green, on your screen, no dramas whatsoever. Had that fight in hand at the last of that one, despite Romeo Mello's best efforts. The two of them, very, very close and competitive drivers. I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of the racing that these minis can offer throughout it. Of course, they will have another few races to go today before the end of that one. Let's take a look at some of the highlights on this one. The start of it, again, relatively calm, nice and clean through turn number 1 and 2. There you can see Will Green and Romeo Mello first and second at the start of that one, just breaking away at it. Carlos Sayer getting on the inside line there as well, trying to hold on to that third place spot. Bit of a concertina effect going into that one there. Some carts clouds in that inside curve. You can see that was one of the Oliver Rowland Motorsport carts going a little bit wide there. I think that was Antoine Vinet actually. That did go a little bit wide there in the corner with that bit of curve. First and second had no drama throughout the entirety of the race. Down here, though, it was a little bit interesting as drivers making their way through the field. You could see everyone just fighting for it. Nahil El Gahoudi with an absolutely superb run, racing with that brilliant start up into that third place spot, would then start to drop back a little bit. Not before getting back, though, at that position on the 8:46. Despite the best efforts of Alvaro Perello, not able to defend it in the early stages, but again would fight back, and Gahoudi just keeping control of his wagon, only losing those 2 positions. A brilliant piece of kart control there from Nahil El Gahoudi to hold on to that position. He would have to deal with the drivers just behind him, though, as everyone would start to close in. The battle raged on in the dying stages of the race, with these moves happening thick and fast. But again, the minis, it's a different driving style. We always say it. You always see these sort of battles happening in thick and fast in the early stages. Then they will find the rhythm. Then they will find the momentum. And then they all go for it. And then this is the battle that you see at the end of it, really.
Indeed. Oh, that's a good move from Mello to get round the outside, carry the speed to take the lead away from Will Green on the last lap. Good respectful racing between the two of them. But Will Green was patient, knew there was going to be an opportunity later on in the last lap. Got down the inside of Mello and then ran it to the line to take the first victory of the weekend in the X30 Mini category. Put himself in a strong position. It's going to take a big effort to beat this young man this weekend. There's a long way to go, of course, and a good bit of respect there between the two leaders across the line. Next up out on track, it will be Groups C and D for X30 Mini. That race coming up very soon, and then it will be back into the seniors as well for another round of their heats. And indeed, there you see confirmation qualifying heat C and D up next.
We're going to take a short ad break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the second half of the minis in just a moment's time.
Hi all, I'm Ada Sauer, the brand and marketing manager of STX Motorhomes, and we're here in Valencia kicking off our exciting partnership with RGMMC at the IAME Winter Cup. STX Motorhomes is a family-owned business, and we produce luxury motorhomes that are especially perfect for racing because you have your perfect home on the track with all the comforts and luxuries that you could ever imagine. Come on, let's go have a tour inside. So the motorhome we have today with us is a STX3 pop-out, and at the moment we're in the living room / kitchen area. In this area we can sleep, we have a bedroom that sleeps 2 very comfortably, and this can be made into a bed so it can be flattened out when the corner poof is taken out, and this can also be made into a bed. You can pull out and make it into a nice lounge chair or into a bed like I said. And it sleeps 2 comfortably, and like this as well. And here, with a touch of a button, you can push the bed up or down, whichever the time calls for. And then here's the TV area. Here, with the clicking on these two both sides, you bring the TV further and you can position it comfortably so you can watch it from the living area. And we have a Bose sound bar here, but we also work with Sonos to have Sonos bars as well. Here in the kitchen, we have everything you would want. A full fridge. We have a freezer, a microwave oven, and a dishwasher, as well as an induction plate for two cooking plates. We also have a wine cooler, which is fantastic for those summer evenings at the track. Then here we have our beautiful little bathroom with a towel heater, a rain shower, and a handheld shower, as well as two sinks, bathroom sinks, which is an option. Normally we have only one here, which leaves you a bunch of surface space in the bathroom. Then in the bedroom, we have a very beautiful, comfortable bed with wireless chargers on both sides, a whole lot of storage room. Here I can give you guys a look where you can hang your clothes. Then we have a AC and a heater in here, also in the living room, the same. And here, from a click of a button, the TV comes up. And now on the outside, we can have a quick look in our storage garage, which is heated and has a washing machine and dryer, as well as a plug for water. For now, we use it as our coffee corner. So please welcome to join us in our stand anytime for any questions or concerns or interests in our wonderful motorhomes. See you soon.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the IAME Euro Series round 1 here from Zuera in Spain. Mini X30 qualifying heat C versus D is coming up next. We already had a very close ending to the first Mini X30 race where we saw our two drivers battling away there. But now it's a new grid of drivers, and this one on your screen, driver Austin Newstead, very close in qualifying. You couldn't be any closer in qualifying either, could you? What was it, 2,000ths of a second separated him from starting pole position in this race versus the first race. Here we go then, qualifying heat C versus D. Let's take you through the starting lineup on this one. Austin Newstead and Christian Kobe start this one on the front row of the grid. Zianek Babacek and Stan Rajaski go from row number 2. Ivan Gonzalez and Bruno Priam go from row 3 with Matis Brajot and Novella Morales on row 4. Ludwig Granquist and Sukmani Kira round out the top 10 on row 5 with Harry Williams and Harley Musk on row 6.
Max Cruz and Austin Gibson go from row number 7. Lorenzo Vial and Tony Cacciavero start on row number 8. David Arcton and Daniel Ferguson will start on row number 9. And it's Lewis Bierland and Charlie Clough completing the top 20 on row 10. Ralph Antonhaus was a DSQ in qualifying yesterday and starts this one from the back. That was
Christian Kobe. That was your man who's starting on the front row.
Oh, yes, it was. So that is not what you want if you're Christian Kobe.
Luckily for him, that was only the out lap, so he's still got the formation lap to try and get back into position. The problem that he's got is that everyone's going very, very fast, and everyone's weaving to get temperature into the tyres, which means getting past is actually quite difficult.
Yes.
So hopefully he can do that, because he's got the time. He'll only have the time before, of course, they get to the red line on the formation lap, which will be coming up on this lap now. So I think he'll be okay, but it's definitely a scare that you don't want.
Thank goodness it's a near 1.7 kilometre long circuit. Plenty of opportunity to get back through. There is Kobe in the background.
Is
having
that
a
Kobe?
push lap.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
It's
Christian
Kobe
Kobe at the very back of the field.
He's quite far back then, isn't he? He's still not in shot. There he is. Wow, that's actually a lot of time he's got to try and close up here. It's a long lap, like you said, so he's got the time to do it. But yeah, I think best get a wiggle on, I think, at this point. You don't want to be qualifying on the front row and then find yourself all the way at the back. It doesn't seem like he's going full chat. No, it doesn't seem like he's pushing it too hard to try and close back in.
And the other part of it as well, because it's such a fast track, this is quite a fast formation lap as well.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think he's going to make this. I think he's going to have to start from the back of the field. Now the grid forms up.
But remember that they keep the speed up quite high.
Yep.
So, yeah, you may think that I'll do it when they slow down. They don't actually go that slow.
Nope.
And there you can see, yeah, he's still miles back. He's right at the back of the grid. That is a big shock. I'm surprised that he's kept it at the back there. He had the opportunity to close it up and to get back to the front, but he's not gone for it. So it will be Austin Newstead by himself on the front of this grid. Well, here we go then, onto the start-finish straight. Are we going green? No, we're not. We are going round again. And that gives time then for Christian Kobe to get back to that front spot.
Yep, it does indeed. So Kobe will be breathing a sigh of relief that, that the formation lap, we've gone around for another one.
Question is he going to do it? Because, again, I think he's still at the back there.
I think he's made his way past a couple of the drivers so far.
Just trying to think, where is he in there? Can't see it now. He's still a little further back in there. There he is,
about 4 or 5 carts from the back, so he's still got another 10, 12, maybe even more carts to get back to the front of the grid.
Interesting one on that one. Well, hopefully for him, he does find his way back to the front of this one as we get going for this one. We saw very exciting into the last one. Romeo Mello, Will Green, very close at the end there. Are we going to see similar things in this one? Not too sure. Is he trying to make his way through? He's still got time. The red line's not there. I think it's a little further on is the red line.
He's trying to come through. That's actually quite a wise way of doing it. He's gone round the outside and slotted back in. That's very good work from Christian Kobe. There is the red line. So he's back in position. We're ready to go racing for qualifying heats C and D. 6 laps for the minis. Green light. Away we go then. Good start for Austin Newstead. Will lead into turn 1. Helped from behind by Zdeněk Babicek from third. In towards turn 2. They go for the first time. Are they all going to make it through? Someone's trying to make it round the outside there. That's a good start. Well controlled by Austin Newstead after that short delay. He leads.
Yep, nice coming together there. You can see Novello Morales just diving to the inside there, very easily spotted with the very vibrant yellow letters on the front of that car. Up into P4 now for Novello Morales from P4, and a spin there. It's the 827. That's Harry Williams that's gone round, and there's another one, the 813, that's gone round. That's Daniel Ferguson. So those two with a coming together. That is into the entrance of turn number 5. So on a straight, that's a very unusual place to go.
Yeah, not the best for those drivers, but they've still got a bit of time to work their way back into this and gain some positions of any other happenings across the course of the next 5.5 laps. No breakaway this time. Novello Morales down the inside goes for third place. Lovely move by Morales. So this is going to be one of those races that stays close at the front. Don't see this pack splitting as we go through the early stages of the race, but it's Newstead from Babicek, Morales, Kobe, Gonzalez, Priam, Wachowski, Cachafiro, Gronquist and Kira. It's your top 10 at the end of lap 1.
Let's have a look then at the race start on the left-hand side of your screen with the live pictures on the right-hand side. You can see Zdeněk Babicek actually going for the move now on the live feed, but the start very interesting here. Like you say, no full breakaway from 1 or 2 drivers that you're seeing. We've got one big pack as, again, on the live feed. It's still kicking off there. Novello Morales up into second place now, right behind Zdeněk Babicek. We are seeing a huge train there. It's a good old-fashioned mini train. And, oh, dear. That's
Charlie Clough.
Yeah, that's Charlie Clough with, yeah, that's very understandably pulled that in. Effectively, your bonnet on the windscreen.
He's not going to be able to see where he's going too well with that.
Oh, and there was that.
That was the incident on lap 1. I wonder well, Clough was in around the region of where that occurred. I wonder if that's the cause of the loose NASA panel. That was right up in the air.
Yeah, that was just a sandwiching there, wasn't it? Nowhere anyone could go. Just 2 drivers, and one on one side, one on the other, just closing it in. Right then, changes and developments at the front here. So you've got Novello Morales leading the way from Austin Newstead and Zdeněk Babicek in third. Now we're seeing a 3-car breakaway here as they go 3 wide nearly, going in towards turn at number 2. Morales holding on to that one at the moment, and now that allows the likes of Bruno Priam and Christian Kobe and Stan Rajaski to close back in now as well. Nice, close, big group of drivers here, which, again, is a good thing for visuals and for exciting racing. It's a bad thing if you're one of those drivers, because if you do make a mistake, you don't go back 1 position, you go back 8 positions. Yeah, so it's a bit of a nightmare.
It's, again, that high-pressure scenario. Bruno Priam being hung onto the outside there, lost at least 1 position, was mega a few weeks ago in Valencia to the outside there. Kobe looking for a move, but in the end, I think he's going to lose out here, because here comes the 841. Through, but no, back to the inside goes Kobe. Bruno Priam reads that fantastically, gains himself back up to 4th, and again, chance now for this top 3 to break away if they can work together. Bit of a gap there that could be grown with a bit of good strategic play. Once again, getting back on top of things. It's Rachaski in the 841, back up to 4th place. Quick check over the shoulder for Morales, who goes straight down the middle of the road, leads at the end of lap number 3.
You could just see there that Zdeněk Babicek didn't fully stay in that slipstream on the start-finish straight. You see the time that he's lost there going in towards turn number 2. Not able to fully stick with it. He's got it back now, though, as he was managed to hold on to the pace through the corner. Now he's going to go for the switchback here, and now he's going to go for 2nd place, maybe in for 1st place. Is that a double move at hairpin 4? Yes, it is. That is a fantastic little overtake, and Zdeněk Babicek now leads the way from Navarro Morales. Austin Newsted under pressure now as well from Bruno Priam, who is just behind. So keep a close eye on that one. Ivan Gonzalez also closing in as well as Bruno Priam getting down the inside, gets it done up into 3rd place now. So Newsted in a little bit of bother here as he's in this 2nd pack now. He needs to try and work together with this group to close back up to Navarro Morales. But Zdeněk Babicek, he may be thinking that, oh, I'm in the lead, I'm running well, but he needs to think that he hasn't got anyone around him. So he's not got a slipstream, he's not got bump draft, he's not got anything like that. But the drivers behind all do have that, and I guarantee they'll be right on his rear bumper going into turn 2.
Indeed. End of lap number 4 then. Babicek still leads Morales, and here comes the push, here comes the slipstream push all the way back from Austin Newsted, and just as you say, Anthony, they're right on the rear bumper of Babicek going through turn number 2. Newsted to the inside of Priam. We've got to remember, very different circuit, of course, but Newsted's races were typified with strong finishers in Valencia a few weeks ago at the Winter Cup. He likes the 2nd half. He plays the long game. Up to 3rd place is Newsted now. It's still Babicek at the front of this one. Morales showing that pace, showing a bit more consistency than perhaps we saw last time out. And here at round 1, at Zuera, there in 2nd place, and joining the back of the queue as well, Ivan Gonzalez, well positioned there in 5th.
Yep, certainly very, very close. A little bit defensive there goes Navarro Morales. He'll lose the time there to Zdeněk Babicek as he takes the normal line, and now Morales to the inside, can't quite get that cut alongside, runs to the wide. Now Newsted might have a chance to get down the inside here through this section as we go on to the final lap on this one. Borders out as we go onto the start-finish line. Once again, you're seeing the gap there. Trust me, that won't exist when they get towards turn number 2. So Babicek's going to have to defend going in towards turn number 2. And there you go, the gap's gone already. So that just shows that slipstream working so, so well. Watch the outside there. You can see the likes of Stan Rajaski and Ivan Gonzalez going through. Now we're 3 wide here. Babicek on the inside through turn number 3 in towards the hairpin of turn 4. And now here comes Newsted back to the inside, and he retakes the lead of this one. Superb stuff. But now he's going to have to defend because he's got Bruno Priam alongside. In fact, no, he hasn't. He's got Bruno Priam leading this race. Leading the way goes Bruno Priam. Newsted 2nd. Morales tries to get through but can't quite do it. And Stan Rajaski back up into 3rd place.
Really good moves from Rajaski there, picking his moments. Newsted looking to the outside. Potential switchback, bit of contact between 2nd and 3rd. Opens the door for Babicek once again into 2nd place. Who is going to take this one? It's going to be one big run to the line. Bruno Priam looking for another victory. Was in the points here at Zuera last year when it came to the final. Is it going to be the best of starts for Bruno Priam's round? Babicek goes down the inside, but is there going to be a line open for Austin Newsted? Yes, there is. Austin Newsted to the front. Line coming up. Checkered flag is taken by the 874 of Austin Newsted by 0.061. We said he finishes strong. A perfect reading of the situation. nipped on the inside. Brilliant race victory.
Yeah, that was absolutely brilliant. That was superb. Exactly what he needed. Read the road perfectly there. Could see that Babicek and Renault were going for it. They saw them scrapping and thought, right, this is my chance. Get down that inside, get it done. Exactly, that's what he saw. Perfect.
Wow, what a morning of racing we're having here at Zuera. There, Austin Newstead takes another win. Team BMR will be very pleased with that. They've got a lot of high hopes for this young driver. Having missed out on pole position overall in the category after the two qualifying groups yesterday by 0.002 of a second, that will be a win that will feel very good indeed. Rest of the field coming in. 20 finishers took the checkered flag. Let's have a look at that provisional result then. Austin Newstead for BMR takes the win, 0.061 ahead of Zdeněk Babicek, using his experience. Another strong runner from a point scorer last year ahead of Bruno Priam in third. Stan Ratajski in fourth place. Novella Morales in fifth place. Christian Kobe, after that spin before the race started, got himself back onto the front row, and a decent score there in sixth place. Tony Castrofero gained a lot of positions in that race, was up to P7, a gain of 9 for the Andorran. Sukmani Kira, a good result for Sukmani Kira there in the top 10. Gained 2 to finish 8th. Ivan Gonzalez in 9th. Harley Musk completing that top 10. Matis Braccio, Ralph Antonat, good moves there from Ralph Antonat up 9 to 12th. Ludwig Gronquist in 13th. Austin Gibson 14th. 15th was David Argton. Lorenzo Viao in 16th place ahead of Lewis Bierland. Max Cruz, Daniel Ferguson and Harry Williams, your 20 finishers. One retirement from that race, Charlie Clough. But there's your winner, Austin Newstead. On the board, it'll be Newstead and Green leading the intermediate classification at the end of the first round of heats. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that 6-lap heat. It was a good start for Newstead from the front, helped by Zdeněk Babicek on the pole side of the grid. Running towards turn number 1. Through turn 2 as well went the field. As good defence from Newstead. Knew there was going to be attacks from behind. He just held to the inside through the first braking zone. Tried to set this one up for a bit of a breakaway, but it's going to be always be a bit difficult in this one. It's a pack of 5 or 6 at the very front of the order as everyone jostled for position in the second half of the field. Bit of contact in the second half of the field on the first lap, which resulted in a number of karts having their progress disrupted, including the 827 of Harry Williams. His Oliver Rowland Motorsport teammate Charlie Clough would retire not soon after with a broken NASA panel. I mean, he couldn't really see where he was going for parts of the lap in for the 851. Lead change on lap number 2. Zdeněk Babicek down the inside of Morales to take the lead of the race. Morales fought back in the second half of that lap. Newstead slipping by as well, going into a phase of the race where the positions were always going to be traded between the drivers. Good move that on lap 4 by Bruno Priam, continuing the form that we saw at the IAME Winter Cup a few weeks ago down in Valencia. Took third place. Then we saw again Austin Newstead, like we saw at Valencia, starting to develop in the second half of the race. Fell back to around 4th place, got back to 3rd, past Bruno Priam there with a nice move through turn number 4, and then set about trying to find a way past the lead 2. Had to wait for a while. Through went Newstead past Morales in the early stages of the final lap, and it was Babicek still at the front of the order. Austin Newstead looked down the inside going into turn 4. Maybe thought at this stage of the race that was job done, but back came Bruno Priam round the outside to take the lead of the race through turn number 5. Morales was still in there, but got a bit of a hip check through turn 5. In the end, would finish in 5th. Into turn 8, looked like it was going to be between Priam and Newstead, but that bit of contact there allowed Babicek back into 2nd place. And there was still more plays to go through here for the X30 Minis. Babicek with a dive to the inside in turn 14, but compromised off the corner, both himself and Bruno Priam. That opened the door for Austin Newstead to step down the inside. and get on the throttle pedal to take the victory. Doesn't matter if you only lead for a couple of corners on the last lap, as long as one of those corners is the last corner. So Austin Newstead takes the race victory. Let's head down to Parc Fermé. Anthony Jordan going to have the thoughts of our race winner.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, down here in Parc Fermé with our race winner, Austin Newstead. Austin, that was a tough race, wasn't it? Lots happened, but it all came down to that final corner. Tell us about the start of the race, though.
So I managed to, because I had a good quali, I managed to start on the inside, which obviously helped a lot. So then I got a good line going into turn one. I just had to defend for the first few corners.
Yeah. The weather conditions here, obviously very cold. It's biting cold out there, I can imagine, on the wind. How are the hands feeling?
Freezing cold.
But hopefully you can get those warmed up. Rest of the race, and though the end of that race, though, very exciting. You saw an opportunity to send it to the inside through 14. What was going through your mind there?
I just knew I had to be patient and wait for the best opportunity to come. And then when it came, I went for it and I took the win.
Superb little overtake there, well fought, and a good way to start your weekend. So hopefully the rest of your races this weekend go the same way. So congratulations, well done. Best of luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Well, there is back to the seniors now. So Andrew, we'll head back over to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Indeed, yes, back to the X30 seniors for the next phase of their competition across the course of the next 45 minutes or so. We're going to see action from groups B and G in the first race, A and F in the second race, and C and E in the third race, which means that if drivers in Group D, they sit this round out. And I think this is the phase of the competition where it really starts to hot up for the seniors. They've got this group of racers and 2 more this afternoon in this long programme to decide who will be the top 72 out of 115 drivers to proceed on towards the superheats, which will be live here tomorrow from Zuera, and then of course the top 36 who run into the final. 1 minute board has just been shown to the drivers here in Spain. Thank you for joining us, Andrew Mather and Anthony Jordan on commentary duties for you today. And once again, this grid full of quality and full of drivers looking to build upon what they've scored so far in the competition. It's been a pretty open competition in the seniors so far. And there you can also see a little bit of interest on our screens, on our new rain radar feature from the production team. That patch of green, that's not grass on a nice lovely hillside. That is a bit of precipitation in the air, not directly over the circuit now, but not too far away. So once again, it's dry here at the moment. It's cool, air temperature around 11 degrees, but drivers and teams are going to have to keep their eyes to the skies because there has been a possibility of rain forecast today. Right, let's go for the next race then. This is groups B and G in X30 Senior. Their grid looks a little bit like this. Cahal Clark on pole position. Danny Karanini alongside on the front row. Otto Pykkönen and Patrick Ogrodovchik on row number 2. Kean Geraghty and Clement Utran on row number 3. Andrea Pirovano looking for a better result than the first race earlier on this morning. Starts on row 4 alongside Matis Barber. Sam Bellotta and Clovis Nugared start on row number 5. Alex Machado and Eloy Gonzalez go from row number 6. Morgan Knudsen and Alexi Constant start on row 7. Andy Rattel and Robbie Buckley alongside each other on row number 8. Romeo Roussel and Natalia Granada start on row number 9. And then completing the top 10, Frenchmen Elio Gilter and Matthias van der Kerkhoff there. That is your 10th row of the grid. Henki Kalteren and Hugo Brun start on row 11. Nicolas Simic and Charlie Gloom on row 12. Leonardo Longoni and Daniel Caballero start on row number 13. Row 14, Jakob Lizak and Francisco Costa. Francesca Chaos and Gilles Matrillo on row number 15. Christian Vigani and Maxime Blanchemont on row 16, due to start on the 17th row of the grid. 33 Cartfield. Emilio van Overberger completes the grid, but I think we also have some one DNS same as we saw this morning, no Maxime Blanchemont running out there. So it's 32 karts in the field as Anthony Jordan rejoins me in the commentary box. All to play for, I feel, in the seniors at this stage, mate.
Yeah, I'm going to put it down to that one. You know, we've seen drivers with good results and drivers with not so great results. You know, it's one of those things, really. It's the up and down sort of time for many of our drivers. But, you know, just at this sort of stage in the weekend, it's where you want to start to really focus on what you're doing. It's where you see the calculated sort of racing going on. And, of course, with the talk of tyres, big change of tyres over the course of this one. The man who starts this one on pole position, brand new boots on both sides. So he's gone for a fresh set across all the board. All the drivers next to him also gone for a fresh set as well, but two on the left-hand side for Pukkanen and Karanini. Ogrodovchik going for the right-hand side.
Another key thing at this stage as well, if you're in Group B, this is your 5th race. It's all of a sudden, it's your penultimate race of the programme. And, you know, if you've had 2 bad results, you really need to start ramping it up now.
Yeah.
Into the tram lines they go then for the next race in the seniors. They see the green light and are away and running once again at Zuera. A good start for Clark to the inside. Karanini round the outside. What a start from grid number 2. We haven't seen that so far this weekend, and the Italian straight to the front and streaking away.
Wasting no time whatsoever, straight in the lead of this one. Absolutely superb. It's kicking off in the background there. One kart going wide onto the gravel, pulls it back onto the circuit now. You've got the 2 TB karts battling away as down the inside. Looks like that was Andrea Pirovano going for the move as well. Clement Utron in the middle of that as well, all fighting for those positions, but it's a big shake-up in the middle of that pack now as drivers just scrobbling to find a spot on circuit. Back at the front here, though, Cathal Clark in 2nd place has found himself just trying to close this gap up between himself and the man in front, Kian Geraghty, just there in 3rd place. He won earlier on. He needs another good result in this one again. He's maintaining that one. He's got 0 points. He is the man that's not lost anything right now. Are we going to see a photo finish again?
Well, quite possibly. We've been talking so far this weekend and previously this season that Danny Karanini starts fast. He's straight out of the blocks as the Italian, and he likes to do this tactic of push the tyres really hard in the first few laps, build up like a 1.5, maybe 2 second gap if he can, and then conserve. But I think even by Danny Karanini's standards, that was a mega start. Leads by 0.9 of a second over Clark at this stage. Geraghty just behind. Then there is a bit of a bigger gap back to Alex Machado, now up to 4th place, alongside with Pukkanen in 5th. Well, those two came together, didn't they, earlier on this morning in the previous set of races for the seniors. So let's see if they can make progress. There are your gaps on your screen. At the moment, it does look like Machado is closing towards Geraghty. Pukkanen to Machado likewise, but it's a big gap at this stage of the race, 1.7 seconds.
It certainly is, but again, just keep a close eye on all these gaps now. Now we're starting to see some interesting developments here because Clark has pulled away slightly from Geraghty. Geraghty's not been able to maintain that pace. A little further down here, though, is down the inside there, the 349, getting that move done. Brilliant stuff for Clovis Nogueira, gets past Heikki Kautonen. That is for 10th place on track. Big moves happening there through turn 1. It always seems risky. It always looks easy when they do it, but trust me, from their driving point, that's the scariest place to overtake.
Yeah, it is so fast into that first turn. Kautonen needs a good result in this one after a DNF earlier on today. There on your screen. Drivers' progress so far in this race. Down the inside, the 269 with Clement Utran takes the position of 5th place away from Pukkanen. Nice move from the Frenchman. Retired from the final in the IAME Winter Cup earlier on in the year, but we saw a lot of race pace from Utran. It's going to be a factor again this weekend.
Big movers so far in this one. Leonardo Lagoni, 12 positions gained. He's up to P13 at the moment. Heikki Kautonen with 11 positions gained. Like you say, just lost one to Clovis Nogueira, though, but still moving pretty well. Still up several positions in this one. Natalia Granada getting back up into 18th place, as well as some drivers just tumbling down the order just a little bit. The person who's lost out the most, unfortunately, in this one is Elio Gilter. Unfortunately, the cousin of Evan Gilter, losing 13 places. He's down in 32nd, but he's not out of the race, which is a plus that you can take.
Here's a battle between Pirovano and Pukkanen. Pukkanen having a bit of a difficult race so far. Losing positions, that's another one to the TB kart runner. Pirovano, another driver who has lost some chances, you would perhaps think. Needs a strong, let's say, top 10 to get himself back in contention. Nobody wants to go home before the superheats have even started. It's the top 72 who proceed through. 5 or so drivers will not make it through. End of lap number 4, Carinini from Clark. That gap is hanging around a second still. It's gone out a little bit that last time around, 1.1 seconds. My goodness me, another close moment there. That was the 3.49 of Nugared going down the inside of Eloy Gonzalez. Eloy Gonzalez saying, nope, not having any of that. 9th place is still mine. Meanwhile, a bit further up the order, change for 4th place there. Utran past Machado. 2 teammates there, they're not going to fight too hard over that position.
Well, there you go. There's a nice little graphic there. Galhao Clark chasing Carinini for first, but the gap increasing now to 1.2 seconds. Danny Carinini has this one under control. It's gone down a little bit, though, during that sector. 1.1 seconds now, so it's fluctuating at the moment, but again, it's just a case of bring these karts back to the end of this one. Then you come to the TB Cup trio. Here you've got Alex Machado, you've got Utron and Andrea Pirovano. All of them who've had up and down results so far this weekend, but all of them looking for good results in these last few races that they have here. There a look at the gaps between these 3 drivers, and again, just all working together, all closing into each other, and all trying to push each other along in this race.
Indeed, it's been a good team effort so far from that group of drivers this weekend. I just think for Carinini, though, this is where the experience Danny Carinini has. So many years running at this international level, so much success over the years for Danny Carinini, and this is what he does best, just controlling the race. There's a warning flag for the 2.84 of Leonardo Longoni down in 15th place. That is not good news.
No, it's not. Again, in race 5-second time penalty will be applied to Leonardo Longoni. Which is a big shame. Right, so we are on lap 6 of 9. Danny Carinini leading the way from Cathal Clark. King Gerrity still there in 3rd from Clement Utron. Alex Machado still in 5th place from Andrea Pirovano. Otto Pukkanen there in 7th place from Annie Rattel. Lovis Nugared from Eloy Gonzalez rounding out the top 10. We're currently watching your man Andrea Pirovano. There is a TB cut that stopped. That is, the 277. That is, Christian Fagani. So that is unfortunately not gone too well for him at all for Christian Fagani. Where has he dropped down to out of the race? Yeah, and down in 32nd place. Big shame for him.
Absolutely. There is the 272. Alex Machado. Kart running well at the moment. Unfortunate moment in Machado's previous race. Let's say never gives up, does Alex Machado. Straight back on it, fighting at the front of the order. And Doran knows what he needs to do in this phase of the race. Keep this top 5, I think he'd be happy with that. More than comfortably in the top half of the standings right now. End of lap number 7. Is that gap coming down? No, Carinini and Clark, 1.394 seconds. Now the gap as out of the race is one of the victory lane cars. That's Charlie Gloom in the 296. So another retirement from this race. And it's at this stage of the competition that you really don't want to have that. Well, at least for Charlie, 2 more races after this, because Group G have already had their sit-out round where they don't race. So anyone who starts on the anti-pole side of the grid has done 1 less race up to this point than Group B, but still not good news. Charlie Gloom.
Well, with that time running out, this has definitely been one of the calmer of the the senior races. We've had some exciting ones throughout it yesterday, which you won't have seen on the live stream. You'll have missed those first 9 races. Very, very exciting as we see a replay here of Otto Pukkanen just down the inside there, getting past fourth position.
Pirovano, he's getting past there.
Yeah. So again, nicely done, but still changes happening. Back here, though, at the front on the final lap, Danny Carinini. Well, no contest here. 1.5 seconds is the gap now. He's made that brand new set of left-hand tyres on his wagon. Works extremely well. Cathal Clark, who's got a brand new set of boots on all fours, can only best second place. So it just shows then that maybe the track benefiting there, the faster of the right-hand turns. There are many of them, turn 5 being one of them. Very fast one, so brand new set of boots on that left-hand side of the car certainly will help out dramatically. But for Danny Carinini here, superb effort for him, brilliant start and no contest.
No, it's been classic Carinini in this race. That super run from P2 round the outside of Cathal Clark to take the lead of this race, and he has not been challenged since. Danny Carinini is playing himself into contention. He's going to be at least third in the standings in the intermediate classification after this, and it's a win for Danny Carinini. Wins by 1.5 seconds, 1.6 seconds ahead of Cathal Clark. Cian Geraghty, another strong result, follows up the win earlier with a third in this one. Clement Outram, the first of the TB carts, home in fourth. Alex Machado back there in the top 5 ahead of Otto Pukkanen, and Andy Rattel late on got 7th place. But for Danny Carinini, that looks very routine, very strong. That is a statement to the likes of Adrian Martinez and Marcus Luzio, Joseph Smith, who are all in that top section. In this first race of this particular rotation, Carinini's gone out there, won it, 0 points, in a very strong position.
Yeah, certainly is. No drama there whatsoever for the Italian. He will bring it back. He'll cruise back, I think, to Parc Ferme with a nice smile on his face. Good way to end just before the lunch break. A superb result for him. We'll have a look then at the provisional classifications in just a few moments' time. But for Danny Carinini, 1.6 seconds clear from the rest of the field. Cathal Clark finishing in second place, and Cian Geraghty, Clement Outram and Alex Machado rounding out the top 5 from Otto Pukkanen and Andy Rattel. Clovis Nogueira, good run for him. 2 positions gained, finishing in P8 from Andrea Pirovano, Sam Balota and Eloy Gonzalez rounding out the top 11. 9 positions gained for Heikki Kautorin, the RSD karting driver, having a superb drive in that one. He had Natalia Granada for company just behind in P13, gaining 5 positions. Romain Roussel rounds out 14th, with Mattis Barb giving you your top 15. 16th place downwards sees Leonardo Lagoni again, 9 positions gained in that one. But yeah, again, shaky race in that one all the way throughout. Robbie Buckley as well with a good result. 17th from Gil Matrulla as well. 12 positions gained in that one up into P18 from Morgan Knudsen. Mateusz van der Kerkhoff finishing and rounding out the top 20 from Alexi Constant, Francesca Quiros. Then it's Lysak, Van Overberger. Then it's Drofczyk. So that's probably his worst result he's had so far. Yeah, that's not the best result that Drofczyk would have wanted. Down 21 positions, finishing in P25. Simek from Caballero, Gilter from Brunn, and Costa running out the remaining 30 kart runners. Charlie Glum and Christian Fagani, both retirements of that one. The highlights were aplenty. Talk us through, Andrew, what happened at the start of this one? Very exciting.
This was the main moment for Carinini, sweeping round the outside, trusting the grip that his Zanchi Motorsport machine took the lead of the race away from Cathal Clark. The rest of them filing through, trying to feed their way through turn 4. Can be very tight on the opening lap. All the karts running a touch wide to drivers left. And it was, to say, the standard attack of the opening phase of the race that we've seen from Danny Carinini so far. The TB karts were coming through the field as well. Some good teamwork from the likes of Clement Outram, Alex Machado and Pirovano as well. That was Outram going past Otto Pukkanen. Having a very up and down weekend so far, but still very much in play at this phase of the race. That was a nicely orchestrated switch of positions between Outram and Machado for 4th place, consolidating their positions high up in the top 10. Pukkanen had a strong second half of the race, fought back, got back past Pirovano there. Meanwhile, at the front, Carinini, like clockwork, extended his lead from 0.9 to 1 second, upwards towards 1.5 seconds. In the end, took a victory. His second of the weekend so far, hasn't been lower than 4th in a classified result so far this weekend, really has put the pressure on the two drivers ahead of him in the standings at the moment, Marcus Lutzio and Adrian Martinez. This is what I love about this phase of the competition, is like, right, that's what I can do. Over to you, competition, to see if you can match it.
There we go. There on your screen, Paul Chaus Rivero, the driver of the 317, the driver who put it on pole position in qualifying, the fastest lap this circuit has seen in the IAME category. We caught up with him after qualifying.
Once again, here in Parc Ferme, end of group number 3 in senior qualifying. And once again, we've got another driver who's gone fastest of anyone in the category so far, Paul Chaus. Currently, with one session to go, you are first in timed qualifying for seniors. How pleased are you?
Yeah, it was an amazing lap, the perfect gap with the guys I have in front, and the chassis was perfect. So very thanks to the team because they did an amazing job, and now looking forward to all the hits and thinking in the points.
What goes through your mind over the course of the 6 minutes to make sure that you're in the right position?
Well, I was thinking about I have to stay calm and push very hard, and the time was perfect, so very happy, and thank you to all my team.
Times are looking very quick. We're already 0.2 quicker than we were in 2023. Do you think your time, your 1 minute 2.6 is good enough to be P1 after the 4th session?
Yeah, it was an amazing lap, how I say before, but I think that the track this year is more better than the past, so all the groups are improving, so let's hope to have pole position and start the hits on pole.
It's a much stronger position at this stage than at the IAME Winter Cup a few weeks ago. Does that give you confidence ahead of the races? You know you've got the race pace from Valencia.
Yes, in Valencia was a very good pace also, but the luck was not on our part, so let's see if this weekend I have luck and all the things are good, so thank you.
Well done once again, Paul. Great lap time. We'll see you later on.
Thank you very much.
It was a superb lap time, and it was slightly gifted as well in holding on to that top spot due to the fact that, obviously, you wouldn't have seen this yesterday, but the qualifying Group 4 for the seniors had a bit of a mare, didn't they, with their red flag after being stopped with all the drivers being slow on the track.
Yeah, it was a situation that you don't like to see, but I think it was absolutely right call from the officials. It's about 3 minutes into the 4th group, so right at the point where lap times are going to start coming in, and you had a group of drivers going way too slowly, if I'm being perfectly honest, and causing a safety concern. Red flag went out, and what it meant is that effectively all drivers on the grid lost 2 flying laps because they lost the one that they were on at the time of the red flag going out. And yes, the times restarted, but it meant that they had to do another outlap in effect. So it was an interesting situation, but one that benefited Paul Chaus.
Certainly did. And speaking of Paul Chaus and benefits, there you can see the graphic. 4 brand new set of tyres on wagon for your pole sitter on this one. Let's take you through the full starting lineup for Heat A versus F. Paul Chaus on pole position. He took a win earlier on, his first win of the weekend. He's got Joseph Smith alongside, Mark Granada and Marcus Lutzio on row number 2. Gilles Redmonds and Adam Rahali, they go from row 3 with Christian Piasatti and Kyuho Lee on row 4. Bertram Sash and David Dragan round out the top 10 on row 5. Then you have Ruben Moore and Thomas Hansen on row 6. Mickey Blaskos and Hugo Gillet go from row 7 with Loris Sash and Francois Delity on row number 8.
Thomas Van Villey and Yannis Bouillet go from row number 9. Luna Claret starts on row 10 alongside Arthur Varsor. Fred Green and Luca Bertoni go from row 11. Aaron Garcia needs a strong run here, retired from the previous race, starts from row 12 alongside Rafael Vajani. Luca Montebello and Lewis Bird both made good progress in their previous races, start this one from row 13. Hugo Heron and Luca Horton similarly have driven through the field so far in races this weekend, start on row 14. Maximiano de Silva and Luca de Grand start on row 15. Alessandro Biggi and Dylan Patel there on row 16. Freddie Housley completes the 33 karts due out on circuit, and I do believe we have one driver missing. So we're down to 32. Luca Degrange does not take the start.
Yeah, big shame there. You saw very briefly while going through that grid the rain radar. Again, another one of the new graphics the team has been working on very hardly behind the scenes. Big system not far away from the track. It's not over the track at the moment. It's a ways away, but certainly it is a threat. More tyres being coming up on your screen here. Brand new set on the left-hand side for both Gil Raymond and Marc Granada out on track. So again, a lot of drivers now getting into the switch of getting those new tyres. Remember the seniors, when they come to the final later on, they do get a brand new set for the final. But in between qualifying, all the qualifying heats and the super heats, they just have the 2 sets.
I'm just going to caveat this next statement that we do have slightly tinted windows here in the box, so things look darker, but I'm just looking to my right, so kind of up towards sector 3. There is a cloud that is darker than all the others and probably looking the heaviest. It's dry, it's not raining at the moment, but that's an ominous looking cloud. I know a lot about this, being from Yorkshire. It rains a lot.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you said it, not me, because I know it annoys some people when we start talking about rain up in the commentary box. Here we go then, round the final corner then. We're looking good. Few gaps in the mid-pack there, but it all looks tidy at the front here as the revs start to raise into the tram lines. Lights will go green, and we are away and racing. Look at the start that we've got here. Joseph Smith right round the outside. Can he hold it? Can he do a Carinini? Yes, he can. Down the inside, and now he immediately defends. Joseph Smith leading the way from starting from the outside row. Beautiful start there as they all start to scrabble in the background there. Paul Chaus, who's been tucked in behind, he just gets back up into second place, but now he loses it all as Granada comes through. Marcus Luzio comes through, and it's Marcus Luzio back up into second place.
Yeah, super start from Marcus Luzio, and even more super start from Joseph Smith. They're all at it now from grid number 2, showing early that you can go around the outside. There's a couple of karts off out of our window just towards the back. We'll track who those were in a few moments' time. It's on the exit of turn number 6. There it is. It's the 228 and the 348 that are off the road. And the 348 out of the race. That is Thomas Hansen, who started up on the 6th row of the grid. It was the 228 that was the other kart involved. We'll come back to check that through. It's going to be Luca Montebello.
And clearly very upset there was Thomas Hansen, saying, what on earth was that? And under investigation now is the 252 as well, possibly for the start of that race, which is Joseph Smith. So he had a good start. Was it too good, says Race Control. And they are now checking that. So your man who's in second place under investigation for the start of that race.
Marcus Luzio has worked his way to the front now. There's another trend that we saw at the start of February. He missed the IAME Winter Cup. Marcus Luzio under pressure excelled. He performed through the heats. It was the battle with Finn McLaughlin on that occasion, where it's a back and forth between the two drivers, and it was always that question of, can Luzio keep this form going? Well, the evidence of so far, yes he can. Now let's have another look at this race start. Paul Chaus on the inside there, Joseph Smith on the outside, closest to us on the screen, and Paul Chaus is it now. Paul Chaus has his hand in the air. That's an interesting one. Joseph Smith has his hand in the air as well.
Wave them around like you just don't care. Not too sure on that one. It looked pretty clean from my point of view, but of course they have a lot more cameras in Race Control. They can tell you exactly what happened. But of course, under investigation for the start of that one is Joseph Smith. Live pictures still on the right-hand side of your screen as we're seeing the battles unfold. Replays of the race start on the left-hand side of your screen, and that one there, and very unhappy Thomas Hansen as he drives away, and or as he walks away, I should say. Sorry, as he is out of the race. Back here at the front, though, Marcus Luzio leading the way. This is good for Marcus Luzio here. 0 points still to his name, and looking for another win here.
Indeed. Arguably robbed of a victory in Valencia a few weeks ago. Mechanical failure put him out of the final. Done superbly up to that point. Oh, look at this down the inside. Loving that move from Gilles Renran in the 268. Cutting to the inside. Once again, drivers back and forth. Down the inside goes the 314 of Rahali, and on the scene as well,
Ruben Moya.
Ruben Moya, last year's winner here at Zuera. He's had good speed again, was in that disrupted qualifying Group 4, as out is the 2-1-2. That is not a good moment at all for Luna Claret. Oh, what a shame for Luna. She's out of the kart perfectly all right. That's the most important thing, but it's going to be down and out of the top 30 with that result.
Yeah, that is a big shame. New fastest lap as well, Marcus Luzio, as he continues to extend his gap to 1.8 seconds, as down the inside, Ruben Moyer again trying to get that move done on Gilles Redmonds, and he does get it done through the exit of turn number 5 and before turn 6, and he moves up now into P4. A little bit of defensive positioning there as they all flow into the corner there just behind Kyo Lee, Adam Rahali, David Dragan, all nearly out braking themselves as they try and slow down for that corner there. I'm seeing a warning flag going out to the 2:33 as well on the big board, and that would be Arthur Vassort, who's down in 21st place. There it is, confirmation there as well on your screens. But yeah, big shake-ups then at the front here as we've got a yellow flag.
Full course yellow.
We are under full course yellow, and I'm trying to see what is the reason of that. I'm not seeing anything out on track.
I think Yanis Brule has fallen down the order. Now, what are we observing at that point? Not quite sure. But yeah, Yanis Brule has fallen down the order to 29th place. Apologies, it's one of the things here. It's where it's such a big circuit. We need binoculars at times to see out of our window what's going on. But well, yeah, I'm mystified, as mystified as yourself, Mr. Jordan, as to why it's a full course yellow.
Well, there's a look at the replays of just those past overtakes there. Ruben Moore just squeezing it down the inside there through turn 15, not able to get it to stop. Once again, I am slightly perplexed as to why we have got the slow, but the slow is out there. So race neutralised then at the moment on lap 5. 4 laps completed. Marcus Luzio leading the way. Obviously that gap now has come down to 0.2 of a second from the 1.8 that it was before. Actually, no, it was over 2 seconds. So there you go. You can see the field all bunched up once more. And right now, race control just sending them back round again on another lap. So right now, race neutralised. Looking at the retirements at the moment, I am seeing there is some retirements. I can see Yanis Luna Claret was one of them as well. Thomas Hansen. But right now, yes, I can see it out my commentary box window now out of turn 1. I can see a driver just being recovered to back into the dummy grid area there. So couldn't quite see that from my commentary box position. So we are neutralised at the moment. And we'll try and get to you about who the driver is in a few moments' time. Unsure at this possible moment. So as we go on to lap number 6 now, race still under yellow flag conditions with Luzio leading the way from Smith, Granada from Moya, Redmonds from Lee, Rahali, 7th place from Dragan. Chaus, after starting on pole, unfortunately dropping back to 9th place. That's not the start he would have wanted.
No, but if we do get racing laps here, it would be an opportunity for Paul Chaus to move up back through the order. Drivers trying to keep as much heat in their tyres as possible. Can be difficult on a day like today. Air temperatures and track temperatures low. I think we're going to go around for at least another lap of full course yellow here at Zuera.
Yeah, indeed. Marcus. So tyre temps is the main cause for concern here for a lot of our drivers, keeping the temperature up in those
red flag
tyres. Yes, red flag has been called. Well, I've got the lights are red flag out on track, but now okay, so the lights are red out on track, but the our lights are still saying yellow here, and there's no flags out at the moment, so we will try and clarify that at the moment. But one thing's saying one thing and the other thing is saying the other. Okay, so those lights are turned off now. So we are still under yellow flag. So the race is still going. Apologies for that, ladies and gents. So Marcus Luzio then will have a chance to get another race win on this one. As I believe possibly would be going this time. So drivers getting themselves sorted out. Last few checks to get themselves ready for this restart. Luzio and Smith, Granada and Moya, the top 4 at the moment with the last few laps of this race. It's going to be a 2-lap shootout on this one. for our drivers as they all get bunched up now, and it looks like Luzio's gone for it. He's started to wind it up now, and are we going green again? We are. Indeed, green flag and racing once more, and Luzio now holding on to that lead. Managed to get the jump here on Joseph Smith, but Ruben Moya got the jump on Marc Granada there and moves up into third place. Moya now taking full advantage of that restart and is piling on that pressure to Joseph Smith. Joseph Smith defending, going in towards turn number 4 and holds on to the race lead of this one. And again, Marcus Luzio, superb on that restart, regains a 7/10 lead already.
Yeah, perfectly done by Marcus Luzio. That's put a lot of pressure on those behind. Moya around the outside of Smith. Is that going to work? No, not quite. It's going to leave him vulnerable now to Gilles Renman. Renman through into third place. Lovely stuff from Gilles Renman. All in from Ruben Moya. Not done yet. Granada's on the scene as well. David Dragan having one of the strongest runs that he's had so far this weekend. The Romanian up to 6th place. Down the inside goes Renman. Oh, Joseph Smith out on the grass. That opens the door for Ruben Moya, who says thank you very much. Up to 2nd place.
On to the final lap we go then, and Moya now up into 2nd. Marc Granada just behind as they go through in 3rd place. A big shame there for Joseph Smith, battling away there, but just that cheeky move to the inside through 14 as Moya goes defensive once again. Look at the train. You can see Smith right in the background of this one on that victory lane car with the red helmet. Unfortunately swamped by this pack now, but it's all down to these drivers here. Ruben Moya and Marc Granada. Marc Granada is going to look maybe to the inside here at the hairpin if he's close enough. No, not close enough. Thinks against it, stays behind. But we have seen the moves, though, into this next corner. Turn number 8. Again, not close enough. Stays behind, not able to get that car down the inside. Moya will defend this one right to the bitter end as he just runs a little bit wide there in the exit of turns number 12 through 13 and 14. They go, but Marcus Luzio once again, this time it's not a photo finish, it's all by himself. Marcus Luzio 2.3 seconds clear from Ruben Moya. Marc Granada finishing in 3rd place from Adam Rahali. David Dragan finishing in 5th place after gaining 5 positions. A superb drive there from the top 5, all gaining positions for Marc Granada. Gilles Remans from Paul Chaus, Christian Biasati and Kyuho Lee. Joseph Smith finishing that one, unfortunately, in P10. Won't be too happy about that one, but it's not a DNF.
It's not a DNF, it's a decent score on the board. I've got to say, Marcus Luzio has won quite a few races so far this season. I think that might be one of his best yet. The pressure that he's been put under by other drivers in terms of their results, and then having that full course yellow, reducing his lead from 2.5 seconds to next to nothing. He got that restart absolutely spot on and comes home with another victory, and is still undefeated this weekend in Zuera, and can start to maybe even think about I'll be lining up on the grid in those superheats, but there is going to be more work for him to do before the end of today. There's your provisional result after 9 laps. Luzio from Moya by 3 seconds. Granada a close 3rd. Adam Rahali in 4th ahead of David Dragan in the top 5. Gilles Renman in 6th place. Paul Chaus, another top 10 for Chaus there in P7. Christian Bisate in 8th place ahead of Kyuho Lee and Joseph Smith. Aaron Garcia, that's the kind of result that Aaron Garcia needed. P11 up 12 in that one. Francois Delati 12th ahead of Bertram Sash, Hugo Delayed and Loritz Sash. That's the top 15. Lewis Bird was up 10, finished in P16 ahead of Fred Green. Mickey Blashkos in 18th ahead of Luca Bertoni and Hugo Heron completing the top 20. Luca Horton 21st, Arthur Vassor in 22nd, Rafael Rajani, Freddie Housley, Maxi De Silva all inside the top 25. Dylan Patel 26th, Thomas Van der Leyen in 27th, Luca Montebello 28th and Alessandro Bigi 29th. They were all non-finishers in that race. Yanis Broudet, Luna Claret, Thomas Hansen and Luca Degange was of course a DNS. Here was the start. Fast start from those on the front, Paul Chaus and Joseph Smith. Just to note, we haven't seen any further notes come up on our timing screens regards the start for the 2.52, but the Drivers headed towards turn 2 for the first time. Joseph Smith at the front of the field. Look out for Marcus Luzio there, going into turn 2 in 4th place. He's very efficiently able to work his way through the order. Joseph Smith had a comfortable lead into turn 4. Paul Chouse down the inside of Granada opened the door for Marcus Luzio to slip through with a very shrewd move by the Briton. Out early went Thomas Hansen, not happy at all. What happened there, it's Luca Montebello cutting across the grass there after that incident. We didn't see the start of the incident itself. 252 and 314, the two victory lane machines getting into a bit of a train. On the scene was Granada as well, going round the outside of Adam Rahali. Adam Rahali cutting back to take 3rd place. This is all very good news if you were Gilles Renman and Ruben Moya behind. It gave them the opportunity to come through. Renman down the inside, took Rahali for that position. Rahali went back, and this was a big moment in Ruben Moya's race. Big chunk of curb, got on the inside of Renman, on the curb again. The seniors giving no quarters as ever out there. Moya down the inside of Renman, going through turn number 5. Renman's fighting it hard, but last year's winner knows this place well, and that was a super move to gain another position.
This was the restart, then after the restart, I should say, and that was the moment that Joseph Smith, unfortunately, getting squeezed out onto the grass there, losing several positions. He would end the race in P10. Race would carry on, but it would be uncontested for Marcus Luzio, who would take the checker flag some 3 seconds clear from Ruben Moya, who did gain an impressive 9 positions in that race from Marc Granada, who finishes in 3rd place after starting in 3rd place. Well, we move on to the next race now on your screen, and for your man who starts this one on pole position, Jan Gomez. It was a good qualifying, but his races haven't gone his way fully in this one. We caught up with him after qualifying.
Here in Parc Ferme after the first group of qualifiers for the senior category here at Zuera, and as things stand, Jan Gomez is our fastest driver in the senior category. Jan, a really good qualifying there, must be pleased. You are quickest so far?
Yes, it's a very good lap, and this beautiful track, I'm so good in there, and yes, I'm so happy.
It's a very difficult circuit to pick the right position in the slipstream. You got over the line just before the checkered flag came out. How are you feeling as the minutes ticked on by?
Yeah. Yes, I feel so good, but I don't see the time when I stop the car. I see the time, and my mechanic say me I got pole.
The time is provisionally at least, I think, 4 thousandths off what Finn McLaughlin achieved here for pole position last year. It's a good time. Do you think it's going to be good enough for overall pole position?
It's difficult, but it's good time. It's a perfect lap, I think.
What are you thinking of now before going to race later on in the competition? What's there that can be improved, do you think?
This competition is difficult, the level is so high. The drivers of this category are so old, and he has more experience than me. But yes, I'm so happy.
Very good. Well done, Jan. I can tell you're absolutely elated. Great lap time, and best of luck for the rest of the competition.
See you later.
Well, good to chat there to Jan Gomez. Spirits are high then in the early stages of this weekend. Hopefully they still are high. The fact that he's had some tricky race results in this one. Let's take you quickly through the starting lineup on this one. Jan Gomez starts this one on pole position with Eli Goldstein alongside Adriano Martinez and Rafael Perard go from row number 2. Christian Caballero and Louis Camin round out row number 3 with Thibaut Ramicas and Hugo Magnas on row 4. Gus Lawrence and Matis Machat round out the top 10 on row number 5 with Raymond Blanc and Ralph Antharen on row 6. Eduardo Dominguez and Nico Villa on row 7. Finn McLaughlin and Hugo Besson go from row number 8.
On row number 9, Connor Grant and Meliangelo are on that one. There's a problem out there for Marlon Vatta, which we'll catch up with in a moment. Sem van der Heijden and Eugenie Yaskov start on row 10. Oni Twisku and Soleil Knoll on row 11. Austin Gale and Julian Carmen start on the 12th row of the grid. Luke Taylor and Marcel Masiewicz starts on row 13. Marlon Vatter was due to start on row 14, but obviously will not anymore. So it'll be Marco Piccolo on their own there on row 14. Alexander Ruta and Luis Aguiar on row 15. Juan Pablo Girard and Miguel Silva on row 16. Victor Kulmala completes the field of what will now be 31 runners, because Mark Piccolo also will not take the start. So scrub row 14 completely off the board.
Tyres. There it is on your screen there. Confirmation Jan Gomez, brand new set of boots on the left-hand side. Ellie Goldstein choosing not to go for new tyres in this one, but I think it was new tyres earlier on, wasn't it?
Yes, in the last round.
That's why they're all used now. Yeah. So he still has got some fresher tyres on his wagon. But yes, he's already used his brand new set from earlier on.
How big do you play this if you're Ellie Goldstein? We've just seen in the last 2 races P2 be able to sweep round the outside and lead coming out of turn 2. It's a bold move, it's a doable move, but it's risky. And if you're Ellie Goldstein, you've not got any margin for error with the results that you've had so far this weekend. Turn 2 has seemingly been the Achilles heel for Ellie Goldstein so far here at Zuera. Ready for the thoughts of Ellie Goldstein right now. This has got a feeling of this is a big race for him.
Yeah, this is an important one here now, and obviously had to really work for it earlier on, if you remember that race. So close, could only best a second place, though, after going wheel to wheel with Marcus Luzio. And the closest finish we've seen, this is fairly spread out. Is it going green? Yes, it is. We go green and racing down in towards turn number 1, and it's a good start from Gomez, who holds on to that lead, but he now has the door wide open, and I think that's Adriano Martinez who's going to send it down the inside. Yes, it is. There goes Ellie Goldstein as well, and it looks like Rafael Perard also getting a good start on that one, and I think it's actually Rafael Perard who leads the way.
Yeah, Perard got a super run from grid 4 as somebody is off 2 drivers left in the dust, switched across the inside line. I think Goldstein had to think about going around the outside, but just withdrew from trying to go side by side with Gomez off of turn 1, keep himself in the race. A wise move. Down the inside there, the 301 of Luis Coman going through, taking the 214 of Jan Gomez. That's a good move. Mustienes is in there as well, as Raul Zanzarin had a good start. Yes, he has had a very good start as Raul Zanzarin. The overtaking machine is on the move again.
Yeah, Raul Zanzarin wheel to wheel with Timo Ramikers there and gets that job done now. He's under pressure a little bit just in the background there, but that, like you said, absolutely superb start there for the Spaniard. Here comes Timo Ramikers again with that slipstream. The rest of the drivers, Gus Lawrence right behind him, following that slipstream there as they go through. The same as the driver just behind there. That is, I believe, Connor Grant following as well. So it was Eduardo Dominguez who lost out on a fair few positions on that one, but it's still Perard who leads the way, and there's Andrea Martinez going for 4th place then. Good racing in these early stages.
Yeah, Martinez showing that form once again, currently sitting, well, before this race, sat 2nd in the points, trying to defend that 2nd place from Danny Caronini. That's a point back. It puts Martinez back to 9 from 10. If he can gain another 3 positions, he will hold that 2nd place at the end of this round of heats. Meanwhile, back at the front of the order, Perard under pressure, a lot of pressure from Goldstein. Down the inside goes the 206. That's what we like to see from Ellie Goldstein. Takes the lead of this race.
Yeah, nice stuff there. Obviously, those used tyres that are only fresh this morning, scrubbed in, working well. Nice to see. Perard with that new set, though, on the left-hand side. He has sported those at the start of this race, is making those go to work here, though, as he sticks with Goldstein going in towards turn number 2. It's whether or not it can stick with him through this section here. Through in towards turn 4 they go. If you start to lose it here, you won't be close enough for that slipstream on the start-finish straight. But these two are both broken away, though, from the rest of the pack. Louis Comin, who's gained 3 places in this race currently, is 3rd in the 301. He's had a fabulous start to his race now as well. And Perard not dropping off the back here from Goldstein. Absolutely sticking with it here.
Racing with a lot of confidence this weekend is Perard. There is a warning flag for the 223. That is Selene Knoll. So that'll be +5 seconds for her, unfortunately. latter stages of the third lap. Goldstein leads, Perard second, but I'm intrigued to see what is the pace like of the two behind. Comine, Martinez, don't rule out Hugo Manias as well in fifth place. Don't rule out Thibaut Ramekes as well. Ramekes on the move, down the inside into turn one, takes fifth place. Now we saw some very impressive overtakes from the young Belgian yesterday. That's another one in the book. Past Manias for fifth place. Is Manias going to have another go? No, I think he's just going to hold. Warning flag as well. This time to the 309 of Luke Taylor. So a couple of penalties coming in this one.
Yep, certainly so. Ramekes on the move though, and he's up into a good position in the early stages of this one. This is a little further up, Luis Coman and Adrià Martínez. And as you can see, that gap has come down considerably, and they are starting to scrap. And you know what? I would say that they're somewhat closing in on Perard and Goldstein just up ahead as well.
No, I'd fully agree with that. They're working well together at this stage of the race. 4 laps down, 5 to go after this one. Thibaut Ramekes. My goodness me, how is he impressing this weekend? He seems to have taken it a step up after we last saw him at Valencia. That was his first weekend at the senior level here in the IAME X30s in the IAME Euro Series. We know about everything that he did in the juniors last year. Was 7th in the final here 12 months ago. This is a very impressive performance closing in on drivers that we know are in form. There it is, new fastest lap in the VDK Racing entry, 2:31, 1 minute 3.489.
Gap there. Oh, was off the track. That's the 307. Oh, that's Raul Zanzarin. Oh, after a lightning start, Raul Zanzarin, unfortunately, now out of this race. That is a huge shame for him, and look, devastating. Devastating for him.
It just doesn't, so far this year, it's just not happened for Raul Zanzarin. He had a disrupted time at Valencia, and it's not gone well here in Zuera again. That is going to be a bit of, but may not necessarily be him out of the picture in terms of top 72, but that's going to make things hard now for making the final. He's going to need to have a good run the rest of the competition if he's going to make a top 36 again. Meanwhile, back at the front, Goldstein coming under a bit of pressure now. Coman going down the inside of Perard for second place, takes it pretty easily through turn number 2. And it's properly closing up now. Ellie Goldstein still has control of this race, but for how long?
Yeah, that is the ultimate question here. I mean, right now he's got the buffer. He's got the buffer as again it changes. But come on, and well, yeah, Ramekes actually, yeah, getting past Adrià Martínez here just in the background. So again, big changes with this battle here. But now, in these last few moments, they need to just think now. Think, don't overtake straight away. Don't try and waste some more time. Now you've got yourselves in an order. Try and work on this one. Ramekes isn't going for it, though. He's going for the move. He's wasting no time whatsoever. But he knows that he can do that, though, because he has that slipstream advantage on the start-finish straight. Again, he can tuck right in. He'll get the bump draft now as well from Rafael Perard, who's right there behind him now. But look at just the distance he can gain away from this one. It's absolutely superb. And look at that gap just closed up. And he's even going to go for second place here, wasting no time whatsoever. Gets past Luis Coman. And now he gets into second place. Now, this is where we could see Ramekes and Goldstein go to battle. Ramekes, an experienced junior driver, now stepping up to the senior, showing that he's an experienced senior driver now, but he's going to battle against a very experienced senior driver. Ellie Goldstein versus Thibaut Ramekes. What a fight that would be. We could see it here.
This is one of the fights that we've been looking forward to all weekend. We were already going to get it in the heats. There was a move further back as well. Perard went down the inside of Coman, and I think Martínez and Manias have got through there as well. So Perard, I've been impressed with Perard this weekend, the attitude that he's taken of just getting out there, getting on with it, giving it his all, and he's shown that he's got the pace here for round 1. Goldstein leads this race. I think the gap is going to be very telling at the end of this lap number 7. What has Ramekes got? What has Goldstein got? The gap is 0.7 of a second, and here comes Martínez down the inside, takes third place away from Perard. Another great move. Perard's going to fight back though into turn 2. Martínez has the speed. That's going to open the door for Hugo Manias, possibly into turn number 4. Manias down the inside, has the block pass. Lovely stuff again from Hugo Manias up to 4th.
Yeah, indeed. Nice tactical overtakes there. Not wasting any time, not fighting too hard, just getting it done. and moving up. Louis Command there as well, just sticking with it. Big check over the shoulder there for Parade, and here comes Louis Command down the inside, gets it done, no time wasted again, pushes it. Look at the body motion there from the drivers, and here comes, who's
Finn
that? Is that
McLaughlin.
Finn McLaughlin? Yeah, we've not said much about him. He's up to P6 now. He has flown through the field here. Finn McLaughlin up 8 positions, same as Hugo Besson. Hugo Besson is also just behind as well. He's battling away with the likes of Mathis Maschouts as well. So big moves happening all the way throughout this field. Going on to the last lap, Ramekers has closed the gap up to 0.5 of a second between himself and Goldstein. He is chasing him. It is coming down, but is it enough? Is it enough?
He's right on the edge of being able to properly feel the toe now. This first sector is big for Ramekers. If he can take another 1/10 of a second out of Goldstein, he's got to be thinking, if this is going to be changed, it's going to be right at the end. It's going to be over the line. Ramekers has got to be inch perfect through sector number 2 now. How much time did he take out? He didn't take any time out of Goldstein at all. Goldstein at the moment is doing enough.
Goldstein had a big check over the shoulder there, going down in towards turn 5, thinking, wow, how did you get there?
Where have you come
Yeah,
from?
where have you come from? Right, okay, I best sort myself out then and try and hold on to this position. And that's exactly what he's done then in these last few moments of this lap. Despite Ramekers' best effort there, it's a good result, but it's just not going to quite be enough. I'm looking forward to seeing what these two can do later on, maybe in this weekend. This battle's not over. It's checkered flag, it's Eli Goldstein, and that's what he needed. That is what Eli Goldstein needed after those bad results earlier on. A win on the cards is what he needed.
That's why he's a former winner in this series. Really good performance from Eli Goldstein under a lot of pressure. Thibaut Ramekers, it's another second place. He really is impressing this weekend, and I think you're absolutely right, Anthony. That is a tasty proposition for later on in the weekend. Martinez continues the good run of form that we saw at the start of the year. 3rd place for him, Manyas 4th, Coman 5th, Parade 6th, and good to see Finn McLaughlin back up there as well. I haven't really seen him on the cameras much since the retirement in the final in Valencia, when another one of the drivers who arguably could have won that race was in the disrupted Q4. It is not giving this one up. Another solid top 10. The field rolling towards pit lane. We'll go into the lunch break shortly. And there they are into pit lane. Let's have a quick check through the provisional order. Goldstein, Ramekers, Martinez, Manas, Coman, Parade, McLaughlin, Meerschout, Gus Lawrence up in the top 10 as well. They're completed by Hugo Besson. Jan Gomez 11th, Eduardo Dominguez 12th, Christian Caballero, Austin Gale and Connor Grant all inside the top 15. Miguel Silva 16th, 17th for Julian Caman. Meliangelo in 18th place ahead of Sam van der Heyden. Luke Taylor 20th, but did get a warning flag in that race. Alexander Ruta 21st ahead of Oni Tuiscu, Reimer Blanc, Luis Aguiar, and a top 25 completed by Eugeni Yaskov. Victor Kulmala in 26th place ahead of Nico Villa. He's having a tough weekend, is Nico Villa. Soleil Knoll, another recipient of a warning flag, finished 28th on the road ahead of Marcel Maciejewicz. 29th, Juan Pablo Gerard completed the top 30, and it was 30 finishers ahead of, 2 retirements, Raul Zanzarin, Marlon Batter, and they did not start for Mark Piccolo. Let's have a look at some of the highlights of that race. Goldstein had to think about trying to go around the outside through turn 1, but it was Jan Gomez who held the inside line, and Rafael Parade who had the best start of all from grid number 4, down the inside, took the lead through turn number 2, checked over his shoulder, and I think quite surprised in a way to see the gap that he had. Everybody else filing their way through turn number 4. Adrian Martinez in the middle of that, trying to progress as well. Does keep himself in the top 3 at the moment on the intermediate classification. A couple of karts running wide out of turn 4, one of the tighter parts of the circuit. Through the field came Hugo Manyas as well. Distinctive Club Cali kart colours on his machine as well, having a good scrap with Raul Zanzarin, who started quickly. Also starting quickly, Thibaut Ramekers. Had to do quite a bit of overtaking this weekend so far, and showed his skills once again, moving up through the order. Martinez down the inside, took a position there away from Jan Gomez. More good moves as well from the TV karts as well. Ellie Goldstein leading from the front. Ramekers was on the scene, as we say, down the inside of Manyas into turn 1. Lap number 6. Turn of Louis Coman to go through and gain a position. All of these place gains crucial, of course, for points in the intermediate classification. Ramek has continued his progress up through the order, eventually getting up to 2nd place. This was a nice move as well into turn 1 on the start of lap 8. Mustienes down the inside of Perard for 3rd place, the 3rd place that Mustienes would hold on to in the latter stage of the race. Coman making a move once again down the inside of Perard. That was good for 5th place. Hugo Manyas had made his way through also. Finn McLaughlin has had a quiet week so far, but showed the pace in this race, eventually taking P7 to show that he's not out of things. But Ellie Goldstein, up and down weekend so far, but another win on the board for the Belgian. Led that one home beautifully ahead of his compatriot Thibaut Ramekers. Right, that's the last bit of racing we have before the lunch break. We will go to the lunch break, but not quite yet. We're going to get some of the thoughts from yesterday, the drivers in the interview pen.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, down here in Parc Fermé with our race winner on that one, Ellie Goldstein. Ellie, good results now coming for you after some tricky first couple of races for you this weekend. Very tough start to the season here.
Yeah, tough start to the season here in the first round because some of the heats yesterday that I had some bad luck. But yeah, today we started good, and P2 in first heat just missed from 8 millisem, I think. But yeah, second heat win, so we are looking strong for the next step.
Yeah, I'd say that end to that race a lot calmer than what it was a few moments ago. So close with that finish. What's the plan then for the rest of this weekend? Because obviously points are very important now. Obviously some bad results, some good results though. So you're coming back strong now. Is it still looking good for you? Are you still in a good spot to get into those super heats later on?
Yeah, for the moment, I mean, I try to do my best in the heats to recover about the bad result of yesterday. But yeah, for me, I think we are looking strong with all the team. Also, all my teammates are really quick this weekend. We set up very good the chassis for everyone. So I think we can be proud of what we are showing in this first round. And for sure, we'll come back even stronger for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th round.
That's what we need, isn't it? Some good results all the way throughout the rest of the weekend. But great work for you so far. I'm sure you can enjoy a nice lunch break now, and we'll see you back out on track a little bit later on. Congratulations, well done.
Thank you.
Excellent. Well, as we head to the lunch break, Andrew, we'll close up with you up there. But certainly a very interesting end of the first half of the day. Interesting results, but I'm curious to see what happens. What do we have coming up later on today?
Absolutely, very curious situation here for round 1 of the IAME Euro Series 2024. Here is your schedule for this afternoon. We will kick things off with another round of the juniors at around 13:50 local time, so just over 40 minutes. Minis will then follow up for their 2nd round of heats at around 2:30 local time. Then the seniors come back out for their penultimate round of heats, B versus F, taking things off from 15:10. And then we do that whole cycle again. Juniors will come out for their 3rd and final set of heats. That'll be just after 4 o'clock local time. Minis will have their final set of heats just before 5 o'clock. And then last but not least, the seniors once again for their final round of qualifying will be kicking off at around 5:30 local time. Don't go anywhere. The same stream will continue and the same broadcast will continue after the lunch break. Thank you very much for joining us here at Zuera this morning. My name's been Andrew Mather. He's been Anthony Jordan. We'll see you after the lunch break for more racing here from Zuera.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is IAME Euro Series Round 1 here at the International Circuit of Zuera. Opening in 2007, lap record is currently being held by one of our senior drivers, Paul Chouse, this weekend in qualifying with a 102.664. That is what drivers are aiming to try and beat, but that's going to be quite difficult because they're not in a qualifying setup. The track itself, 210 meters down the main straight, 140 meters down the back straight in towards turn number 2, 1,699 meters in total track length, 8 meters wide with only 2 meters of elevation. Put it this way, it's a flat circuit. No need to worry about undulations or anything like that around this track. This track itself, though, 15 turns in total, 9 to the right, 6 to the left with the 2 hairpins. A fabulous layout, so fast in terms of speed these drivers would be hitting. It's very quick, but overtaking opportunities, you've got 3 of them, rounding towards turn 2, 4, and then in towards turn number 7. You do see them in other places as well, but they seem to be the hot spots. The top speed these drivers reaching a dizzying 136 kilometers an hour, an average speed of around 97.3 kilometers an hour as well, which basically puts into context is a very fast circuit, and we have seen some very fast racing and some very fast overtakes around this entire track as well. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Andrew Mather back in the commentary box. Andrew, first half of the day, it's been good weather, it's cold, and threats of precipitation in the air potentially over the course of these next few races.
Yeah, it could get quite spicy with the weather out there across the course of this afternoon. Right now, though, it is dry, cold, as you say, air temperature around 11 degrees Celsius. But there is our rain radar. So there's been a bit of rain to the north, but there could be more coming in. Before we get to that, though, let's catch up yesterday with Alex Pinheiro. There he is, second in qualifying overall and has pole position for this race.
Alex, a super day the RC2 team are having. Your teammates and seniors have done well, and you're now fastest in the first group for the juniors. How pleased are you?
So we made a good work, and we have the pole position for this. All the teams work very hard, and the mechanic, my father, all the team. And so tomorrow we will do the hits, and let's see what happens tomorrow.
A very short session, 6 minutes. What tactics did you have? What were your thoughts before the session of how you would drive in that session?
The team before the session said me, you have to start at 6 minutes when the green flag starts to move, so start the engine, and in the last lap I was very fast, but in the start of the session it was difficult, but in the last lap we have the pole position, so I'm very happy for them.
It's a very competitive group of drivers. You race tomorrow, so no races this afternoon. Are you confident that you can win some of those heats?
Yes, I can win some heats, but it will be difficult, but we can.
What do you think you'll be working on? What area on the circuit do you think you can go even faster in?
So in the sector 3 and sector 2, we are very faster. And in the sector 1, with a driver, I have a driver ahead, I will be very fast. But in the qualifying, I didn't have any driver ahead, so in the sector 2 and the sector 3 we were very fast. So
good stuff. Well done, Alex. Another great result for the team, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Great to chat there with Alex Pinheiro. Then starting this one on pole position, we'll have Riley Cranham for company alongside as engines fire up. Qualifying heat B versus C. This will be the first time these drivers race against each other today for Junior X30. Let's take you through the full starting lineup of 23 drivers. Alex Pinheiro and Riley Cranham on the front row of the grid with Jos Mulder and Sam Woolley on row 2. Jesse Phillips and Arthur Huang on row 3, running at the top 6 as you got Federico Sfidelity and Harrison Mackie on row 4. Mateo Melis and Shek Peters on row 5 with Daniel Motta and Nikita Nikshov on row number 6.
Jorn Helder and Nilas Malek start on row 7. Didier Krieft and Stigler Redemaker go from row number 8. Henry Carter and Maxime Prudent start on row 9. The top 20 is completed by Thijs van House and Moritz Moore. Archie Owen and Jacob Backler start on row 11. And Daniel Oliver completes the 23 runners in this one. They're on row number 12. Formation laps underway for the drivers. Get some heat in those tyres if they can. Still very cold out there, but importantly dry at the moment. And yeah, it's already a very exciting afternoon. We've already seen today results, you know, 0.008 seconds separate two drivers for a win. 0.002 seconds decide a race as well. Nature of this Zuera circuit, especially with that long run from turn 13 round to the start-finish line, means it's going to be very close across the course of the day. And then potentially we're going to have the weather throwing in its cards as well to spice things up. Potentially.
Potentially, but you know it's on the cards when you look in the dummy grid area, the pit lane where all the trolleys are. When you see all the trolleys sporting a full set of brand new wet tyres on them, you know that even the mechanics think that it's possibly going to rain soon. So they have them at the ready to go. If it was a beautiful, clear, blue sky day, those tyres would not be on the car at all. So, yeah, that just shows that even the mechanics have got a feeling that it's going to start raining soon. So, yeah. Today is not over yet, folks. It is only beginning. Our race director, Martin Bean, wrapped up nice and warm as he is on top of that gantry there, focusing on getting this race started. He has got he's the all-seeing eye at the start of these races and all the way throughout these races as well, as our drivers negotiate their way round the top section of the track in towards turn 14 now. Nice and slow as on the exit of this turn. That's where you see the red line. From that point, there is no overtaking allowed. You are under the yellow conditions. And from this point onwards, it's all about the start of the race. Here we go then, out of 15 and into the tram lines. It's fresh after the lunch break. It's Junior X30 and away they go down in towards turn number 1. Great start from Alex Pinheiro. Holds onto that inside line. Just Mulder in the green helmet there. You can see getting up into second place as they make their way into the braking zone of turn number 2. You can see Just Mulder holding on to second place. One of the carts going wide. That looks like Sam Woolley, who was unfortunately taken to the gravel there and has gone all the way to the back of the grid. That is a big shame for him, but it looks like everyone else has got away well. Riley Cranham, they're in third place.
Harrison Mackie had a moment out of turn 1 as well, and the number 21 was lucky in a way to survive, has kept himself in this race, but through turns 5, 6 and 7 they all go. Great start for Alex Pinheiro. There's the number 39 of Riley Cranham trying to find a way back through into second place, but at the moment Just Mulder having a good run here. 4th place at the moment. Mateo Melis, what a start for Melis from the 5th row of the grid. He's made a lot of progress on this first lap.
Change there as Riley Cranham getting past Just Mulder, like you're saying, yep, and up into P2, just trying to find a way back through turn 14. Not going to happen. I would stay there, use that slipstream to your advantage, and maybe get it in towards turn number 2. Wheel to wheel there as they go down the start-finish straight there. That looked like maybe Arthur Huang just trying to get down the inside there, as now you can see these top 3 just line astern now, and Alex Pinheiro with that advantage has broken away now. He's got a nearly an 0.8 of a second advantage now over these 3 here, as down the inside, Just Mulder looks for the move through turn number 4. Arthur Huang tries to follow as well as they go through. It's not Arthur Huang, I should say. Spartaletti, yeah, it is. Spartaletti in that blue liveried cart, you can just see coming through there in the background, just trying to get his nose down the inside. They're not able to do so, as Just Mulder again attacking there at the front. Melis leaving the door open there and gets a big helping hand there from Spartaletti just behind, and now is having to deal with Jesse Phillips. Jesse Phillips has had a good start. He's up into P6 now.
And lost a couple of positions there. There was on the outside nothing much that Phillips could do in that regard. Harrison Mackey's come through back into 7th place. Just to note further down the order, we said that Sam Woolley had that moment on lap 1, is currently down in 18th place. End of lap number 2 then. Pinheiro leads from Cranham, Mulder, Melis, Spartaletti, Mackie and Peters down the inside there. That is Melis going on the attack on Mulder, getting through into 3rd place. Mulder having a think about going back down the inside into turn 2. Spartaletti now has a go down the inside and gets both of them. Beautifully done by Spartaletti. He's got to get it done, though, off the corner. He's going to have a long run to turn 5 with a bit of help from Mulder behind. That is super, super racing from the Italian.
Yeah, that's very nicely done there as they all try to sort themselves out back again in towards turn number 8. Checking over the shoulder. Some hand gestures coming in there just to think, right, OK, let's push it. Let's go a little bit harder here. A little mistake there from Jos Mulder. Puts himself now back under pressure from the drivers behind. Melis just trying to find his way back through here. Not able to do so. Harrison Mackie could gain a couple of positions here if Melis tries to go for the move here. So Matteo Melis under pressure here from the Fusion driver behind. Back onto the start-finish straight they go then. Wind it back up, get them revs working, get those engines working as they go through the revs, and both of them getting past. And there, Jos Mulder losing out on those 2 positions there.
Good reading of the situation by Mackie there. Knew that Melis was going to be weak off the corner. Sorry, Mulder was going to be weak off the corner and stepped through the door. The gap is closing at the front of the order. Last time around, 1 minute 5.4 for Pinera, 1 minute 5.2 for Cranham. Spartaletti behind, going even quicker than that, 1 minute 5.1. This is not done yet for Pinera. He's going to have to work hard. The gap is half a second and closing.
Yeah, that is an interesting point you just bring up there. So, yeah, with us about half race distance now, the battle still unfolding here as we keep watching this battle here. Melis under pressure from Mackie. Replay here of Spartaletti. You can see here in the blue liveried cart, just coming on the outside here. Watch him under braking. Just there, bang, right into that rear bumper. And you have to be careful with that because that can infringe a nose cone penalty. Not a penalty for maybe the stewards, but maybe just a penalty of if that bracket is broken at the front, you come in, that's a non-disputable 5-second post-race time penalty that gets added.
All the carts are checked for many things, but that is one of the key elements that they are checked for when they come into Parc Fermé at the end of a race. Great pace from Riley Cranham, so great that he's taken the lead of the race. 1 minute 4.865, and they've swapped at the front. The 39 now ahead of the 11, Alex Pinera. Looks quite calm, though, at the wheel of his Auto Club Atti2 Valles. It's been a good weekend for them on the Gillard chassis so far. This was the move. Looks fairly textbook down the inside into turn 1. Riley Cranham. That looked relatively easy, but I think for Alex Pinera, not fighting at that stage, that was a good play. You want to keep that second gap between the 2 of them. Spartaletti is still pushing on. Purple in sector number 2. The Italian has not given this one up. It's going to be difficult for him, though, on his own.
Yeah, it certainly will be. Back on the start-finish straight they go. Keep an eye on those gaps as the graphics there on the bottom half of your screen, giving you all the information you need to know. But again, Cranham leading from Pinera, Spartaletti, then Mackie, Melis, Mulder, Helder, Nikita Nikishov, Jack Peters, and Jesse Phillips, who finds himself down in P10 now at this latter stage of the race. But right now, all calm. I'm not going to take it away from Pinera. He's dropping back a little bit here, but it just feels like he's still got that pace. He's still closing in. It's not over yet, I don't feel, between these 2. Back here, it's certainly not over between Harrison Mackie and Jos Mulder. Jos Mulder in the green helmet there, just checking over the shoulder. We'll see that he's got Matteo Melis just behind there in the TB cart. Not able to launch an attack just yet, staying behind. There you can see the positions gained or lost so far in this session. Biggest loser out there, you've got to put it Arthur Huang, unfortunately for him, the number 88, dropped out to P17.
Yeah, it's not been the kind of race that Arthur Huang would have wanted. Final lap then of this heat. Big defence from Harrison Mackie, trying to hold on to 4th place here ahead of Jos Mulder. He'll go to the inside of the approach turn 2. Mulder thinks about a bit of a switch back there, but there just simply wasn't enough space for them. Back at the front of the order, you were absolutely right, Anthony. Pinera has been holding in there and is now really attacking Riley Cranham here on the last lap of the race. He's going to be on the outside going into turn number 5. Cranham deals with that well, but this is not done.
No, certainly isn't. There you can see the gap has come right down now to less than 1/10 of a second as they go in towards turn number 8. There you can see Cranham going to the inside line, holding that defensive line. Now Pineda closes up even more. Watch them as they go in towards turn number 8 now. Not close enough this time around. Bit of dust kicked up in the background. There's been a contretemps just there further down the order. But eyes stay on this battle here as they go in towards the final couple of corners now. In through 13, out in towards turn 14 they go. Don't think it's going to be close enough. It could be a run to the line if he's got the waft. I don't think he does. It's going to go the way of Riley Cranham then for the checkered flag. That's a nice result for him. He takes the win here at Zuera in his second heat of the day. Riley Cranham takes it. That will be exactly what he wants from Alex Pineda. Federico Fidelity takes third place after gaining 4 positions. A superb result, though, for Riley Cranham. 7 laps completed, and he will come home with a race victory.
That's a victory that'll feel really good, I think, for Riley Cranham, knowing that he was on the outside for the start of that race, taking the win from second place on the grid, especially with that pressure at the end from Pinera. A particularly good run, I think, for Federico Sportolatti there, up to third place. Harrison Mackie fourth. The drivers on their cool-down lap will head into Parc Fermé, go through the mandatory checks, and dust themselves off. They'll be back out for another set of races later on this afternoon, of course, and stay with us because we've got another one of the races from the juniors coming right up. Let's have a look at the provisional results from that qualifying heat for groups B and C. Riley Cranham takes the win. Yet another margin of less than 1/10 of a second between first and second. Second this time was Alex Pinera. Federico Spadaletti in third place. Harrison Mackie fourth. Just Mulder fifth. Matteo Mellis, Nikita Nikishov, Jesse Phillips, John Helder and Sam Woolley all in the top 10. Good fight back there from Woolley for being on the grass on lap 1. Czech Peters 11th. 12th for Archie Owen. Didier Krief in 13th place ahead of Henry Carter and Daniel Motta completing the top 15. Stigler Rademacher in 16th place ahead of a difficult race there for Arthur Huang in 17th. 18th was Jacob Backler. Maxime Prudent was 19th. Moritz Moore completing the top 20. Thijs van House in 21st ahead of Daniel Oliver and Nilas Malik. All 23 drivers saw the checkered flag. First to last covered by a mere 13.7 seconds. But there is your race winner, Riley Cranham, just going through the checks of the weight for both kart and driver at the end of this race. Assume everything's good there. Thumbs up from Cranham. Job done for this phase of the competition. Let's have a look at the highlights. This was the start. Good start for Alex Pinera on the inside. Good start as well for Just Mulder there in the number 27, tucked into second place as they went through turn 1. There was that slight moment for Harrison Mackie on driver's left, just dipping a wheel into the dust, and did well to show all of his skills and keep the kart on the road. Going through turn 1, that was the flash moment for Sam Woolley on the outside, driver's left. Had to take to the grass. I think there was a tiny bit of contact at least there. Big move from Riley Cranham, went down the inside of Just Mulder. That was good for second place, still in the early phases of the race as the drivers getting their instructions from the mechanics on the pit wall here down the main straight. Some really good scraps on in the middle of the park. Bit of a bump there for Spadaletti. I do wonder whether there was any damage to the front bumper and whether the bracket will have been dropped. We'll remain to see in the final results, of course. Jesse Phillips lost a couple of spots there. Harrison Mackie going through. Lap 3 down the inside. Spadaletti continued good progress through the order. Bit of help from Mulder behind, going past Matteo Mellis, who had a great start. Moved up from the 5th row of the grid and was as high as 3rd at some points, but in the end faded a little bit, finished in 6th place. Middle phase of the race, more moves going on, switching back and forth, where Mulder, Mellis and Harrison Mackie intent on making up positions as well. This was the key move for the race though. Lap 5, down the inside into turn 1. Riley Cranham had been chipping away at the lead of Alex Pinera up to that point and decisively went through, held onto the win. A good rally from Alex Pinera at the end there, but just didn't quite have enough to overhaul the Fusion Motorsport driver, and it's a win for Riley Cranham. There's the drivers for the next race, but before we head to that one, let's head down to Anthony Jordan in Parc Fermé with Riley Cranham.
Thank you very much. Yes, down here in Parc Fermé with our race winner for that one, Riley Cranham. Riley, superb race from you on that one. Certainly had to work for it. Talk us through that race. It was some certainly interesting bits there.
It was a good race. I had to start on the outside at the start, so I had to slot back into P3. Then I pushed the kid for a lap because he was defending, so then the other kid got away. So then on the second lap, I went in, and then he kept going back in, so I went in again, and then I got that gap, and then I drove up to the kid, and then we got ahead of him. We made a bit of a gap, which was good in our own air. And then on the last lap, I didn't know whether he was going to come at me coming down the straight because it's so long. But I defended it and came out first.
There's threat of rain in the air. Do you think that we could expect some later on in the last heats?
I hope not.
What would it mean if it did start raining? I mean, British drivers, they can come away, and you've got practice in the wet weather, haven't you?
Yeah, I'm good in the wet, but I've never been around here in the wet before.
Well, then that would be interesting, wouldn't it? But yeah, fingers crossed it stays dry for you. Congratulations on the race winner of that one, and yeah, we'll see what you can do later on.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Well, plenty more races to go. We've got another junior race to go, so Andrew, back up to you.
Thank you, Anthony. Indeed, yes, the next race out on circuit, X30 Junior Groups A and D. After the timed qualifying yesterday, they face off in the next race out on circuit for 7 laps. The junior category will have its second round of heats completed after this one, 12 kilometres up there or thereabouts to decide it. Let's, in a moment, have a look through the grid, but it's another very competitive order here. You see the drivers in dummy grid patiently waiting for their start. Kenzo Craigie, you can see on the right-hand side of your screens as the 3-minute board goes up. It's had a very good weekend so far. Racing for George Gibbons Motorsport for the first time this weekend in the IAME Euro Series. And has accomplished many things in his young career, but I think particularly we noted it earlier, Anthony, with Kenzo Craigie. Consistency from Kenzo Craigie is, I think, the order of the day. We know he's got the speed. We've seen him win many races in the past, and he did a good job earlier on this morning. There is the rain radar.
God,
so
look
still,
how close that's getting.
At the moment, a band of rain to the northeast and east. It's somehow missing the circuit. But from what we've seen, Anthony Jordan, it's not eastward that's the interesting bit, it's westward.
Westward, yes. In, I think, not very far future, we could have a huge band of rain that just swallows the circuit whole. Yep. So, yeah, it's certainly looking interesting for the latter half of the day. Here, though, on your screens, your current pole sitter for this one, Javier Barrasca. He has got the close company of Kenzo Craigie alongside. Now, cast your mind back to the races earlier on. Benjamin Manak actually taking the race win in that one. He starts just behind Javier on the second row of the grid in P3. Kenzo Craigie also with the race win on the outside. This will be the first time we see the 2 winners battling against each other. So basically, it means that someone here is about to take their first loss.
Indeed, yes. It's going to be that mathematical situation for the drivers out there. And as I say, it'll be 7 laps to decide it. There is a close-up of Kenzo Craigie looking calm at the wheel of his car. Has been on super form so far this weekend, particularly impressive, as we mentioned earlier, Anthony, for those just joining us, wasn't at the IAME Winter Cup at Valencia earlier on in the year, so you know, it's gone straight in with a lot of drivers. Probably about 3/4 of the drivers that we've got here this weekend were racing at Valencia. Not Kenzo Craigie, he's gone straight in there and is competing very well. This driver was at the Winter Cup, Benjamin Maniac, and had a very good weekend indeed. Has continued that strong form, starts this race 3rd on the grid, and there's some good pace in the Birlart machine this weekend for Benjamin Maniac. I wouldn't rule out Thomas Pradier as well. You can just see him checking last moments there in the number 44. The victory lane karting efforts have been strong this year, less than a minute before the drivers hear the whistle and get the green light. Thank you for joining us, Andrew Mather and Anthony Jordan, on commentary duties for you today and tomorrow as well, where we'll have the super heats and the finals here from Zuera for the first round of the IAME Euro Series for 2024. nearly time for us to go racing here. For the second heat in the second round of heats for X30 Junior, it's the qualifying heats for Groups A and D. Anthony Jordan, how's your grid?
Javier Barrasca and Kenzo Craigie on the front row of this grid. Can Craigie make it 2 for 2? Second row, Benjamin Manak and Thomas Bradier. Can Benjamin Manak make it 2 for 2? That's the question. Dan Alaman and Toby Gale, they go from row number 3. Tyke Butley and Zach Green on row number 4. Aston Sharp and Angelina Simmons, they go from row 5, with Rock Pineda and Jose Bautista rounding out row number 6.
Max Murray and Quintin van Leeuwen go on row number 7. Senna Munier and Flavio Cara go on row number 8. Carolina Redondo and Emilio Byrne start on row 9. The top 20 is completed by row 10, Louis Bazare and Elvis Krasauskas. Row 11, David Michuna has had a difficult weekend so far. Let's see if this is going to be a good one from that 11th row of the grid, where he's joined by Nat Johnston. And Wouter Bergino starts at the back, 23rd on the 12th row there. We keep looking out the window straight ahead of us to
it's a lovely day.
North. It's looking very lovely indeed. You've got a beautiful view over to the hills and the...
is that the north or is that the south?
Yes, actually, yes, it is the south. Basically, to our right, the west.
That's where it's
coming from, and there are
when
some
you look
clouds
out
coming in.
This window here, obviously the ladies and gentlemen at home can't see where I'm pointing, but it's the window that kind of looks over the dummy grid. Over there looks very horrible. It doesn't look very nice over there whatsoever, and that I think is that big band of rain that's in the north of the circuit. But that amazingly is just missing us, which I think we're very thankful for. So. Right now, for all of our drivers, it's just a case of make sure you get these races done in the dry conditions as best as you possibly can, because later on, if you are a driver that struggles in wet conditions, you might struggle in the latter half of the day.
Air temperature has come up a little bit, 13 degrees, but it's still pretty cool out there for the drivers. The other factor, if we do get a bit of rain as well, is that's going to be very good for saving the dry tyres for later on in the competition.
Yeah, because tomorrow Sunday, you know, finals and superheats, it's sunny.
Yep.
But windy. Yeah. Well then, drivers once more making their way into the final sector of the circuit as they approach turns 12 and 13. There's sort of like double apex corner here. There's the first entry point, and then second one here. This is turn 13. Drivers being slowed down there dramatically just while they get themselves sorted out here. We have had some really good starts over the course of this weekend, haven't we? We've not had much drama. All the starts have been relatively scot-free. So hopefully we continue that trend all the way throughout this. As we pass the red line now, no overtaking beyond this point as the revs start to raise here at Zuera. Into the tram lines, are we going green? Yes, we are. Down in towards turn 1. Great start from the inside row. Barrasca holding on to that one, and Manak follows through as well. But it's not gone well for the outside line at all, because there's 2 carts off in the gravel trap at the exit of turn 1. Amazingly, one of them gets going again, but it looks like one driver out, and it is the 29 that's out of this race, and that is a big, big shame for Angelina Simmons Torres. Unfortunately, this young Spanish female is out of this race, not able to get that car back onto the track. Big, big shame. Back with the race leaders here, though, as they go through there. You can see the number 66 going through. That's Aston Sharp. Aston Sharp up into second place from 9th on the grid already.
Wow, that was a mega run round the outside through turn 5. Stuck his nose on the inside through 6 and 7. Rewarded with second place. Barrasca struggling a bit at the moment on the inside. Sorry, no, it's Kenzo Craig. He's struggling on the inside in the number 48, trying to not go any further backwards. I think he's lost 2 or 3 positions so far on this first lap, and it's not done yet, this first lap. This long, long circuit here at Circuito Internacional de Zuera. End of lap 1 coming now. Over the line in the lead of the race. 6 laps of this X30 Junior heat to go. Javier Barrasca looking good. 0.8 of a second ahead of the fast starting Aston Sharp. Benjamin Maniac still there in 3rd. Kenzo Craig is recovered back to 4th. And Toby Gale completing that top 5.
There we go as they watch them go through here again. Up in towards turn number 4. The hairpin. A prime overtaking opportunity here for our drivers. And again, looking a little bit scrappy there. But Sharp managing to hold on to that position just at the moment as the train all starts to form just behind them. Javier Barrasca, though, has opened up a little bit of a gap here, though. He's got about 0.6 of a second between himself and the drivers behind. Aston Sharp, you can see there on your screen, just holding on to second place. Maniac still there as well. Remember, Maniac was the driver who finished in second place earlier on. So, yeah, he's looking, in the race lead, sorry, earlier on. He took a race win. So, again, he is thinking, I need to get these positions. I need to get back up this order. But right now, he has just stuck in that little bit of a lull as he waits for a mistake here or an opportunity to get down the inside.
I remember as well, Aston Sharp started his first race very quickly as well. So, I think it's cutting out from the slipstream now is Maniac down the inside. Sharp tries to fight it, but has to relinquish the position. Here comes Kenzo Craigie as well down the inside to take third place. Oh, big send from Toby Gale there. Nearly made it work, but has to pull out of that one. And a good call to just retreat there into fifth place. That could have been a bit nasty.
There's nothing worse than getting that front nose cone, getting caught in a rear bumper as down the inside. Benjamin Maniac wasting no time whatsoever. Gets past Javier Boasca through that fast sweeping turn 5, through turn 6, communicates with his teammate there. Right, let's go, but down comes Craigie. Craigie to the inside. Sharp follows suit as well as they go wheel to wheel. In towards turn 8, the door is slam closed, and now through goes Toby Gale. So as much as Sharp gained a position, he then lost a position to his fellow countryman a little bit further down. Well, there we go, down the inside as they go through in towards the next section, into the final sector. It is Benjamin Maniac that has a lead now and is controlling it, but can he maintain that for this next lap?
Yeah, it's a difficult moment for Aston Sharp. Has just lost another position to Thomas Pradier behind. Here comes Boasca down the inside of Kenzo Craigie, assisted by Toby Gale. Lovely reading of the situation so far by Toby Gale. Gained 2 positions in the last couple of corners. Down the inside goes Boasca again, retakes the lead away from Maniac. Has to defend into turn number 4 on lap 4 of 7 here. New fastest lap of the race, Nat Johnston. 1 minute 5.515 is coming through the field quite nicely. He's up to 14th. Aston Sharp and Toby Gale looking for another way round the outside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and more of them all fighting for the lead here. Boasca defensive again down into turn 8. Sharp looking round the outside of Craigie once more. This is a proper race.
Yeah, this is a proper scrap that these drivers are getting through now, but it also could spell disaster for drivers if they do lose one position. Just like that, Kenzo Craigie, he may have lost 1. He's lost 4. 4 positions lost in that one corner. You've got to be so careful. If you expose the inside line, you expose potentially losing so many places. Breakaway now, top 3, as that is, I think, Quinten van Leeuwen receiving his black and white warning flag, which does come with that 5-second in-race time penalty. But now you're seeing here Toby Gale going for the race lead, and he gets it. Toby Gale, P3 to P1 before turn 2. Brilliant stuff.
And he's worked his way up here from the 3rd row of the grid. Been spot on so far from Toby Gale, but now the hard work begins. Now can he keep the lead? The rain's still staying away for the moment there on our rain radar off to the north and the east of the circuit, but for how long? That remains to be seen. I think this race will be fine. Down the inside goes Boasca on Maniac again. They swap positions once more. Back up to 2nd place goes the MDC Racing pilot. But Toby Gale now checks over his shoulder. Has he got the speed to pull away from the 2 behind? It's going to be a difficult prospect for him. Wouldn't rule out Sharp and Pradier behind as well. Less than a 1.5 seconds covering the top 5.
Yeah, very close here. Now watch this slipstream. Boasca and Maniac as they close in on Toby Gale here towards turn number 1. Look at that run, that rear bumper. Are they going to follow it through in towards turn 2? Gale closes the door. He's going to expose the outside line here. He may expose the inside line as they come through the turn 3 kink. No, he stays the same. There's a change in the background, though, as those Boasca and Maniac switch positions. They're switching positions once again as they go wheel to wheel. You're going to need to work together at this point here, lads. But no, he's going to send it down the inside of turn 5. There's no way that's going to work, but he makes it fit. How on earth? That's great driving from Gale to manage to keep hold of that position. But crazy stuff from Maniac to absolutely send it down the inside through turn 5. Now Boasca goes wheel to wheel with Gale. Gale's got the inside line. He's going to have to watch out for the switchback. There it is. Now he's going to lose the inside line. He closes the door and amazingly holds on to P2. And now it's brought Pradier, Buckley, Sharp, Craigie, Green all back into it. It's one big group now as they head round the final corner. They're going on to the last lap. Ring the dinner bell, ladies and gentlemen, and bring them home.
It's absolutely brilliant stuff again here. It's where Benjamin Maniac racing with such confidence. Oh, did he get a little bit of a bump draft there? Holds the inside line. He's going to try and hold the inside, I reckon, throughout the next 1.7 kilometres. In comes Pradier as well in the black and white victory lane karting effort. Still there in P4. Into turn 4 they go. Outside line chosen there by the number 24 of Buckley. That's not going to work out. Still Benjamin Maniac defends. They cannot find a way through. It's one of the widest tracks we will have this season, but for Benjamin Maniac, he's tightening it up, and they're all getting involved in there. Kenzo Craigie trying to make a move past the number 66 of Aston Sharp. You could finish first, you could finish 15th in this one. This is brilliant stuff.
And speaking of 15th, the battle for first is including all 15 karts in this. Look at this, 3 wide going into the top section. Amazingly, Maniac holds onto it as they go into it. But again, what did we see earlier on? We see the switchback in through the final corner. We saw it in the minis. We're going to see it now down the inside. Boraska goes for it. Here comes Sharp. Sharp's got the inside line as they go through. No, it's not Sharp, it's Buckley. It's Buckley in second place as they go across the line. It's going to be Javier Boraska. Boraska takes it from Buckley. Kenzo Craigie takes third from Toby Gale. Benjamin Maniac finishes in 5th place from Thomas Pradier. Oh, dear me. Right, okay. Okay, let's have a look. Right, the gap from first down to, well, let's say 8th. Let's say 8th. That's a nice round number. Half a second separated.
That's proper racing.
First to 8th. That's pretty mega, isn't it? That's only a heat.
Not the first time we've said that today.
Not the first time we've said that today. But that's only a heat, ladies and gents. Oh, we love it, don't we? There you go. Javier Boraska then for MDC Racing, the Spanish driver. Yeah, and he's happy with that one.
And the patience that Boraska showed there, it would have been very easy to say into turn 4, 5, 8, any of those key overtaking opportunities that we were talking about to go, I'm going to sling it down the inside, or I'm going to try and do, you know, the hero move round the outside. He waited for his moment. He's seen that there's been exchanges of position through turn 14 and 15 so far today, and he got it done. A brilliant bit of driving by Javier Boraska. There is your provisional results from that one. Ty Buckley up there in second place. Great run for the Irish driver. Kenzo Craigie third. Toby Gale, Benjamin Maniac. That's the tough bit for Maniac. He didn't do much wrong in that race, but because of how close it was, he ends up in 5th place. Thomas Pradier 6th. Quinton van Luellen in 7th place. Zach Green in 8th. Aston Sharp in 9th. The top 10 covered by, what was that, 0.7 of a second, completed by Senna Munier there. Elvis Krasauskas in 11th. Dan Alleman 12th. Emilio Byrne in the 13th. 14th for Nat Johnson. 15th for Louis Bazare. I say that top 15 covered by 1.2 seconds. We could keep going on these superlatives of the gaps across that field. The second group headed up by David Minituna, Rock Pinera, Oti Bautista, and Carolina Redondo, all in the top 20, completed by Roger Bergnu. Flavio Cara, Max Murray, the last of the finishers, one retirement in that race, which was Angelina Simmons. There we go. That brings us to the end of the X30 Juniors second round. Let's have a look at some of those highlights from that last race.
Yeah, very exciting all the way throughout. Like we say, we've said it a couple of times, it's just a heat race, yet they race like it's a final. The start, though, very good at the beginning. The inside line working well. Unfortunately, at the back of the grid for Angelina Simmons, it didn't go too well, getting spat off at the exit of turn number 1. Her race over before it reached turn number 2. So big shame there. Aston Sharp round the outside here on the opening lap to get up into second place. He started that race 9th. So from 9th to 2nd in 5 corners is an impressive go. Kenzo Craigie on the outside here on the recovery drive, not getting the getaway he would have wanted. Got a little bit bogged down off the start. Fell back to about P4, P5. This is when Benjamin Maniac started to come through, get back past Aston Sharp. Sharp doing his level best to try and hold it around the outside, not able to hold it. Actually kicks up a bit of dust on the exit there and allowed Craigie to get through as well. Toby Gale also trying to follow through. Manak to the inside at turn number 5, manages to get this move done. We see that move done later on as well, where it's very close between himself and Austin Gale. Superb overtakes throughout this race. Kenzo Craigie back to the inside as he tried to recover back to his original starting spot, but again, it would all fall through as the race continued. This was Javier Barrasca and Toby Gale coming back through the field, both of them looking to try and get into the lead of this one. Barrasca would. Gale would have to fight just that little bit harder as they went through. I believe it was this lap when they went in towards turn at number 5, absolutely side by side into this final sector. A busy race all the way throughout. You've got to think at this point, when you're a junior driver, it's all about thinking what's your next move, where you're going to deploy it. It's, I always say, it's a saying that I love saying, it's like chess at 60, 70 miles an hour, isn't it?
No, absolutely. It's a very good example of junior racing at its best here in the IAME Euro Series. Second half of the race, onto lap 5, down the inside went Toby Gale. Real fighter's performance down the inside. Another switch between the two Burilau Arch Chassis drivers. Down the inside that time, Maniac on Barrasca, and back the other way as Barrasca looked to the outside. Both of them trying to find a way of how best to deal with Toby Gale. Well, this is the way to do it. Down the inside through turn 6, Benjamin Maniac. Super brave move, which Toby Gale in the end had to concede. A very good piece of driving from everyone involved there. And then the final lap, where it really could have been one of 15, any of them, to win this race. In the end, it was Javier Barrasca who just saw enough space on the inside there through turn 14 to get down the inside, get on the power, and run to the checkered flag to take a win that puts Javier Barrasca top of the intermediate classification as we stand. All juniors have done 2 races. It's Barrasca on 2 points, Craigie on 3, Cranham 4, Maniac 5, and Buckley also on 5.
There, a look at the grandstand. Amazingly, there's people out there in shorts. Unbelievable.
Rather them than me.
Rather them than me, indeed. That grandstand, that doesn't have a roof. Something tells me that they might be abandoning that grandstand in a few moments' time. Minis coming up next. There you can see the 3-minute board coming up. There's Mini Ross getting himself ready. That's not actually his name, but yes, it's what he's been dubbed. The next race coming up, B and C for the Mini category. Really looking forward to this one. The Minis earlier on, with actually probably the most calmest of races that we'd seen. Perfect examples, as there's some of the local wildlife. No, I'm kidding. It's just some of the drivers' dogs out there on the circuit. Nice to see all family and friends invited to the tracks.
Indeed. Well, there's one of our drivers down in the pre-grid, Jarlath Sayer. Mighty quick yesterday in the timed qualifying session. Was second fastest of all. Was second in the classification of the drivers. And let's catch up with him from yesterday and see how he feels ahead of this next race.
Well, a hush has fallen over Parc Fermé here in Zuera. It's the end of Group 1 qualifying for our Mini category. And at the moment, Jarlath Sayer, you are the fastest Mini here in Spain. A really good lap time. You must be very pleased.
Yeah, really happy. We opened the taps in that one, so it was good. After my broken leg, it's really good to come back and have a strong P1. So yeah, really happy.
Were you expecting that? Say you weren't able to be with us earlier on in the year, but you know you've come back strong. Were you expecting to be on pole straight away?
I wasn't expecting to be on straight away, but after the first day of testing, I knew I could do something special.
How key has the effort from Fusion Motorsport been so far this week?
I can't thank them enough. It's absolutely amazing as well. Johnny Shocks, can't thank him more.
No more track action for yourself today. Will you be watching Group 2 to see if if you can hold on to that pole position?
Yeah, definitely.
And racing tomorrow, how are we feeling about that?
Very confident. Hopefully we can get another P1 there.
Well done once again, Jarlath. Great to see you back in action and great to see you again here in P1. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, great to chat there with Jarlath Sayer. Very confident, very happy chap, ready to go racing. There's another look. Oh, it's even getting a bit blue on that rain radar there now. That means moderate rain, I believe it is. So the green on this one, we were going over this yesterday, is drizzle. And the blue that you can see on that graphic is moderate rain, which means heavier.
Yes. And if it
Worse.
changes to any other colours, then we really
really
get
bad.
But hopefully that doesn't happen today. And well, for the drivers, say hopefully it does stay dry. Although it's increasingly, well, the likelihood of that happening is decreasing. I feel. Next race, not too far away from heading out. 5 seconds before the green light comes on at the bottom of the pre-grid there, to indicate that the drivers can roll out for qualifying Heat B versus C for the X30 Minis. Here's your grid.
Jarlo Sayer and Austin Newstead, after his win earlier on, starts this one on the front row of the grid. Anton Bouchard and Zenit Babacek on row number 2. Freddie Wood and Ivan Gonzalez, they go from row 3 and round out the top 6. Oliver Warner and Mathis Brajot round out row 4. Alvaro Perello and Ludwig Granqvist, they round out row number 5 with George House and Harry Williams on row number 6.
Row 7 has Noah Grenier and Max Cruz on it. Luca Pavel and Lorenzo Vial go from row number 8. Pato Medina and David Arcton start on row number 9. Bruno Grieling and Lewis Bieland complete the top 20 on row 10. 22 cars in the field, formed up by the 11th row of the grid, which is Baptiste Augustin and Ralph Van Turnhout. There we go then. So 22 drivers out on circuit. Sorry, 21 drivers out on circuit. Augustin does not take this start, unfortunately, for Oliver Rowland Motorsport. Quick recap of the intermediate classification after the first round of heats. Green and Newstead tied on 0 points, virtue of their race wins. Mello and Babacek then on 2, Sayer and Priam on 3, Bichowski and Bobrashov on 4. That's your top 8 at the moment, but that is all set to change across the course of the next 6 laps. Thank you for joining us here for coverage of round 1 of this year's IAME Euro Series, live from Zuera. Andrew Mather and Anthony Jordan on commentary duties for you, and I've got a good feeling about this race, Anthony, because it's, as I say, second round. Drivers have got a bit of racing under their belts now around this circuit. This is hopefully when it really starts to hot up.
Yeah, certainly does, doesn't it? But yeah, really crucial to see what happens out on track in this one as drivers get themselves lined up, ready to go for it. The weather's closing in, the temperature is cold, the wind is picking up. Everything is pointing to a very dramatic end of the day. It's already set to be dramatic with the points that we've got and drivers on the cusp of potentially not making the cut through into the super heats. Remember, it's only the 72 drivers that get through in the senior category through into the split for the super heats, and then that gets whittled down to the 36 for the finals. But right now, the minis should all be good for their racing. Here we go then, in towards turn 14. Nice and bunched up, nice and ready to go. Jarlis Sayer, Austin Newstead on the front row of this grid. Who will come out on top as they wind those engines up and head into the tram lines? Are we going green? Yes, we are. Great start then from that inside row. Sayer and Bouchard getting the jump in towards turn number 1. It's not gone well for Newstead. Once again, he's dropped back down in the early stages of this race. I think he's around about, well, he's right tucked in there. I think about 4th place. Yeah, so he's got a bit of work ahead of him here now as they all get through. Zenit Babacek to the inside now, going 4th. Oh, and there's a bit of a contretemps there. Austin Newstead nearly getting caught out. There's dust that's been kicked up, and now there's a driver off the track. Who is that? It's the 883 that's gone off.
Turnout from the back.
Oh, dear. That's a disaster for Ralph. So hopefully he can get that going again, which I believe he does. So that's good to see. Meanwhile, at the front, yep, confirmation there. He's back out on track, so that's all right. There's a couple of other drivers who got caught out a little bit there as well. So fair few drivers struggling at the start of that one. But at the front, we've got a breakaway here. Who's that at the front? It's Jarlis Sayer.
Sayer at the front then. Was able to stay out of trouble in all of that. Freddie Woods had a great start from the 3rd row of the grid up to 3rd place. Investigation flag, Anthony.
Yes, now that's going to Luis Belunde. Now, I wonder if we can see a replay of the start of that race from straight down the start finish straight from this camera angle here, because there was one car that I saw who dived out quite early on at the start of that race out of the tram lines as we go on the grass here for the 841. Now, that was a very heart-in-mouth moment. Yeah, that was a heart-in-mouth moment across the start-finish line. Never want to see that because that's the fastest part of the track here for our drivers. Danik Babacek on the charge back now in second place. He's close back up to Jalise with that slipstream that's kicking in. Newstead still there in third place. This is Freddie Wood under pressure from Alvaro Perello. Yeah, Perello just there behind in P4. So everyone just closing in now. Here's Danik Babacek for the race lead. Down the inside of turn number 7 at the hairpin. Gets it done. Nicely done. Now leads the race. Now you have to focus. Now you have to try breakaway.
Note on Perello as well. If you get a chance, do have a look at the helmets. It's almost a bit of a same style as Lando Norris wore for charity a few years ago at the Silverstone Grand Prix. It's got to be one of my favourite helmet designs out there on circuit, and it's doing well for me right now. Up to 5th place is the Spaniard. But coming round the final corner, Babacek leads at the end of lap number 2. Sayer still there in second place. Newstead has joined them. That could spell danger for Babacek and Sayer, because we've said it before, we'll say it again. Newstead has tended to be better in the second half of races. Down the inside goes Sayer, retakes the lead of the race. Newstead follows through into second place, is now going to go down the inside and take the lead from himself. Beautiful stuff from Austin Newstead. Babacek following through as well, but back come Wood and Perello as well. It's a top 5 fighting for the lead.
Yep, certainly is. This is a recipe for an exciting race for these drivers. It's a recipe for panic, I think, at this point. This is not what they wanted. They wanted a nice, clear race all the way to the end with maybe one other with them in tow. But no, it's a one big group at the moment. There's the gaps closing in visually as well. Newstead at the moment leading it by well, absolutely nothing here. 7/100ths of a second from Danik Babacek right on that rear bumper. Again, Babacek knows that he can push Newstead here on the start-finish straight. No need to really attack. And if Babacek's checked over his shoulder, he would see that there is that group of 3. He might have to go for the overtake here, though, to prevent himself from losing 3 places into this corner. It all depends how quickly they can close up here. Are they going to close up? Checks over the shoulder. No, they're not able to close up. So that's a green light to keep pushing. You know you've got it clear now if you can just keep this momentum going.
Yeah, some really good top speed there for Newstead and Babacek with the setups that they've got. They were able to hold away from the 3rd place group, which is now headed up by Wood. So Wood has found a way past Sayer there through the first couple of corners on this lap. Who else is moving up through the order? There's a warning flag for Ludwig Grandquist there, so that's going to be 5 seconds added to the time of the 8:12 at the end of this race. George House is progressing, Anthony, up 4 places so far to 7th place. Noah Grenier, likewise, is also gaining spots, is up to 9th place in the 866. So again, drivers making some good moves out there. We're at the halfway stage of this first heat for the 2nd round of competition this weekend for the Minis. This round and another one to go will set the grids for the super heats tomorrow. Of course, the top 36 drivers in the intermediate classification that go through to the final. Newstead and Babacek, Anthony, holding line astern at the moment, and some really good progress that last lap. 1 minute 11.9 for both of them. They've got the gap back to 3rd to over 7/10 now.
Yeah, certainly so. That momentum has worked out for them, and Babacek setting the fastest lap as well. Really showing that they've got that dialed in. Big check over his shoulder as well, just to see, right, where is the drivers behind, and you can see you've got quite an advantage there, so you can really focus now on just continuing this momentum, wait for that last lap, then start to think, right, I'm going to go for the move now, I'm going to go for it. But for the drivers behind, Sayer, Wood, Perello, they're just thinking, right, this isn't working now, and you can imagine at that point, they'll start scrapping for position. They'll think, right, I want to lead to try and close up, and before you realise it, they've dropped well back into the order, and yeah, they won't be able to touch them. So I think, unless these two start scrapping from now to the end of the race, they're fine and dry.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think these drivers very experienced at this level. Babacek, a point scorer here at Zuera 12 months ago for the IAME Euro Series round. It's part of the 4-round championship. Last lap board out then. Austin Newstead has been racing since, I think, around the age of 6 years. That's a lot of experience for his years, but side by side now between Newstead and Babacek. Good defence there from Newstead. Babicek trying to get a bit of a switch back here through and the exit of turn 4. That's beautifully done by Babicek, and I think he's got his nose ahead. He has.
Well ahead.
Very nicely done by Zednek. Babicek takes the lead of the race, but it's not done yet. Got to remember, it's a long lap round here. We've still got some 800 metres to go.
It's a long lap, but that's the biggest gap that they've had between them for a while. There's 3-4 kart lengths in between the two of them now. I don't know how on earth Babicek managed to open up a gap like that just at the exit of turn 4. Maybe an issue out of the corner there for Newstead. Wasn't able to get the power down as much as he wanted to. Or maybe he's just holding it back, conserving tyres, anything like that. You just don't know. But right now, it's Babicek from Newstead. But Babicek, at this moment, going into the final couple of corners, is uncontested and looks good for a race victory. This will be our 3rd different race winner over the course of this weekend in the Mini X30 category. It's Zdeněk Babicek across the line. He takes the win from Austin Newstead. Jarlis Sayer takes 3rd from Alvaro Perello in 4th place. Oliver Warner from Freddie Wood. Ivan Gonzalez from Matis Brajot. George House and Ludwig Granqvist who rounds out the top 10. But remember that 5-second in-race time penalty going to Ludwig Granqvist. After receiving that black and white flag for Granqvist, a 5-second time penalty adding on to him, 5.5. That would put him down about P18, which is a big shame.
Yeah, that is a real shame. The drivers on their cool-down lap now. A very assured victory for the Czech driver. And really, as I say, we saw this in Valencia, didn't we? That the experience that Babicek has at this level. You know, he was a big factor last year in the championship. That was a very assured drive. That was a confident drive. That you know, if you can piece that together and do that all the way through the rest of this round, he's got a very good chance of beating the position that he got last year. He was 10th in the final last year in the minis and 5th in the intermediate classification. Can he beat that? Well, there is your provisional results for the X30 minis in qualifying group B and C. Babicek, Newstead, Sayer, Perello, Warner, that's your top 5. Wood, Gonzalez, Brajot, House, Granqvist. On the road in the top 10, Anton Bouchard, Noah Grenier, Luca Pavel, Bruno Grieling and Lewis Bierland all in the top 15. Max Cruz 16th, David Agton in 17th ahead of Harry Williams, Lorenzo Vial in 19th place ahead of Pato Medina. 21 karts started the race, 21 karts finished the race, the last of them being Ralph Van Turnhout. One did not start for Baptiste Augustine.
Well, there you have it. That's the first half of the second rotation of the Mini X30 categories. There's your race winner on screen, Zdeněk Babicek from the Czech Republic. Lovely helmet design there with the yellow, the green and the iridescent, the blue in the background there on the back of his helmet. Nice little helmet design there. Having a quick chat with some of the other drivers out there just coming in off the circuit. Obviously all drivers hitting the weight categories there. I believe 110 kilograms is the minimum weight driver and kart needs to come up to in that one. So if they're a fraction below that, disqualification from the race.
That was the move at the back of the field that you mentioned, Anthony, the 248 moving from that angle out of the tram lines. Start was clean. Again, there's been some really good starts from the minis today. Taking the experience that they will have learnt from Winter Cup earlier on in the year for many of these drivers. At the front of the field, it was Jarlis Sayer. A tremendous start. Got a good gap away from the rest of the field, being followed in by Anton Bouchard there and the 814 of Oliver Warner. It all broke down a little bit. There was a touch of contact involving Austin Newstead there, just maybe a touch of understeer, raised the front bumper up for a moment. That offered a good opportunity for Freddie Wood to go around the outside and get up to second place. And as I say, give Sayer a strong lead early on. But the inevitable nature of mini racing, the pack always captures the breakaway driver, especially around a circuit like this. And it is Zdeněk Babicek went down the inside of Jarlis Sayer early on lap 2, taking the lead of the race.
Well, in the latter half on this final lap, this was the proud moment between these two drivers. The move there through turn number 4. Not sure what happened, been both drivers flat on the throttle there, but look at the speed difference on the exit there. Zenit Babicek able to just break away and would then take the race win at the end of that one. His first win in the Mini X30 category of this weekend. And I'm sure many more to come throughout the rest of the year. There's a look at the grandstand still with a fair few people in. The radar, well, look at that. That's more green than anything, isn't it? That is all heading this way, folks. It's certainly going to be an interesting second half of the day. And I've actually just been told that it's already raining out the circuit, and I can confirm it. I've got dashes of rain on my windscreen here in the commentary box. So, well, certainly very interesting. Batten down the hatches, I think. We're going to take a short ad break. Hopefully when you come back, we're not in a deluge. See you in a few.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Meneva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you are just joining us for the first time, welcome to the IAME Euro Series 2024. We're round one here at Zuera in Spain, but you wouldn't think it, judging by those pictures. Big lots of wind, and there's threat of rain in the air. And actually, as I speak right now, the rain is getting heavier and heavier. I'm looking down at the grid, and you can see there a field of Mini X30s, all with slick tyres on, completely understandable. The track itself is still dry. Yet, however, this is where you see that fine line. Do you stick with those slick tyres in the hope that the rain doesn't come, or do you go for a wet set in the hopes that it does rain very heavily during this race?
The other question as well is it's going to be too late now to make a change in it, even if you wanted to. There is Will Green. We'll start this race from pole position. Christian Kobe alongside on the front row. But no, I absolutely agree, Anthony. I mean, it's looking a little bit more like the Peak District at the moment than the Aragon region of Spain out there. But Romeo Mello and Stan Rotowski will be on the second row. There'll be nerves. I think you just can kind of tell, even there's a lot of experience on this grid, but just this prospect of, it's fairly sizable raindrops, but they're not, the rate at which they're coming down is not particularly hard. So I think getting tyre temperature is going to be difficult. Keeping tyre temperature, if you can get it, will be the crucial thing in this one. There's Christian Kobe. He's had a bit of a day so far, hasn't he, Anthony? Had a spin on the, or before the race, on the formation laps. before his first race, was able to get back into P2 before the start of the race proper, but not the ideal preparations for racing today. And now has got this. Well, all of them have got it, but you know, going out there, unknown track surface in terms of grip levels. They'll know the tyres. The likelihood is they'll all be on worn tyres as well from that first round of heats. There's a lot in the air at the moment, and it's not just the weather.
Yeah, no, exactly that. So tension starting to build then down in the dummy grid area, and I can imagine even more tension somewhat with the next race that is due out onto the track, with the senior race, because that's where you really start to see the sort of interesting side of things. Engines fire up, and we're going to get ourselves ready to go for what could be a big question mark in a race with those weather conditions. Let's take you through the starting lineup for this one then. Will Green and Christian Kobe start this one from the front row of the grid. Romeo Mello and Stan Rajaski go from row number 2. Maxim Bobachov and Bruno Priam go from row 3. Aurelio Longatano and Navila Morales round out row number 4. Row number 5 in the top 10 sees Antoine Vernet and Sukmani Kira, with row 6 being Nahil Al-Gahoudi and Harley Musk.
Patrick Christensen and Austin Gibson start this race from the 7th row of the grid. Colby Patterson had a retirement in the first round of heats. Will be looking to improve from the 8th row in this one. He's joined by Tony Cacciafiero on that row. Mason Brooks and Daniel Ferguson start on the 9th row of the grid. Samuel Hugon has work to do from row number 10. Is joined by Charlie Clough, another driver who had a retirement from the first round of heats. And it's 21 karts on the grid, completed by Milo Cornhill there on row 11. So, rollout laps and formation laps underway. At least from those camera shots, Anthony Jordan, it's looking like the grip's still there for the drivers, which is a big plus.
Yeah, 100%. It's not rained enough to affect anything like this, and as soon as they get the temperature up into the tyres, they will benefit it. I'll stress that you saw the rain radar there briefly on your screens just as the drivers were heading out. We are on the edge of a humongous rain shower at the moment, and it's just clipping us at the moment. And so that's probably the reason why everyone is stuck to those slicks. They think, right, it's not going to rain heavier than this. I think just keep going and, yeah, focus on what you're doing. But again, it's just that question mark, really. It's just that question mark.
The old commentator's weather report as well, judging by whilst we're in the relative warm and dry. I'm not seeing new rain. There's spots of rain on our window. They're staying there because it's so cold outside.
I think we need to look at this from the commentary curse point of view. I think we need to, throw a double bluff at the weather. So if we say, no, it's definitely going to rain now, and then it won't. I think that's what we say. Because if we say it's not going to rain, it then will.
We've already cursed them once today. We're saying it's been really clean starts so far, and then lo and behold,
it wasn't. Yes.
But yeah, it's 6 laps for
reverse psychology.
Yes, for groups A and D in X30 Mini. The grid forming up. If you're just joining us, this is the second round of heats, the second race within that second round of heats, and it's Will Green on pole position. Very impressive so far this weekend. But this is going to be a test for all 21 drivers out there on circuit. We're about to go into the tram lines once again in X30 Mini. Here at Zuera, a slightly damp Zuera. Away we go for the qualifying heat for groups A and D. Good start for both drivers on the front row of the grid. Kobe trying to fight it around the outside, but it's going to be advantage Will Green and Romeo Mello as they run down towards turn 2 for the first time. Are they all going to make it round? Yes, it's good levels of grip for the drivers. That's good news. Will Green leads at the front of the order.
This is exactly what he wants as well. Took the win earlier on. If we could get another one here, 0 points to his name. And oh dear, a huge coming together there at the back of the grid. So many karts involved. I'll try and call them out as they come across my scene. Nahil Al-Gahoudi is one of them. Harley Musk, Patrick Christian Stan, then I think Mason Brooks was one, maybe even Daniel Ferguson was another as well. There was about 5 of them off the track at turn number 4. Looks to be like most of them have got going, apart from Nahil El-Gahoudi. Unfortunately, the MDC racing driver, I don't think has got going again. Hopefully he is okay out on track. Back here, though, at the front of the grid, Will Green leading the way. I believe this is from, is this Maxim Bobachov? No, it's not. It's Romeo Mello who's there. He's got right behind. So Romeo Mello right in that rear bumper as they go through. And again, you've got an ORM. That's Christian Kobe this time around. Much better start for him.
Yeah, a much better start. A much calmer run to the green light and to the green flag, but Will Green leads, Mello second. These two have had a good day so far. Will Green's in a similar position to what we saw in the first round. And I think there's going to be, I can see there's a green flag out at Marshall Post 4, which would indicate yes. Well, it's gone to full course yellow, as you say, Anthony. This is for the incident, I believe, through turn number 4. There was already a waved yellow on Marshall Post 3.
Yeah, so we are under slow procedure now, and as you can see, the wind picking up. The whole track has been neutralised while the incident at turn number 4 is dealt with. Hopefully, our man Nahil El Gahoudi is okay. Let's have a look at the start of that race. Dan Rajashki early out of the blocks there, just to look to the inside, not able to get on that inside row. So Will Green, Remyo Mello, Maxim Bobajov able to get away on that inside line. Coming in towards turn 2. Right, okay, so there you can see, right, is that Nahil El Gahoudi off the track there? And yeah, and then he's come back right into the middle of the pack, and Bosch there. Wow, okay, huge moment there for a lot of our drivers. And yeah, you can imagine a bit of discomfort for some of them, most includingly there, the 837 of, yeah, Nahil El Gahoudi, unfortunately. So hopefully he is okay. He is with some of the best in the country out there in terms of track staff and medical crews.
Such a shame for Nahil El Gahoudi. Seems to be short on luck so far this year. Had a fairly significant incident back at Winter Cup at Valencia a few weeks ago. It's great to see him here this weekend, but it's not going his way at the moment. So we continue to be under yellow flag conditions around the whole circuit. And so Will Green effectively acts as pace cart for the rest of the field. Patrick Christensen, I don't think has continued either in the 830.
This is kind of going against the drivers a little bit now. Now they're having to slow down. The pace is cut by half, effectively. Yep. And I'm looking at my windscreen again, and there's more dots arriving on scene. So that it means temperatures are getting lowered in the tyres, and the track is getting colder, and the rain is starting to come down just that little bit more.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you don't want if you're any of the drivers out on circuit at the moment.
It certainly isn't. And right now, as they make their way back onto the start-finish line, are we going to be going around again there? Navarro Morales, quick update, currently second in this race. No, sorry, currently third, sorry. And started this one in 8th place. 5 places gained in the early stages of this race. It's what you want to see. Of course, these races not too long. We're on lap 4 of 6 now. So this will go into, if we go green this time, it will be a 1-2 lap shootout. Looking at the track, it looks clear. So potentially we're going this time.
Yeah, the pace a little bit higher, and I think that's a potentially good move just to get a bit more temperature into the tyres. Going through turn 5 now. Green for Mello, Morales, Kobe, Priam, Bobrashov, Vicharski, Longitano, Venant and Catafiro, the top 10. I tell you, the driver who's probably quite frustrated at the moment is Samuel Hugol, because he gained 7 places before that full course yellow came out. It was a great bit of progress from the French driver, but isn't able to make any more at the moment because he's not allowed to overtake in these scenarios. Right, are we going to be going green this time around? Will Green has slowed the pace down.
He's waiting to release, isn't he? He's winding up that spring at this moment in time, and he is waiting to release that tension, release that pressure, and send it. When's he going to go? Last little weave. It looks like he's pounced. There's the green flag as they come back round to the start-finish line. Oh, he's not gone. He's stayed there. He's bunched them up again.
Because they're still under yellow flag at this point.
Right, now he's gone.
Now he can go, yep.
Oh, well, there you go. It was a delayed restart for him, but he's gone now. And, well, that's worked out massively in his favour. Across the line, he's already gained half a second on the rest of the field. But Mello and Morales have got the help of the fact that they've got a tow, they've got a push. You don't want to be on your own in this category. It doesn't work. 8 wheels works better than 4.
It does indeed. We saw Marcus Luzio have a very good start in the seniors from a full course yellow before the lunch break, but I totally agree with you, Anthony, that's a completely different category. It's a different scenario, and they're already catching up to the race leader. not a lot of time in this race to go.
And Will Green has got another thing against him on this one here, is that he's effectively the guinea pig into all these corners with this rain coming down. He'll be the first one on scene to tell you whether or not, uh-oh, there's no grip on this corner, and then he's the first to effectively go off the track. So at this moment in time, he is in a lot of pressure here as Mello goes down the inside, and so does Morales. Can Morales follow through as well? No. Stays there in third place, and immediately Will Green attacks. So that is confidence on that racing line, confidence that the grip is there, and sends it back down, maintains the lead of this. But crucially, Will have that downside of the fact that he's going on to this last lap, and they've got the slipstream in towards turn one. Is anyone going to break out of that toe before turn one? No, they stay behind. Now they go defensive. Morales to the outside here. Watch for that switchback. Can he go all the way around the outside here? No, but does dive to the inside a little bit. No, stays behind, stays in P3. Very, very close here. 3 wide now. Keep an eye on Bruno Priam as well in 4th place. Bruno Priam is eager to get past all of these, as now they're one big group, as now it looks like Navarro Morales leads the way if Will Green cannot get that cut down the inside, which he can, and now maintains it. Will Green looking to hold on to this race lead, but right now, Andrew, this is looking tough.
Brilliant positioning by Bruno Priam there to weave his way through into second place down the inside. Going for third there is Mello, retakes it away from Morales. There's a squeeze on the outside there as everybody's jostling over positions left, right and centre. The 822 of Cachafiro has gained a little bit out of that. It's too clear at the front of the field, but Will Green's going to defend here into the last couple of corners off of Bruno Priam. Can Bruno Priam find a way through even to the line? They're going to go through turn 14 and 15. It's going to be another one of these classics. Zuera drags to the line. Is Will Green going to hold on? Yes, he is. Will Green, perfection from Will Green. 0 points on the board after 2 rounds, and he stands clear now of the rest of the X30 Mini category. Second place for Bruno Priam, who gained some good positions there after the green flag restart. Mello third, Morales fourth, and good points as well for Christian Kobe in fifth.
Certainly so. Rajaski holding on to P6 from that one from Tony Cachafero. Bobashov finishing in 8th place from Antoine Finet. Sukmani Kira rounding out the top 10. For many of these drivers, it is their first time here, so they're experiencing a long, fast, flowing circuit on top of a hill in the middle of nowhere in Spain for the first time. So it's a big learning curve for many of our drivers in the Mini X30 category, and actually even in some of the seniors and in the juniors, it's a lot of their first time here as well. Yeah. So a lot of new drivers racing here this weekend. Not new to the class, but just new to the circuit itself. But drivers will make their way back to Parc Ferme. I'll be down there in a few moments' time to have a chat with this man here, who's currently on 0 points.
Is indeed. There is your provisional results on your screens for the qualifying heat for Groups A and D. Green takes it by 0.064 of a second over Bruno Priam. Romeo Mello in third, fourth for Nuevo Morales. Christian Kobe completes that top 5, a top 5 that's covered by less than a second. Stan Rachowski in 6th place, Tony Cachafiro in 7th. Maxim Bovrashov had a good start, but faded a bit in the second half of that race, especially after the restart. Finishes P8. 9th for Antoine Venon and Sukmani Kira. Good drive from the Sukmani Kira there. Fastest through Sector 1 of any driver in P10. Aurelio Longitano, Colby Patterson, Charlie Clough, Harley Musk and Samuel Hugon all in the top 15. Austin Gibson in 16th. Having a difficult weekend is Austin Gibson. 17th place for Daniel Ferguson, Milo Cornell in 18th, Mason Brooks 19th, and then 2 non-finishers due to the incident on lap 1, Nahil El Gahoudi and Patrick Christiansen. The drivers into Parc Ferme to go through the mandatory checks. Will Green stands there as a race winner once again. It has been a very good weekend for this young man so far, racing for his father's team, Jamie Green Racing. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that last heat. Start was key. Good run for Christian Kobe, had a chance around the outside, but good move from Romeo Mello. Pushed through into second place, and Will Green controlled the pace into the first corner. This was the main point of the race. Nahil El Gahoudi on the grass, out of control, big contact and a near roll as well for one of the drivers. Several more involved, and that brought out the full course yellow. We went back to green with 2 laps remaining, and the question of could Will Green hold onto the lead. This was a key point of the race, getting the restart right when they were still in the yellow flag zone. Will Green picked his moment, got a good gap around half a second, but the trouble in the minis category, as ever, if you're out on front on your own and you've got a group behind, they can work together, get the momentum up and catch you up towards the end of the race. And that's exactly what they did. Down the inside went Mello. About a lap and a half to go. Morales there in the red and white, racing for AC Motorsport again this weekend. Was fighting in there, but a super response from Will Green. Not seen too many overtakes through turn 13 so far this weekend, but that was one of them. Decisively back down the inside of Romeo Mello to retake the lead. Pressure came in the last lap though. Bruno Priam found a way past Mello. Morales was looking around the outside, but in a tricky position of being on the outside for a long left-hander. That was Bruno Priam's opportunity to get through into second place. The racecraft absolutely on point from the Belgian there in the Spirit Racing entry. Towards the end, there was always going to be that question of could there be an exchange of the lead on the run to the line, but it was Will Green, who's 2 from 2 now in terms of race victories, and of course was our pole position winner from yesterday as well in time qualifying. He is a driver right in form. Can his form continue? Let's get the thoughts of Will Green down there in Parc Fermé with our man Anthony Jordan.
Down here in Parc Fermé, and I've got our race winner from that one, Will Green. Will, great to have you with us here. 2 wins out of 2 so far. You've got 1 more heat to go, and you're looking very confident here. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling very confident, as I also started on pole in qualifying, so I've been very happy with what I've done so far.
There was that slight scare of precipitation in the air. Luckily, you managed to get through it. What were you thinking at the start of that race? Were you thinking, oh, I'm slightly worried here?
Yeah, I was a bit worried as it was drizzling a bit on the grid, so I just had to keep my head cool and focus on the track.
Plans for the rest of it? Obviously, 1 more race to go. Is the plan to win another one? I suspect it probably is.
Yeah, hopefully we can do the same as we did in those 2 heats, and hopefully, yeah, that'll be good if we can.
Well, so far this weekend has been near perfect for you on this 1 pole in qualifying, and now you come away with 2 wins. So hopefully we wish you all the best for the rest of the day, and tomorrow with Super Heats and Finals is another day. Hopefully it all goes well for you there as well. But congratulations, well done.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Well, seniors coming up next. Stay with us. Andrew, back up to you.
Thank you, Anthony. Indeed, yes, the seniors are due to go out very soon in the next few minutes for the start of another round of qualifying heats for our most experienced category here at Zuera this weekend. 9 laps for all of these races. The first one will be groups B and F. A and D will follow, and then C versus G will be last. So make of that, it's going to be Group E. That's what I was just going through my brain of which groups sit out this one. Each group sits one of these rotations out, so it's Group E's turn to relax a bit and see another round of frenetic senior racing take place here for the IAME Euro Series, round 1 of the championship season, and another really interesting race in prospect at the moment. Marcus Luzio stands at the top of the intermediate classification, hasn't lost a race, well, has won every single race that he's competed in so far this weekend, has done so off the front row of every single one of these, and you can just see Luzio there stood up with the blue and yellow helmet, second back on the right-hand side. We'll start this race from the second row of the grid, but there's plenty of drivers out there who want to knock him off his perch and put him under pressure for the rest of the competition. Cahal Clark will be in pole position again. There he is in the 3:15. It's a decent race pace so far this weekend for Fusion Motorsport, and we'll be looking to again continue the strong run of form, elevate himself up through the intermediate classification as far as he can. It's an all British front row for this one. Joseph Smith will be the next car alongside on the front row, less than a minute before the drivers get the instruction to go out on circuit. But Joseph Smith's impressed me so far again this week, Anthony. Is the victory lane karting looking like a really good baseline to perform for Joseph Smith so far this year?
Well, they always have been. I mean, of course, Victory Lane running with the Kart Republic chassis. Kart Republic, notably, probably one of the most favourites of chassis around all of these weekends. Very, very soft chassis, bends quite easily, and if you set it up perfectly, it's a rocket ship. But it's very difficult to set it up perfectly. It's either really quick or it's really off the pace. It's a fine line it is. Here we go then, engines fire up as we get ready to go racing for the next bout of Senior X30 qualifying heat. Cathal Clark and Joseph Smith start this one on the front row of the grid. Otto Pukkanen and Marcus Luzio go from row number 2. Kian Geraghty and Adam Rahali round out row number 3 with Andrea Pirovano and Kyuho Lee on row 4. Sam Balota and David Ragan on row 5 from Alex Machado and Thomas Hassan. Then it's Morgan Knudsen and Hugo Gelade on row 7. Andy Rattel and Francois Delity go from row number 8 with Ronan Russell and Yannis Bollier on row 9.
Elio Gilter and Arthur Valsor complete the top 20 on row 10. Henki Kalteren and Luca Bertoni go from row 11. Nicholas Simic and Rafael Rajani start on row 12. Leonardo Longoni and Lewis Bird go from row 13. Jakub Lizak and Luca Horton start on row 14 of the grid. Francesco Queiroz and Luca De Graan are due to start on row 15, but De Graan will not take the start of this race. He's still in the pits. Christian Vagani, Dylan Patel and Emilio Van Overberger complete the grid. Now, what are we looking at here?
Is this
on
cold
replay,
tyres?
This is cold tyres, and that's the 352 going round. Slightly embarrassing. That's Jakub Lizak for KV Racing Experience.
Easily done, though.
Easily done, particularly as I'm going to have a look. I have a suspicion. No, that's one of the only drivers on the grid not to have taken some new tyres in this race. But drivers that have, quite a few of them, full set for this one, including Joseph Smith, Marcus Luzio, Adam Rahali, Kian Geraghty. So that's 4 of your top 6 have gone for a fresh boot of tyres. And I just wonder there, Anthony, is that almost a little bit with the weather in mind, that if you do get a bit of precipitation, you'd rather be on a set of tyres that'll you can get the temperature into a newer tyre versus an older tyre a bit quicker.
Yeah.
You know, it's that heat cycling thing with an old set of tyres. You see it in all forms of motorsport. It's very difficult to get heat back into an older tyre. So if you've got a new set there and you don't think the wear's too bad, I can kind of understand why you stick them on there.
Yep, I can completely agree with that one. It certainly puts a bit of pressure, I think, on Otto Pukkanen and Cathal Clark, who have not got any fresh tyres on their wagons. I think they deployed half of theirs earlier on.
Cathal Clark has only done 1 race on his set of tyres. If I remember correctly, he was on the previous
So they're still
round.
relatively good.
Yes.
So, so there's not too much pressure, but certainly there is a little bit there with someone on a full set of brand new tyres and they're completely surrounded by them. So basically, watch the outside row on this one, because something tells me that they might get a good getaway here.
Well, Joseph Smith got a very good getaway from P2 in his last race. Led the race by the time they got to turn 2, doing a Carinini, as I think we've coined it.
Carinini, yeah, I think that's a good way of dubbing it, isn't it? But here we go then. Into the tram lines, revs raise as they get going. Green lights come out and away they go down and towards turn number 1. Watch the outside row. Are we going to see it? Ooh, maybe we are going to see it, but it's a good start from the entire grid. Everyone gets around. There's one straggler at the back there of the grid. Bit of a contretemps there as drivers ploughing into the back of each other under the stress there of everyone just concertinaing up. But a nice breakaway. Joseph Smith, he's done a Carinini. Oh dear, and in the background there, they've fanned out everywhere and there's carts going up in the air. They're all facing the right direction and keep going. But that looks to me like that could be, or I'm not too sure about.
Francesco Queiroz was one of the carts involved in the 216 was for a short while in the air.
Well, they're all going again, which is good to see. So, there's one cart that's dying and going very slowly there. That is the 324. Unfortunately going very slowly. That is Luca Horton, unfortunately. And yeah, he's struggling a little bit right at the back of the grid.
Yeah, it's been a tough weekend for Luca. When it's been good, it's been pretty good, but it's not been good all the time, and he's had some lows so far this weekend, and I think he'll be worrying now as to whether he can get into the top 72 and through to the superheats. Here's a move down the inside, the 3-1-4 of Adam Rahali, beautifully through past Cathal Clark there for third spot. It was a slight intaking breath from myself through turn 2. Joseph Smith did do the Carinini, but it was more through turn 2. He was almost side by side through turn 1 and then chopped in aggressively. Cathal Clark had to almost take avoiding action to make sure that there wasn't a bit of contact. Another bold start from Joseph Smith, serving him well so far. 1.1 seconds clear of Marcus Lutzio, and it's this battle for third as Keen Geraghty's looking down the inside for that third place. Beautiful move. Geraghty once again showing he's in good form this weekend.
Yep, certainly is. We'll keep an eye on that gap between Lutzio and Smith as well as it continues to slowly creep down there with purple sectors coming in thick and fast from Lutzio on this lap. But Geraghty under pressure. Rahali still there behind. Clark still there as well. All of them just trying to close in now and see what they can do. Back over the start-finish line they go. We go into lap number 3 now. And still, Clark, Dragan, Otto Pukan and Jalaid Pirovano still there behind, but keep an eye on Rahali here. Rahali right on that rear bumper through turn number 2 they go. Not close enough for an attack just yet. Same through turn 4, a retirement into the pit lane.
Alex Machado
again, and he's out of this race. The disappointment, you can imagine, is starting to set in, and the despair that you might not even make the cut through into the superheats.
Yeah, it's really tough on Alex Machado. It's just not quite come together for him this year. I'm sure it will. It's a long season. There's some good speed and a very talented driver in that 272 for TB Kart Racing Team, but not on this occasion, not in this race. It's going to be the kind of result that the Andorran would have wanted. And while back at the front of the order, the sharp end of the field, Cathal Clark behind Adam Rahali here. This is over 4th place. We come around to finish lap number 3. Rahali's teammate Joseph Smith still leading this one as here comes the 330 of Hugo Jalaid. Tell you what, you talk about those soft chassis. That's, again, something you might want in conditions like this when it's cold and difficult to get that tyre temperature. A bit of lateral movement through the chassis. These Victory Lane karting efforts performing very well right now.
Certainly so. Lutzio, though, with the fastest lap of the race. Again, starting to close in. The gap's down to half a second, and a huge moment there, straight off the track. There goes Hugo Jalaid, and that is not what you want to see at all. How on earth did that happen? It looked like it was 3 into 1, didn't go, and it just shows how quickly you can get spat out of the order.
Yeah, I think Jalaid maybe didn't realise that there were 2 karts on the diagonal to his right, thought it was just one, and moved from left to right. It'd be interesting having a replay of that if we can. But, well, the end result is it was going well for a number or 3 of the Victory Lane karting efforts. It's now 2 of them running up in the top 10. End of lap number 4, new fastest lap of the race for Marcus Lutzio. Once again, Marcus Lutzio, when the pressure is put onto him, he flips it round and puts it on everybody else. Warning flag for Sam Bellotta, the 208. So that's going to be a 5-second penalty. Now, I just wonder, was that in the same region where we saw the incident earlier on?
I think so. Yeah, I think it was in that area. Right, let's have a look. This is it here. Okay, so you can see, right, so he's on the outside here. He's got a problem.
Inside,
he's paying attention to his kart. Yeah, he wasn't focusing on what was going on the other side of him, and I think that, unfortunately, is completely self-inflicted.
I tend to agree. I tend to agree on that one. It's a costly mistake. At lap 5, and change for the lead. Change for the lead. Marcus Lutzio has bounced, and he's gone through past Marcus Smith. Well, if he'd finished this race in 2nd place, past Joseph Smith, it's already a position where Lutzio would have the lead of the senior category once this round of heats has been completed. He's just strengthened his position even further here, Anthony. He's back onto 0 points again.
Yeah, and again, this is uncontested, really. I mean, that's no offence to any other driver there whatsoever, but it's just been, he's able to just keep this momentum up, push forward. The setup that they've got on that wagon in premium karting is spot on around this circuit.
And it's not a one-off as well.
No.
We saw this in Valencia as well. They're setting themselves up for a very, very good season with these performances. Still a long way to go, of course. But Marcus Luzio is looking a cut above the rest this weekend at Zuera. 1.7 seconds clear of Cian Geraghty behind. Cian Geraghty, this is a tough race for Cian Geraghty because there's not much he can do here. He's 2 versus 1 in the other way round to what we normally see. He's sat there on his own on P3. He's just got to dig really deep because there's still good points for the Briton. Doesn't want to fall into the clutches of Clark and Rahali behind.
Yeah, exactly. Well, action still happening in the background there. You're seeing a couple of drivers there, look like Otto Pukin and Akuho Lee, the 2 EGP team racing drivers battling away. That's for about 12th and 13th, but eyes do remain on this battle as Marcus Luzio continuing to open up that gap now. We maintain focus on this battle a little further behind. Andrea Pirovano, David Dragan and Sam Balota all in this area here as down the inside again. Balota just getting those positions and moving up. Now just behind David Dragan, who's starting to break away just that little bit now as they make their way into turn 7 hairpin. No changes here. Everyone just focusing. Pirovano, who is again himself looking for a decent result here, needs to get those good results. He's had some chopping and changing here. He's had some bad ones, but the gap's all closing in. So basically everyone here is on the pace.
Yes.
Is doing what they need to do. Everyone's on the pace here. They're all pushing forward. There's no one off the pace. There's no one causing a traffic jam here. They're all just trying to just gain time on the field ahead of them. But with the time we've got remaining, that's not going to happen. These guys are going to have to settle it amongst themselves here.
Some big drives through the fields, just to note, Anthony. Calterin up 11 spots. Lewis Bird, another driver who's had a fairly quiet weekend, as a near run there as Balota got into Dragan a bit too deep. That's the opportunity for Andy Rattel to come through and take 7th place. But yeah, Lewis Bird up 15 spots in this race, and they're in 11th.
Yep, superb drives all the way throughout. The same for Christian Vagani as well, who had a retirement in his last race. He's up some good spots too. So still we see the small change there as we see now Andy Rattel on that rear bumper of David Dragan as they make their way through up into the top section now. Still very close, a little bit wide there for Dragan. He's going to expose himself to an attack here, potentially from Rattel. Rattel is always keen to find a gap as into the pit lane. Hugo Gillade, after that spin, retires the kart. Understandably, of course, something was clearly wrong with it. That's why he was looking down at it as we go onto the final lap here. And Dragan under pressure here. Rattel looking for the move here. To the outside goes Pirovano, and now you've got Balota trying to get back down the inside here, not able to do so. Here at the front, Marcus Luzio, not a worry in the world for him. The gap's extended to 0.6 of a second from Joseph Smith, who also himself hasn't got a worry in the world. He doesn't have to think, right, I've got to attack, right, I've got to defend. It's just getting round to the end. Back here, though, Rattel's got past. Rattel up into P6. Dragan under pressure now from Pirovano and Balota as they go through. Cian Geraghty there in 3rd place as well. Nice, calm race for the top 3. No drama for them whatsoever as they negotiate the last couple of corners. So for Luzio, this is another set of 0 points, and he is looking superb going into the second half of the weekend. Another victory for Marcus Luzio, uncontested. He has been victorious all the way throughout this. That is 5 wins out of 5. Luzio is on top of the world right now here at Zuera. Joseph Smith taking 2nd place from Cian Geraghty. Clark there in 4th place from Adam Rahali. Then it's Rattel, Balota, Pirovano, Dragan, Calterin rounding out the top 10. Superb drive from Heikki Calterin. 11 positions gained. Lewis Bird just behind in P11. 15 places gained. That is a drive.
Yeah, that's the similar kind of form that we saw from Lewis Bird earlier on in the year, but you cannot be, you can't help but be impressed by what Marcus Luzio is doing. We saw a big smile from him in a previous round of races. He took that close win over Ali Goldstein. I think the smile's just going to be getting wider and wider, but there is still more work to do. Sure, on the mind of the team will be how their competition of Valencia ended a few weekends ago, but they're looking pretty good now. The pace is there. Just need to keep this form going and have the racing gods on their side, of course, as well. There is your provisional results. One of the biggest wins that I think we've seen today. Marcus Luzio wins by 0.6 of a second ahead of Joseph Smith. Cian Geraghty third, Cathal Clark fourth. It's a Great Britain 1, 2, 3, 4. Algeria's Adam Rahali completing the top 5 for Victory Lane Karting. David Dragan Sambalota, Adam Rattel, Andy Rattel, Andrea Pirovano and Hanky Caltuin all in the top 10. Lewis Bird 11th, Kuyo Lee, Otto Pukkanen, Rafael Pajani and Luca Bertoni. Good races from Rajani and Bertoni there, up 10 and 7 places respectively as well. Francois Delati was 16th, the top 20 completed by Romeo Roussel, Morgan Knudsen, Elio Gilter and Christian Vagani, also in double figures. Positions gained was Vagani. 21st, Leonardo Longoni. Jakob Lizak, after that spin on the formation lap, came home in 22nd place. Good recovery. Nicholas Simic, 23rd. Progress as well for Emilio Van Overberger, up 9 to 24th place. Arthur Valsor, Thomas Hansen, Luca Horton, Dylan Patel all had problems in that race. Francesca Quiros, the last of the finishers. Retirements for Gelade, Machado, and did not start for Bouillet and Desgrange. Here are the highlights. And a good race this one, Anthony, particularly this start for Joseph Smith.
Yeah, very good start. Doing a Carinini, as we've dubbed it, right round the outside there into turn number 1, just straight round, no drama whatsoever. For Otto Pukkanen, though, that massive hit on that apex curve, that really rattled him here, really jumped him into the pack now, and now he had to defend that inside line, but everyone went around the outside of him there through that corner. It was only on the exit here that we saw a big coming together. When it goes to the next shot, if it's there, you just see them all fan out. No, we just missed that one. But there's a huge kick of that one. I don't know who that was, the dust covering the number of the kart there, but somewhere in the mid-pack. Right, there's a spin in the mid-pack. Now, it was one of the EGP PT karts, I think it was. Just trying to think who that was, but it just basically caused a reaction there, and everyone just came through. It was the 160 or 364, potentially. Not too sure, but yeah, one driver causing that huge coming together. Race would continue then, and then we would see just a little breakaway here. Cian Geraghty getting those moves done. Otto Pukkanen trying to fight his way back past David Dragan as well. Dragan would be part of that huge battle that we see later on. Moves being made here, Cathal Clark being kind of squeezed out the way there as Cian Geraghty comes through. Rahali as well under pressure just as well as the race continued, but Pukkanen getting pushed out of the way from your man Hugo Gelade, who would later suffer a monumental moment as he checks down at his kart there. He's focused on the left-hand side of the kart. He's not focused on what's on the left-hand side, and bosh, out of the race he would go. And, well, one, that shows how much speed it was, and I think that shows you the grass was a wee bit wet there.
Yes, yeah, it slid a long way. But Marcus Luzio took the checkered flag. Another victory that looked very routine. Definitely impressive for the youngster for premium karting. Perfect score through this point of the competition. More racing to come here at Zuera. There is your rain radar. And now you can see the band of rain that we were talking about earlier, Anthony, to the west of the circuit. That's the one the drivers and the teams really want to be worrying about, and it's heading this way.
Certainly so. Well, more races to go. We've still got another 2 senior X30 finals before we go back to the juniors and minis for their final round of heats. Then we end the day with these seniors once more. Next race on your screen, 9 laps. It's qualifying Heat A versus D coming up next. You can see them there all lined up, ready to go. And Paul Chow starting that one on pole position. But the most important thing is your man who starts on the outside row on this one. Malo Bollier, a driver who has had some decent results so far this weekend. He's had an excellent start to his weekend. Qualifying went well as well. The Victory Lane karting driver from France with a nice cheeky smile on his face. We caught up to him after qualifying when he qualified very, very well.
Here with our last senior fastest driver in their group, in Group 4, Malo Bollier. Malo, good speed, a slightly chaotic session there, but you emerged from it fastest of all and showing that, once again, the speed that you had in Valencia is here again this weekend in Zuera.
Yeah, as you say, a difficult session because of the red flag we had earlier. but I'm really happy. You know, P1 in the last group. I'm really happy. Yeah, everything works well, and yeah, now we will see with the heat, but yeah, we will see. I'm confident.
In the short time between the red flag and then restarting the session, what did you discuss with the team?
You know, we just took that we had to warm a lot the tires because we only had 1 or 2 laps pushing. So yeah, I warm a lot the tires and yeah, I just push, and in the end it's P1, so I am happy.
And crucially, you're in that first series of drivers from all the sessions. Victory lane karting, you've been working very hard over the winter. Are you confident that you can put those performances and get the results over the course of this weekend?
I hope to, but yeah, what is sure is that I will give my best. We with the team, we will give our best, and we will see where we are at the end of the weekend. But yeah, we came here and we hope to win on Sunday, but we will see.
And the track, as we're going to races next, does the track feel like it's getting quicker?
Yeah, the track is getting quicker and quicker. And now, yeah, we will see, but we have to adapt the material all the time. But yeah, we will see.
Well, well done once again, Malo. Thank you for your time. We'll see you later on. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Well, great to see there. Malo Bollier, always with a nice big smile on his face. But green flag's gone out. Drivers have headed out into the circuit. And already there, we've got some drama out there. Who's that? The 304 that's gone round on the track.
Mickey Blaskos.
That is Mickey Blaskos. Well, that's certainly not gone his way. Well, meanwhile, let's take you through the starting lineup for this one. 33 karts out on the track. I think it's down to 32 with one driver not going out onto the track. But you've got Paul Chouse and Malo Bollier on the front row of the grid. Mark Granado and Louis Johnson-Cool on row number 2. Gilles Renmans and Elia Weiss on row 3 from Cristian Biasati. And Alessandro Tedesca on row number 4. Bertram Sasha and Kevin Lantinga on row 5. Ruben Moira and Taran Kinnard on row number 6. Mickey Blaskos, who hopefully will get back to his 13th place spot on the grid. He will have Lucas Frederick alongside Lawrence Sasha, and Eden Spanswick, who was not out on the grid, would have started on the 8th row of the grid.
All drivers from here on in gain one position, with Spanswick not starting on row 9. Thomas Van Vleet and Juan Aluya. Row 10, Luna Clare and Thomas Gomez. Clare had a retirement earlier on today. Fred Green and Marcus Gloom on row 11. Aaron Garcia also had a retirement earlier on today. He's looking for another good response from row 12 and is joined there by Matteo Bouvagnier. Luca Montebello and Aaron Ferrazzano have gained a lot of positions so far this weekend. They're going to have to do that again on row 13. Hugo Hemar and Sam Branston go from row 14. Maximiano da Silva and Milan Marchak on row 15. That is your top 30. Alessandro Bigi and Matteo van der Kerkhoff start on row number 16. Freddie Housley completes the field for this one. As I say, 33 down to 32 starters, with Eden Spanswick unfortunately not starting. Had a fairly sizable incident in the first round of races yesterday. Did race again yesterday, but yeah, not racing in this heat, and very likely, or possibly secured now that won't continue on past today.
Yeah, big shame, and hopefully all is okay, and yeah, we hope to see him back out very, very soon. Right, drivers heading round turn 14 now, a little bit spread out there. There's the red line, no overtaking from this point onwards, so you can get yourself into position. Bit of debris there in the middle of the circuit. Oh dear, and it's got caught on one of the driver's tyres, but hopefully that'll get cleared very quickly. Here we go then into the tram lines, and we are green flag, and away we go as the drivers make their way across the start-finish line. Paul Chouse with that good inside line, using that one to his advantage. There to the inside, Granada in the green helmet trying to get down the inside, and there's a spin off the track, and that looks to me, is that Louis Johnson-Cool, the 240 off the track, as well as the original spinner. I'm trying to see who that is.
Is it Gilles Renman? The 268 it is.
Yeah, it is, and the biggest problem from that is that Louis Johnson-Cool just fitted a brand new set of tyres on his wagon. So there we go, that's gone to waste already. That's a big shame for him. Right, back here at the front then, and it's still all kicking off. Paul Chouse still leading the way now as they all concertina up the treble 2 down the inside now. Who is this? This is Kevin Lantinga from all the way back in 10th place, battling for second.
Yeah, Lantinga has done a lot of overtaking so far this year in the IAME Euro Series, whether here at round 1 or the Winter Cup in Valencia, and he's on the move again. This has got to be one of the best opportunities he's had so far this year of taking a race victory. It's still the early stages though. Ruben Moya's on the scene as well. Winner here last year, of course, is down the inside of Malo Bollier. End of lap 1, Chaus leads. Second, Lantinga. Third, Ruben Moya. 8 positions gained for both Lantinga. Make that 9. Lantinga down the inside. Takes the lead of the race from Paul Chaus through turn 2. He's on a charge.
Yes, he is. And I'm going to check my little document here of tyres just to make sure. Has he got a brand new set of tyres on that wagon? Because he has flown through the order, has Kevin Lantinga. Confirmation, yes, he's got 4 brand new wheels on that kart. And he is absolutely putting them to advantage as he takes the lead of this one. So it's Lantinga from Chaus, or is it Moya? Moya from Chaus, because Moya now gets up into second place. Just check something there, adjusting something on the radiator, just to make sure engine temps are all good. You can see him there adjusting again as he goes through into the top section, a little wide on the entry, picks up a later apex and holds on to second place. So it's Lantinga, Moya, Chaus, Granada still there in 4th place, Bollier from Sash, Biasati there in 7th place. Biasati, he's hoping for another race win this weekend. He took a win earlier on yesterday, not able to capitalise today though, as here comes Chaus again, down in towards turn number 2, choosing not to go for the move there. Chaus, of course, not going for a fresh set of boots on his wagon. Malo Bollier, though, has gone for a fresh set on the right-hand side. And Biasati, I was saying he's hoping for a race win. Well, he isn't going to get one of those with a warning flag to his name. 5-second in-race time penalty will go his way. That's a bit gutting.
Yeah, it is not what Christian Biasati would have wanted. A couple of drivers making very good progress in still the early stages of this one. Laurit Sash up to 8th place. That's a gain of 7. Luna Clare as well. She's up 6 places to 13th. And Aaron Garcia, once again, MDC Racing Machine primed for overtaking. Has gained 8 positions so far into the top 15.
Keeping an eye on this racing. We're halfway through lap number 3 now of 9. And again, we continue to watch it. Malo Bollier and Marc Granada line astern. Is Granada going to go for the move here down in towards turn number 2? I think not, because I think he's wanting to just push along now. They want to try and catch up to Paul Chaus and Ruben Moya, who have broken away at the front here. Lantinga, who is 3/10 up the road, is not breaking away though, as Moya has closed in. So yeah, all is well at the moment with everything, but at the moment Ruben Moya looking very strong here.
Indeed, 1 minute 3.9, new fastest lap of the race. The winner here 12 months ago. He's going to start trying to put Kevin Lantinga under pressure, but Lantinga has so much experience around these machines. Gained 9 so far in this race, the Dutchman. He's just holding Ruben Moya at a distance of, say, about a kart length and a half, maybe 2. Paul Chaus still there as well. Super weekend so far for the whole Auto Club RC2 team. Very close again. There's, you see the slipstream in effect, and that's going to give Moya the opportunity he needs. Down the inside, beautiful move, simple move in some ways. Takes the lead away from Kevin Lantinga, and here comes Paul Chaus as well into turn 4 on the brakes. Lovely stuff yet again. And once again, it's Moya and Chaus at the front of the order. What has Kevin Lantinga got on those new tyres? Fresh boots for this race. Still dry conditions here at Zuera. Has he got a response now as they come round to complete in a few moments lap number 5?
Yep, great stuff here. Moya now starting to break away just that little bit now. Well, Chaus, though, I suspect will try and fight back in these stages. He won't allow Moya to break away if he can try and avoid it. But Lantinga, if he stays there, just lingering in the background in 3rd place, he's just gonna play mental games with Paul Chaus here, thinking, you know, I want to try and close up this gap, try and not allow Moya to break away. Gap still 0.2 of a second, so at the moment it's okay. But we'll see what we can do with this session. But right now, Moya looking like he's in control here, but Chaus once again is closing in.
Is indeed. Doesn't give these ones up. single lap pace of that kart has been very good this weekend. It's one of those races where a big push lap could be the difference between winning and second place. It's top 3 comfortably clear of the rest of the pack at the moment. 1.5 seconds the gap back to Biasate, and we should remember that Biasate has a penalty, a warning flag, and 5 seconds will be added to the finishing time for the 2.56. Good run for the Sashas here. And, it's both up to 5th and 6th place, and for the 3.32, that is a very good gain. 9 positions so far in this race. Further down the order, other bits of progress being made. Luna Claret, as mentioned beforehand, Wanaluya as well. 3 laps to go, including the one that we're on. Ruben Moya once again showing just how good Ruben Moya is around this Zuera circuit. Looking calm at the moment. I say looking calm. He's now getting in that shrimping position, trying to get in as much of an aerodynamic position as possible, Anthony. He is feeling the pressure a little bit from Paul Chouse behind.
Yeah, maybe so. Let's see what they can do. But, I mean, it's just pressure building in these sort of stages here of the race. You know, you just got to think mental games being played now. And Tinga just thinking he's come up so many positions now to get to where he is in this spot. That, you know, he's just thinking, he's probably thinking long game here.
Yeah.
He's probably just thinking, you know, I don't need to fight this. I can just stay here in 3rd. I'm in a good position. This has probably been my best result so far. In fact, it will be his best result so far this weekend, being a P3. And I think he's just happy to be there, I think. Biasati, Sash, and Sash. So you've got Bertram Sash and Lawrence Sash, the 2 Falcon Racing Team drivers, pushing firm there. Just a little further down the order. Other big movers out there, Hugo Heron, he's up 12 places as well. Subsequently, drivers who have lost out, obviously Louis Johnson Cool at the start of that one. Elliot Weiss has lost out as well. It's a bit of a lull here at the moment as we watch these top 3 as they continue to close back in again. And Tinga, again, it's just that temptation for him. Like I said, he doesn't need to attack, but yet I feel he will attack.
Well, what we've seen so far this year, we know that Kevin Lantinga is one of the bravest drivers on the brakes in this field. Ruben Moya is digging so deep at the moment through the second sector. He obviously knows this place very well. There we go. Lantinga down the inside. Well, we said he was going to take an opportunity, and he's gone for it. Has Paul Chouse got a response? Yes, he has. And Paul Chouse makes a gesture to Lantinga to say, what are you doing? This is letting Ruben Moya break away at the front of the field, and all of a sudden, he's got a 0.5 second lead. Through goes Lantinga again, though. He wants second place at least. He's pushing hard. But you've got to think that for Ruben Moya now, this is a great position to be in as Paul Chouse goes back down the inside. Fighting again. It's going to be this squabble all the way to the end for second place. Ruben Moya is away.
Yeah, he's trying to get it down the inside again, though. Is Paul Chouse. He does get it down the inside. So now he's back into second place. I will completely agree, though, with Kevin Lantinga's chance to go for that move. He could see that he wasn't catching Ruben Moya. They were going on to the last lap. He knew that wasn't time to get first, so let's go for second. Yeah, exactly. And the reaction there from Paul Chouse is, again, understandable. You know, he's thinking, I wanted to go for Moya. Now that's throwing that out the book. So Moya's going to go into the final corner completely unchallenged here. Paul Chouse, despite his best efforts, will have to settle for second. Lantinga will settle for 3rd, but he'll be delighted with that one. Ruben Moya takes the win, and he will be happy with that one. Moya from Chouse, from Lantinga, Bertrand Saffron, Lawrence Sash, and Biasati, of course, albeit with that in-race 5-second time penalty, will finish 6th place from Mickey Blaskos. That's a good result, despite the fact that he had that spin on the outlap as well. Yeah, luckily for him, he's managed to get away well.
As indeed. There is your winner once again here at Zuera. Ruben Moya showing that despite the difficulties in timed qualifying yesterday, he is not a driver to be ignored at this stage of the competition. That puts Moya 4th in the intermediate classification. So as things stand, still with another race to go in this rotation for the seniors. It's Luzio still on 0, Caronini 6, Mustinez on 8, Moya here on 11, Ramicas 16, Bollier 19, Biasati 22 and Utron 25. Those are provisional results, we should stress. And of course, we've still got a number of senior races to go here today. Here's your provisional results for that last race. Moya wins by just under half a second ahead of Paul Chaus. Kevin Lantinga in third. Great runs there for Falcon Racing Team's duo of Bertram Sash and Lauritz Sash, fourth and fifth for the Danes there. Christian Biasati was sixth over the line, but has a +5 second penalty to be applied. Mickey Blashkos will be promoted therefore, finished seventh on the road. Malo Bollier eighth, Wanaluyan in ninth, and Lucas Friedrich completing the top 10. Luna Clare, good drive from Luna Clare there for Pantano Racing Team, up 8 to 11th. Elliot Weiss 12th. Hugo Herrera, not for the first time this weekend, gaining a good number of positions, up 14 to 13th. Tomas Gomez and Aaron Garcia completing the top 15. Tyron Kinnard and Fred Green finished in a top 20 that was rounded out by Aaron Ferrasano, Alessandro Tedesca and Marcus Gloom. Sam Branston gained 7 in that race, ahead of probably at least slightly dejected Louis Johnston-Cool after that first lap incident. Likewise, Gilles Veman both lost 18 places in that race. Thomas Van Vliet 24th, ahead of Matteo Bouvanier in 25th. Freddie Housley, Milan Marchak, Luca Montebello, Maxi De Silva and Alessandro Bigi all in the top 30. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that race. Good start for Paul Chaus, led from first position. Marc Granada had a chance as well, starting from grid 3. Bollier on the outside, cut to the inside for turn 2. This is where we would see the demise. At that point there, off went Gilles Veman, off went Louis Johnston-Cool, and the gamble of putting the new tyres on not paying off at all. Both of them would finish down and outside of the top 20. Kevin Lantinga was in an overtaking mood in this race, sliding through past Malo Bollier there, and then going for Paul Chaus as well. Beautiful stuff from the Dutchman. The 222 up to the very front of the field from 10th on the grid. But it was Ruben Moya, who you never write off around this place. He started to come through the field, little adjustments being made, all of his experience being put to use past Paul Chaus there, and then for the race lead past Kevin Lantinga. A beautiful move there once again on lap number 5. It was Moya time. He just took control of this race, felt a bit of pressure from behind, but then really dig deep in sector 2 in particular, knew he needed to build up a gap to not be in too defensive a position on the straights. Through went Paul Chaus back into second place, and every single time it was Moya able to build 2-3 tenths ahead and keep himself out of dangerous reach. Good run, as I say, for the Bertram Sash and Lauritz Sash duo effort for Falcon Racing Team. Lantinga went for second place late on. Paul Chaus protested. Both of them arguably lost out a small chance on going for the win as Moya escaped down the road. It was a very entertaining scrap between Lantinga and Chaus on that last lap. In the end, it was Chaus who won out. Ruben Moya takes another victory here at Zuera. He was top of the intermediate classification here last year. He went on to win the round, of course. Whilst it's looking like a tall effort at the moment, given the form of Luzio and Carinini and others, Ruben Moya is definitely one to watch again here in 2024. There are your drivers for the next race, but before we get on to the Group C versus G competition in seniors, let's head down into Parc Ferme. Anthony Jordan has Ruben Moya.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, down in Parc Ferme here with our race winner from that one, Ruben Moya. Ruben, superb effort from yourself. Tough old race. You come out on top. Good to see you back on fighting form again here.
Yes, after qualifying, we were already back to the business. So, yeah, now finally the heat win after 4 heats. So, yeah, it's like always, every heat we improve a little bit until we find the pace. Yeah.
A lot more races to go. Obviously, tomorrow's another day, busy day with, of course, the super heats and the finals. Of course, do you feel like you're still prepared, ready for all of this to happen?
Yes, I'm always ready. It's same as every week. Already 7 or 8 years doing Euro Series, so at the end it's the same every time. So yeah, always confident about myself, about my team, my chassis. So yeah, ready for everything that comes.
I think the Pantano team's done a brilliant job, haven't they, in recent years, you know, getting everything ready and working hard. You always seem to have a smile on your face when you come out with a good result with the team, and everyone in the team seems to be celebrating as well, no matter what the result. So it must be a fantastic team to work with.
Yes, a really good team. We are quite young. It's like just our third season. I'm there since the first race ever in Winter Cup in Valencia. So yes, it's, we work a lot in the factory. We test so many things to make our drivers as fast as possible. And then when all the drivers are fast, then it comes me that I need to be fast. But the principle is to get the drivers fast.
Yeah. Well, a brilliant result for yourself. Congratulations on that one. We hope to see you on that top spot a little bit later on today as well.
Thanks.
Excellent. Well, Andrew, plenty of decent races here. We'll head back up to you. More senior races to go.
Thank you very much, Anthony. More senior races to come, and also more rain, it would seem. The few spots on the commentary box window as that interview with Ruben Moya was taking place. So for Groups C and G, potential change of track conditions up ahead of them. 9 laps, just over 15 kilometres for them to compete over for the next set of points in the senior competition. This will complete this next round. There is the rain radar. It's light rain. It's just drizzling at the moment here in Zuera. Let's have a look at the grid for this next race in X30 Senior. Could be a key one in the story of this round. Jan Gomez will start on pole position. Danny Caronini once again is on the outside on row 1. He had an amazing start in his last race from that position. Can he do it again? Adrian Martinez, currently third in the points, starts third in this race. Patrick Ogrodovchik starts alongside on that second row. Christian Caballero and Clement Outron start on row 3. Thibaut Ramicas and Mathis Barber start on row 4. Gus Lawrence and Clovis Nugaretz complete the top 10 there on row 5. Reimer Blanc and Eloy Gonzalez start on row 6. Eduardo Dominguez and Alexi Constant start on row 7. Finn McLaughlin and Robbie McLaughlin form up an all-Irish row there on row 8. Conor Grant, another Irish driver, is on row 9 and is joined by Natalia Granada. Sem van der Heyden starts on row 10 alongside Matthias van der Kerkhoff. Oni Twisku starts on row 11 alongside Hugo Brunn. Austin Gale and Charlie Gloom start on row 12. Luke Taylor and Daniel Caballero start on row 13. Marlon Vatter and Francesco Costa start on row 14. Alexander Ruta and Gilles Matrullo complete the top 30 on row 15. Juan Pablo Girard and Maxime Blanchemont start on row 16. It's a 33-cart field that's completed by Victor Kohlmahler. Into the comms box steps Anthony Jordan. How's the weather out there in your very short walk from Parc Fermé?
Right, well, I'm going to ask very politely for the guys in production, can you bring up that little radar for us? I'm a big fan of that radar. A lot of people are going to hate me for that one, but I felt spots of rain when I walked into the commentary box here, and I can see it on the commentary box window as well. There has been some spots of rain coming down. I'm curious to see what's imminent upon this track.
I say it's definitely drizzling here at the moment. There's been some reports of rain down towards turn 1 and turn 2, and of course here in the box, because we've got eyes. We can see out the window and can see that there's fresh raindrops on those, and continuing fresh raindrops. Danny Caronini, we've coined a phrase today, haven't we, Mr. Jordan, of doing a Caronini, which is to start from P2 and sling it round the outside with all the bravery in the world and emerge from turn 1 in the lead. We know he can do it because he did it in the previous race where we saw the Italian out on track, but can he do it again? Is there still enough grip out there for him to do it as well? Does he go on a bit of a cautionary attempt this time, considering that he's very nicely positioned in the IC?
Yeah, no, I will completely agree. It's you know, there's a fine line between this. I think he's going to go full send. He's got brand new set of tyres on his left-hand side of his wagon. There's no doubt in my mind he's going to go absolutely full send on this one. Into the tram lines. We're going around again, ladies and gents. Another attempt to field 2 spread out there. And our race director, Martin Bean, sending them around one more time. There we go. They're teasing us, ladies and gentlemen. They're teasing us. And in that meantime, the rain continues to trickle down.
And it's trickle is the word. It's not particularly heavy at the moment. And based on what we saw earlier on this afternoon when the minis were out on circuit in similar conditions, not enough rain, I would say, from the warmth in the driver comms box to need a treaded tyre. It's I say, looking around down towards the south, I think it's the clearest it's been towards the south of the circuit all day. It's clearly sunny over there. We can see the windmills off in the distance in the hills, but then we look to our right and towards the west. They are probably the darkest clouds that we've seen so far today.
Yes, that is a shot over to where's that? The east there, and that's roughly where the rain has gone, but it's more over to the west. So as this camera pans around a little bit more there you're starting to see the darker clouds starting to loom over. So yeah, something's on the way. Right then, so Jan Gomez, Danny Carinini. There it is. Yes, because imminent peril, I think, on that radar there. It's just amazingly, it's wrapped around us, but it's left us alone for a while. It's very lucky we're not anywhere else up there, is there on that map, but certainly we've been very lucky.
Very lucky so far indeed. Right, under starters orders once again, Jan Gomez will take it from pole position. Danny Carinini alongside their grid 2. Into the tram lines we go. 9 laps to sort this one out. Green and racing. Good start for those on the pole side of the grid, particularly for Martinez. Here comes Carinini. He didn't take the lead, but he fought back there, going for second place around the outside of Martinez, but it's Gomez who leads off of turn 2 for the first time. Carinini comes through. Had to really fight there for that position. Martinez is back down the inside as they go through turn number 4. The bravery of the Italian comes to the fore once again, and he's gone round the outside of Gomez. He's gone round the outside of Jan Gomez on the run down to turn 5, and it's the Zanchi Motorsport cars in the lead once again.
Yep, nicely done. Well calculated all the way through that first sector. And brilliantly done as everyone slots in towards turn number 7, the hairpin here. You could just see there under brakings, having to fend from the battling going on behind of him. I think that was Mattis Barb there, and maybe even Gus Lawrence coming a cropper. There is Finn McLaughlin. Now, Finn McLaughlin, is he up into a third place there? Yeah, that's a superb start for Finn McLaughlin. Where did he start? 15th place. What a start there.
Massive start. This has been, well, 2 drivers that we saw competing at the front a few weeks ago. We know they're in good form. His top 3 are all in good form. Carinini, Martinez and McLaughlin. McLaughlin's trying to find a gap perhaps past Martinez there for second place, and he's going to go down the inside into turn 4 full of confidence. And another good move from the Irish driver. Is there a problem, Anthony, for one of the drivers out there?
Yeah, Alexi Constant, unfortunately, has dropped to the back of the grid. Not sure what happened out on circuit. May have been one of the drivers that got caught out on the exit of turn 4 on that opening lap. So, yeah, not gone well there for Finn McLaughlin. Some of the stats out there for you. Started 15th. He's currently 2nd. He's gained 13 places in 1 lap. That is superb driving, isn't it,
really
from the Irishman? They've taken full advantage of that one. In fact, I'm actually going to look at my piece of paper here. Did he have fresh tyres? No, I don't think he did.
No.
Oh, no, he did. He did. He had fresh tyres on the left-hand side of his kart. So, yeah, brand new tyres on the left-hand side. So that will have benefited him here. But it's the same for Carinini. Carinini's also got a fresh set on the left-hand side as well.
It's impressive to say. We've seen drivers come flying through the field, but it's often when they've got new boots on all 4 corners. So, yes, he's got 2 new tyres on the left-hand side, but that's still very impressive stuff. And I think this is the first time, probably this whole weekend, including the timed qualifying, that we now hopefully see the real Finn McLaughlin. He's been stuck in the midfield. It was one of the drivers compromised in Group 4 qualifying. Do we now see that turn of speed that we saw in Valencia, where he was a proper contender for the win? It didn't end up going his way. But will the real Finn McLaughlin now stand up? He's trying to close in. It's purple through through the second sector there. He's got a chance here of closing down Carinini. Carinini has not got his customary 1.5 second gap that he's normally had at this stage of the race in previous rounds.
Yeah, no, exactly. He has got a bit of pressure here now from McLaughlin as we go into this race, but Danny Carinini still in a good spot here. He's 2nd in the overall intermediate classifications, only 6 points to his name. So if he did lose a position here to Finn McLaughlin, not the end of the world. No. He's in a prime opportunity. He doesn't need to really worry in the long game of things, but I'm sure it's like a, you know, so as a racing driver, you're never going to give up first place easily, are you?
No, and particularly as someone in the form that the Zanki Motorsport pilot is in. On the points front, I actually think the bigger concern is the man in third, because because Mustinez is his closest competitor in the intermediate classification at the moment, and McLaughlin. Oh, I say that McLaughlin's got very deep. Quite a few drivers going deep through turn number 8. They're all getting it back together. Gus Lawrence is on a charge here as well. Spoke to him at the start of the weekend. It's his first time here at Zuera, running a program with the long calendar of the year in mind. PF International Karting entry. He's gained 5 places in the hands of Gus Lawrence, running very nicely indeed.
Yeah, more drivers who have made moves as well. Austin Gale, one of them, up to P11, 12 places gained, the same as Luke Taylor, also 12 places gained up into P13. So they're all making these moves here now as we continue to watch this battle here. There is Thibaut Ramekers. He's got Conor Grant and Jan Gomez just behind. Gomez having to go defensive, or Conor Grant, sorry, having to go defensive there. Ola Gonzalez starting to close in as well as Ramekers is on the charge here towards Clement Outron. Outron not able to get the start I think he wanted. He got caught out a little bit after starting in that third row on the outside row going into turn 1 at the start of this race. But at the moment, just pushing as hard as he can. But you can just see everyone just slotting into place there. There you can see the 349 just making moves. Trying to get through this field as well. So Clovis Nougaraid also having a superb start to his race, starting this one from P10 up 2 places into P8.
So set times between the top 2, very evenly matched. Danny Caronini controlling the gap at the moment. It's back up to 0.7. That's a mega last sector for Caronini. Is out of the race. Is Alexei Constant. Already had a problem in the early stages of this one and will go no further than lap 5 there, fortunately for Alexei Constance. That means we're down to 30 out there.
Yep, big shame there. Well, Danny Caronini, fastest lap of the race, 104.235. Starting to, well, I would say he's opening that gap, but McLaughlin's still with him. And in fact, that gap's coming down even more. So he set the fastest lap, yet he still lost time to Finn McLaughlin. Worked that one out. But as he goes through, he is still just trying to maintain that gap, but McLaughlin's making it so difficult for him as we just keep watching this battle here further down. Ramekers holding on to that position. Overtake here. This was Ramekers on Clement Outron. And that is going up in towards turn number 2, right at the fastest part of the circuit. A prime place for overtaking, even more so for Ramekers with that slipstream performance that he's got.
One of the fastest drivers in the flat-out parts of the circuit this weekend. 3 laps to go. Caronini still holding that gap at 0.7. Slower than he normally has, but he's doing that same regime that we've seen this weekend of controlling the pace. He knows when to use these tyres. It's such an expert fashion. It always impresses me when I see Danny Caronini race in this fashion, because he'll be aware of Finn McLaughlin behind, trying to chip away at his lead. Mustinez looking comfortable as well there in 3rd place, Lawrence in 4th. Here is the battle, the 3-3-5. This is Matis Barber. This is all for the top 10, is it not? Austin Gale in there and Eloy Gonzalez. We've got past Jan Gomez there. So Jan Gomez has lost 2 spots recently. Barber up to 9th rather, and Gale up to 10th.
Changes happening all the way throughout the field here. You can see Clement Outron now under pressure from Clovis Nougaraid, who's starting to close in just that little bit here on that slipstream down in towards turn number 2. Are we going to see a move here in towards turn number 2 from Nougaraid? No. Thought about it for a brief moment. Just had a test of the old waters there to the inside at turn number 2. Thought against it again in towards turn 4. Again, just not going for that move. Robbie Buckley now with the fastest lap of the race. He's currently in 13th place behind that Austin Gale battle, and behind this battle he's in that train. You can just see Hugo Brunn receiving the warning flag. That comes with an in-race 5-second time penalty, so that will not be in his best interest to receive that one. Check over the shoulder there for Nougaraid just to see what is happening behind, and I think you'll be okay if you wanted to go for a move here on Clement Outron. If the gap becomes available, I would say it's a fair game to go for it.
Yeah, and these two are dropping back from Thibaut Ramekers, so the argument of work together to catch the young Belgian ahead is probably not in play right now. coming round the leaders to go on to another lap. It is, of course, the final lap. Danny Carinini still 7/10 of a second ahead of Finn McLaughlin. Adrian Mustinez at 1.5 seconds back. Gus Lawrence 4th, Thibaut Ramekes 5th. It's not been the most eventful race that we've seen so far this weekend, Anthony, but I think it's a really key one in terms of where drivers are going to be lining up for the superheats. Right now, Luzio confirmed he's going to be in the lead, just needs to convert from the last race, and he's going to have the lead in the IC in pole position for one of those superheats. But this Carinini-Mustinez battle could theoretically be where this other pole position in the second of the superheats ends up. Danny Carinini is taking a big step to taking that right now. Although, say that, last lap, has Finn McLaughlin got enough corners? He is closing in. I don't think he's closing in at the rate that's going to worry Carinini. Carinini is just a couple of corners, in fact, one corner away from taking another victory. Danny Carinini takes the checkered flag. Finn McLaughlin is back in the top 3. Mustinez will be 3rd. Gus Lawrence comes home in 4th place. Good result there for the British champion. 5th place for Thibaut Ramekes. Fast-paced race, that, Anthony.
Yeah, certainly so. Carinini, no time wasted at the beginning of that one. Just got that outside run. Didn't get the job done going in towards turn 2. He certainly got the job done going in towards turn 5. That's where that overtake came in. That's where he took the lead on the opening lap. And that's where it just maintained it all the way throughout. But my driver of that race, I've got to give it to Finn McLaughlin. I really do. I mean, what a drive from him to gain that many positions in such an early phase of the race. 13 places gained in one lap, and then continuing to hold that second place spot. And a superb drive.
And overtaking some really quality drivers as well. I think that's a big boost for VDK, thinking further down the line. The likelihood is that McLaughlin is not going to be right at the sharp end when we get to the superheats, and potentially for the final as well. But if he can make that kind of progress in a heat, he can do it when we get to the longer forms of race tomorrow. There's your provisional result. Carinini takes another win, this time by 0.59 of a second ahead of McLaughlin. Mustinez, another strong result there in 3rd, consolidates his position at the front of, or near the front of the order for the intermediate classification. Best results of the weekend so far for Gus Lawrence, 4th. Thibaut Ramekes strong again in 5th. Clement Outron ahead of his countryman Clovis Nougared there in 6th, 7th for Nougared, 8th for Conor Grant, 9th for Matis Barber, and Oloy Gonzalez, another good drive as well, up to 10th place. Robbie Buckley, Christian Caballero, Austin Gale, Jan Gomez and Natalia Granada all inside the top 15. Matthias van der Kerkhoff in 16th. Let's have a look at the highlights from that race, Anthony.
Yeah, there were many on this one, but it was a calm race in the mid-pack. The start, though, exciting. Keep an eye on Danny Carinini on the outside there, going in towards turn number 2, the red helmet when it comes back round the shot. And you can just see there in 2nd place. Look already, there's like a 3-car length deficit that he's got to your race leader. But round the outside here through turn number 4, gets that speed, gets the racing line, and look at the power, look at the drive he's got out of that corner, and no competition that can completely take the lead before they even get to the braking zone of turn 5. And then from there, it was free game. Then this man here, Finn McLaughlin, we didn't really see what he did at the start of this one, but I can tell you what he did do. He gained 13 places in one lap. That's what he did. Ramekes, though, in the midsection of the race, he was taking advantage of his slipstream advantage, and he was just flying through this field, really pushing it through. Just no real contest here, closing up and opening up those gaps between himself and Conor Grant, Clovis Nougared as well. He would then close up to Clement Outron. He would get past Clement Outron at turn number 2, and then from there, it would be checkered flag, and Danny Carinini would take another race win, and he'd be happy with that one.
Very, very happy indeed is the Italian there, and we'll march on to the next race. Welcome back, everybody, to Zuera and the first round of the 2024 IAME Euro Series. Getting ready for a very important set of races to take us through to the end of the day. First out on circuit for the final rotation is the X30 Junior category. The Heats A, or Heats Group for A and C will be out first. And Anthony Jordan, we've had 2 rounds for these drivers, but this is the one that will decide who starts on pole position for the Super Heats tomorrow.
Yes, indeed. And the driver who starts this one on pole position, Javier Barrasca, is currently leading that intermediate classifications as the whistle blows and qualifying Heat A versus C for Junior X30 gets underway. This is the last time we will see these groups of junior drivers out today until their Super Heats tomorrow. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Javier Barrasca and Riley Cranham on row number 1. Then you've got Benjamin Manak and Sam Woolley on row 2. Toby Gale and Arthur Huang, they go from row 3 from Tyke Buckley and Harrison Mackie. Aston Sharp and Czech Peters on row 5. They ran at the top 10 with Rock Pineda and Nikita Nikashov on row number 6.
Max Murray and Nilas Malik go from row 7. Senna Mounier and Stigler Edemaker start on row 8. Carolina Redondo and Maxime Prudhomme start on row 9. Louis Badire and Moritz Moore start on the 10th row of the grid. David Minichuna and Jacob Backler start on row 11, with Wouter Bergiano starting in 23rd position. And this race, points from it combined with the races for all the drivers earlier on today. They kicked off their first round of heats around 10:45 local time here in Spain. They then had their second round of heats immediately after the lunch break just before 2 o'clock local time. It is now around, well, just gone 4 o'clock. Still no heavy rain. for us
Stop
here,
saying that.
It's still dry out there, Anthony. The clouds are still threatening. There is our, right on cue, there is our rain radar. And I'm no meteorologist, but it is remarkable that we're somehow avoiding the heavier elements that we can see around the circuit.
I say let's be thankful for that and let's continue our dry racing all the way to the end of the day. But like you say, drivers make their way around. It has been a miracle that we've avoided it. One, in terms of the intermediate classifications, then going into it before we get started with these last 2 races, before we determine who is going to be starting on pole for the Super Heats tomorrow. Javier Barrasca leads it with 2 points from Kenzo Craigie with his 3 points. Then it's Riley Cranham, Benjamin Manak, Ty Butley, Harrison Mackie, Jus Mulder and Toby Gale, the top 6. Only 10 points between 1st and 8th in the intermediate classifications, which means a retirement in this can put you well down the order.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's where this 3rd set of heats, you know, you can be in a very good position, but it doesn't guarantee you anything for the Super Heats. You've still got to do the job out here in this 3rd round. But as you say, for Barrasca in a very good position in this race, and you'll have pole position for the first of the Super Heats tomorrow. Nobody, either in this race, also on the grid, or in the race to come, will be able to beat Barrasca's score. Very slow indeed. So slow they've almost stopped formation lap here. Bit of gamesmanship perhaps between the 2 drivers on the front row.
Maybe, but Cranham is eager to get going. Barrasca isn't. Now they're all getting themselves lined up here. And again, tactics, mental games, I'm sure, that is being played right now. Using that oiling up the engines and the smoke pouring out of those exhausts now. You go through the blue mist flat out in towards turn 1, hoping that it's all clear when you get going. Onto the tram lines, lights go green. Here we go, we're racing down in towards turn 1. And again, good stuff from the inside line. Barrasca, Manak and Gale getting away well on that inside line. The outside of Cranham not getting a good getaway. You can see him there in P4. Sam Woolley there in P5, as well as the rest of the field slot through. Everyone gets through turns 2 and 3 cleanly. Oh, actually, I say that. There's one spin just in the background there. It looks to me like it's a fusion kart that's gone round. And I can confirm it is. It's the 21. It's Harrison Mackie. Oh, Harrison Mackie out of this race at the start of it. There's another kart going slowly as well. But that is a disaster for the UK driver.
Well, it'll still be factoring in those Super Heats tomorrow, but that is a lot of work to do now for Harrison Mackie for the rest of this competition. Just to make the top 36, of course. It's not been his year so far. At the front of the order, it's the number 19 of Barrasca. Clear now of the rest of the group. Toby Gale wants to get through. He's eager to find a way past Benjamin Maniac there for second place. Cranham has slotted into fourth as they come round to complete lap number 1 of 7 here. Last heat of the day for these drivers. Here comes Toby Gale. Oh, as I think about it, hesitates and bam, through goes Riley Cranham.
I think he's got a problem.
He's got a problem.
I think he's got a problem, yeah. He is so slow through that sector. Look at the time he lost there. He stuck a hand up as well saying, I've got a problem, I've got a problem. And he's still slowing down again. Toby Gale looks to be out of this race. Mechanical gremlins are plaguing his kart. I mean, he says that he's still trying to go for it. No, he's not.
No.
The kart is massively underpowered, and he's going to have to bring that into the pit lane.
Well, just like that, one of the race leaders had made such a good start, but Toby Gale is going to be, like Harrison Mackie, getting a big score on the board, and that's what you do not want in these formats. Through goes the number 51 of Max Murray. Arthur Huang will be next. Back at the front of the order, change for second place. Cranham down the inside of Maniac. Takes it to Benjamin Maniac. Through he goes. And the catching to Baraska as well. If Baraska wants to secure that superheat pole position in this race, he's going to have to fend off 4 hungry drivers in Maniac, Cranham, Sharp and Buckley. They are all there wanting his first place.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, if he can even just drop down to second place, he'll be all right. But now the train's going to come through now, and he's not going to lose 1. He's going to lose 2 and maybe even 3 positions here. No, it's just the 2 positions he loses. He's down to third place. That gives him 3 points, 5 in total. It means Kenzo Craigie would theoretically lead the intermediate classifications, and if he wins that one, he would start on pole in the Superheat 1 tomorrow. So that's the biggest question that they've got. All of these drivers will make it into the 2 Superheats tomorrow, but only 36 of them will get into that final.
Really rough times for Baraska here. He's going to fight back now, back past Sam Woolley, but he's been overtaken by Aston Sharp. A big send from Sharp into turn 4. Tyke Buckley has also got through. So let's count them through at the end of lap number 2. This is going to be a big change in the intermediate classification for Javier Baraska, who's going to slip behind Craigie. I think he's going to slip behind Cranham and Maniac as well. On the quick mental maths in my head at the end of lap number 3. Then here they go. Cranham goes back to 0 points for this race, back up to second place. Baraska defending again, now for 5th place ahead of Nikishov. It's tied on points with Maniac, so he's still there in 3rd, but this is a tough, tough moment for Javier Baraska.
Maniac might have an opportunity here as well to get past Javier Baraska in the intermediate classification as well if he can get another position. Well, I say that Toby Gale had an engine problem. He's now just set the fastest lap of the race, so something tells me that the Crocker's got the bit between his teeth picked out, and now he's going for it again.
Interesting, very interesting. And Toby Gale, less than 2.5 seconds behind the race leader, could still get some good points from this race. We're on lap 4 over the halfway stage. Riley Cranham first, Aston Sharp there in second place. Maniac slipped down to 4th. So as things would stand, Craigie, with 1 race to go, would be leading the intermediate classification on 3 points. Cranham second on 4, can do no better than 4. Down the inside, here comes Aston Sharp. That took Riley Cranham by surprise. And through he goes, and it's going to be second place now for Buckley. Here comes Maniac as well for 3rd.
I'm not going to lie, I think that took everyone by surprise on that one. You saw the hand controls there, just everyone, just that last second ditch out of it. It looked like there was almost going to be a collision there, but amazingly they'll get away with it. Cranham back down the inside here of Benjamin Maniac, gets back up into 3rd place now. So it's Sharp from Buckley. So they are looking good right now, and they are driving away in this one, and this is good for what they need. We'll have a look at the intermediate classifications then. That should shake things up a little bit more as well.
Tyke Buckley's going to be nicely positioned here. Could be getting past both Baraska and Maniac as things stand, and could be even better. It's going to be putting anyone in the second race, groups B and D, still to come under a lot of pressure to convert their opportunities and hold their positions in the IC. Over, start, finish again. End of lap number 5. Sharp leads by half a tenth ahead of Buckley. They're working together, brilliantly working together with the MBR teammates right now. Know the job in hand. They've got to push away from Riley Cranham there in 3rd, Maniac 4th, and Sam Woolley improving as well up to 5th place now.
Indeed. Well, just a couple of laps to go in this one, and these two line astern. I can imagine they will work together to try and open up that gap between themselves and Riley Cranham, Benjamin Maniac Sam Woolley, Nikita Nikishov. We've not spoke much about Nikita Nikishov so far this weekend. Up 6 places. This has been his best race so far.
Definitely so. Yeah, it's been an impressive run from Nikishov, showing that turn of pace. Outside the top 8 at the moment in the IC. Stands as thus: Craigie, Cranham, Buckley, Maniac, Mulder, Baraska, Pradilla and Sharp. So that just shows you how quickly this can change. We were talking about Baraska securing pole position with a win in this race. He's now looking like he's going to be outside the top 5 in the point standings at the end of this round of heats. Final lap then. Big lap just came in from Riley Cranham there, who's closed up the gap to the 2 Mick Barrett Racing entries at the front of the order. It's still Sharp ahead of Buckley, but it's 1, 2, 3 fighting for the win. Could be 4. Maniac's closing in as well.
It certainly is, and Cranham with the fastest lap of the race as well is piling on that pressure. Buckley going defensive now. He's being that rear gunner to Sharp here, and he's trying to go down the inside there through the exit of turn 5. It's not going to work out. Benjamin Maniac now on that rear bumper as Cranham is trying to force his way to the inside, opens up the door, and now Maniac goes through. So as soon as Cranham tried to get that move done, he loses one. So now Cranham is definitely on the back foot here, and Benjamin Maniac is on a charge. But I think this is going to help out Sharp and Buckley to get a 1-2 here for Mick Barrett Racing. I'm sure it wasn't planned, but that would be the nicest tribute, I'm sure, to the late Shelley Barrett, who was a big part of the team. And of course, from Trent Valley Kart Club, it is across the line. It's Aston Sharp and Tyke Butley 1-2, and Mick Barrett Racing 1-2. The team will be delighted with that one. Big smiles on their faces after gaining 8 and 5 positions apiece. Benjamin Maniac secures 3rd place, equaling his starting spot from Sam Woolley and Riley Cranham rounding out the top 5. But Aston Sharp, he takes his first win of the weekend. Tyke Butley takes, I think, his best result from the team.
And as the points cycle through, Tyke Buckley is suddenly in the discussion for pole position. It leaves things standing as it follows here with 1 race to go. Kenzo Craigie, who will be in that race, sits on 3 points. Tyke Buckley is on 7. Benjamin Maniac on 8. Both of them are done, so they can't go any lower in the ranks right now. Riley Cranham 4th, just Mulder 5th, both on 9 points, Cranham and Mulder. Baraska down to 6th place on 10 points. Thomas Pradilla still to race as well in 7th at the moment on 11, and Aston Sharp 8th on 12. A very, very interesting race. That is your provisional result for Groups A and C in their final qualifying heat of the weekend here at Zuera. Aston Sharp wins it by half a second in a Mick Barrett Racing 1-2. Tyke Buckley has put himself right in the talking conversation now for the round win. There's a long way to go. Benjamin Maniac 3rd, Sam Woolley 4th, Riley Cranham 5th, Nikita Nikishov, the strong showing there for VDK in 6th place. 7th was Toby Gale. Oh, he'll be gutted, because I think if it wasn't for that one lap where something was wrong with the kart, we don't know what it was, it definitely would have been up in that top 5, but in the end it's 7th. Javier Baraska 8th. That is not where Javier Baraska would have been expecting to finish, having started from pole position and had the opportunity to secure one of the pole positions for tomorrow's Super Heats. Rock Pinheiro 9th and Stig Rademacher completing the top 10. Away we go then. This is the highlights from that first race in the 3rd rotation, the 3rd round of heats for X30 Junior, and it's a great start for Baraska. Had early control of things down towards turn 2, followed by Benjamin Maniac. It was a very strong start for Toby Gale as well, from 5th on the grid, early up to 5th place. Cranham fell down to 4th, but crucially kept himself in there. Aston Sharp was on the move as well, trying to go around the outside there. The number 66, Sam Woolley, had a decent start, was up in the top 10. A move for Toby Gale turned immediately into a problem, lost out to Cranham, and for about a lap was seemingly on his way to retirement from this race, being overtaken left, right and centre. Not all things happy in the number 23. Cranham pounced on Maniac there early on lap 2 as well, took the challenge to Baraska, and I don't think we could have predicted the way that Baraska would have fall down the order after the first lap and a half, but his kart and everything there clearly wasn't running at full pace. Maybe some problems being masked on the number 19. Lost a position to Aston Sharp there, and through came Tig Buckley as well. This is really the point of the race where the MBR train got up to speed. Battle between Baraska and the number 62 of Nikishov, who had one of the best races that we've seen from the VDK Racing driver so far this weekend. Sam Woolley once again holding for another top 10, another top 5 in fact, with 4th place at the end of it. Lap 4, the MBR progress continued. Big moment, bit of a surprise for Riley Crandom to turn into turn 1 and see Aston Sharp on his inside, would lose the lead and also 2nd place to Tig Buckley with an assist from Maniac behind, who slipped through into 3rd. Cranham tried to fight back and did fight back into turn 5 in the middle phase of the race through on lap number 5. And it was a question of could Sharp and Buckley hold on. Buckley defending well into turn number 8. Maniac nipping down the inside to take 3rd place away once again. But on an emotional weekend for the Mick Barrett Racing team, a win in the qualifying heats for Aston Sharp. 2nd place for Tig Buckley. More importantly, that is a very good result for Buckley that moves him up the order in the intermediate classification. One more race to go in X30 Junior here today. But before that, let's head down to Anthony Jordan in Parc Ferme.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, down here in Parc Ferme, we're not 1 but 2 driver. We'll start with our race winner from that one, Aston Sharp. Ashton, fantastic work from yourself there. First race win of the weekend. Big smiles for you, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely. I'm definitely hoping for more in the future.
Talks about this weekend, of course, tough weekend. Of course, obviously sad news with the team, with Shelley, but of course, that's a great way to end the qualifying heats.
Yeah, we just need to work as a team and push, and we showed it there. We can just drive around at the front and win.
Intermediate classifications looking good. You're kind of in that sort of top area there, sort of mid-pack. So Super Heats tomorrow, they're going to be a challenge, aren't they?
Yeah, that's the most important bit of the weekend. You only get points from the free final and the final. I've got to try and go forward, if not win.
Speaking of the Super Heats, if we bring in Tig Buckley, the driver who finishes 2nd place in that one. Tig, you now put yourself with that result 2nd in the intermediate classifications, right behind Kenzo Craig, who's about to go racing now. So depending on that result, you could start on pole for the Super Heat 1 tomorrow. Potentially.
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 I don't want him to do bad, but hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, isn't it? You're in line, one of those things. I mean, talk us about today so far. Has it been a challenge?
Yeah, we were struggling a bit at the start of the day with pace, but now I think we've sorted out, so hopefully we can do better.
Everything's ready, and again, fantastic result for yourself, working hard with your teammate there all the way throughout that one. You had the opportunity for that earlier on in the weekend as well, but right now it's played out well for you. You were the rear gunner there at some of those moments, keeping it clean, and you managed to fend off some talented drivers there.
Yeah, it was just really well, and we were very fast together, so it's good.
Well, definitely looking forward to tomorrow. It's going to be a new day, Super Heats, a new challenge, but hopefully wish you all the best for yourself and your teammate Ashton. Well done.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff then for our 2 drivers there for the Mick Barrett Racing team. More races to go. Andrew, we'll head back up to you.
Thank you, Anthony. Indeed, yes, the next race due out on circuit in just under 2 minutes' time will be the 2nd heat in X30 Junior in this 3rd rotation. More importantly, the final qualifying heat of the weekend before we move to those super heats tomorrow. 7 laps, nearly 12 kilometres to decide who's going to have the top score in X30 Junior. And a really good grid of drivers once again. Alex Pinera there on the in the middle of your screens, the number 11 will have pole position in this race, but it's the driver to his left, right-hand side of your screen. Kart number 48, Kenzo Craigie, currently sits top of the standings. 3 points for Kenzo Craigie. If he can finish 3rd or higher, that should do it. That should be enough. Here is his schedule for the rest of the day. As I say, this heat for Junior Group B and D coming up. And then it's the turn of the minis to go through that same part of the competition that we were currently talking about with the juniors. Their last set of qualifying heats will kick off at 16:50 local time, 17:10 for the second one of those. And then the seniors will come out for their final parts of qualifying at the end of their long programme of qualifying heats that started yesterday afternoon. 3 of them to go. That'll take us through from around 5:30 local time here in Spain up to just past, pretty much up to 6:30. So, 16:29 local time here at Zuera in around 10 seconds time or thereabouts. We'll have the green whistle and the green flag for the drivers to roll out. For Kenzo Craigie, an opportunity here, Anthony, to be the top driver through a very important phase of the competition.
Yeah, no, exactly that. 4 points separate Craigie from Buckley's 7 points that he's got. So basically,
third or higher. Possibly fourth, depending on how the
fourth or higher.
work.
I think it's fourth or higher because Craigie's had more wins.
True. Yep.
So it would be fourth or higher. But yeah, we'll see about that. But let's find out. Let's take you through the starting lineup. You've got Alex Vignetta and Kenzo Craigie starting on the front row of the grid. Jos Mulder and Thomas Pradier on row number 2. Jesse Phillips and Dan Alaman, they go from row 3, from Federico Swadelity and Zach Green on row number 4. Matteo Melis and Angelina Simmons on row 5. Daniel Mota and Jose Bautista, who's got a brand new set of tyres on his wagon. He starts on the 6th row.
Jorn Helder and Quinten van Leeuwen are on row 7 for this one. Didier Kreeft and Flavio Cara on row 8. Henry Carter and Emilio Byrne on row 9. Thijs van House and Elvis Krasowskis row 10. Archie Owen and Nat Johnston on row 11. Daniel Oliver completes the 23 kart field. And as you mentioned there, yes, indeed, Jose Bautista, the only driver on the grid with any new tyres at all. So he's gone for a full set of 4. Everybody else is running used tyres to varying degrees of age there.
So basically, keep an eye on the Argentine driver in the number 56, making his way through the field during this race. Right then, this is the final Junior X30 qualifying heat of the weekend. The next race that the Junior X30s will be doing will be their super heats tomorrow. This is an important one then. We've established that Ty Butley has put himself in a prime position to start on pole position in either the first superheat or the second superheat. It's all down to really what happens to Kenzo Craigie in this one. In that interview, Ty Butley obviously wished the best to Kenzo Craigie. He didn't want anything bad to happen, which is completely sporting and completely understandable. It's the same for anything, but you've got to think that competition side of thing, you want to be on that starting spot of the superheat because it gives you the best position for that final.
Does indeed. There is Martin Bean, our race director here this weekend. Forming of the grid will happen shortly. In fact, less than shortly, it'll happen now. We've been saying consistency is the thing that Kenzo Craigie needs to keep developing. We've no doubt he's got the speed. We've seen that over the past few years, but you know, running again here in the juniors, I think this is a huge test of that word, consistency, and whether Kenzo Craigie has that now. So if he can keep himself in that top 4, he's standing in a very good position. He'll want more, though. He'll want to win this race. He's a pure racer at heart. We're about to go into the tram lines for the final time in the qualifying heats format. 7 laps for the juniors to decide who will have pole for the super heats. Away we go. Green light. Good start for Pinera. On the inside there, Mulder straight up to second place. Good start for Craigie as well, holding there in P3. Into turn 2 they go now, and it's that same order. Good challenge as well coming in from Jesse Phillips, is up to 4th place. It's a pretty clean start for the juniors as they go through turn number 4. Spoke too soon. Off there is Fred Green and all of that, and 2 other drivers as well. One of the karts coming back on the circuit now, I think, is Matteo Melis. So Matteo Melis has had some great starts so far today. Disaster there, straight to the back through turn 4.
Yeah, Zach Green, one of those drivers involved in that one. Change at the lead, though, as down the inside there. Great little overtake. That is Jos Mulder taking the lead of this race. Another kart going slowly. That is Archie Owen, who was another driver involved in that incident at the exit of turn number 4. I think 3 or 4 drivers involved in that one. They've all got going again, but crucially, they've lost so much time. Jos Mulder, though, has gained time on this one here, as he has opened up a gap now. But we go back on the start, finish straight, and now he's going to have to think about defending here, because here comes Kenzo Craigie. No time wasted, straight to the inside, and Thomas Radier follows through as well. He's up to second place. Another whole train comes through. Jesse Phillips getting bumped into position there as Alex Vignetta fights back into 3rd place as well. So Jos Mulder goes from 1st to 5th in one corner to the outside there. There goes Fidelity, trying to get back on the inside line. You can see the communication there. Thomas Pradier saying to Kenzo Craigie, you just keep going. Here comes Pineda to the inside. No, closes the door, does Pradier, and he just denies that attack from going on. There was a big kick of dust in the background there. I think another driver just getting squeezed onto that outside bit there. So it's Craigie from Pradier, Pineda from Phillips, Mulder and Helder, then it's Van Uellen, then it's Fidelity, Kreeft and Motor, the top 10.
It's definitely got a feel of that last heat of the round of the phase of the competition for all of these drivers. Apologies with Zach Green, of course, who was off through turn 4, but other drivers as well compromised so far. Thijs van House, Henry Carter, and as mentioned, Matteo Mellis and Archie Owen. They're going to have work to do in the super heats tomorrow. Let's have a look here. This is coming out of turn number 4. There's the instruction from Thomas Pradier to Kenzo Craig to say, no, I want to work with you. Let's go forward. Let's try and break away with Alex Pinheiro.
Oh, he's Kenzo Craigie!
Craigie round. Craigie spins, gets back on the circuit, and that's the hope gone. That is the hope for taking pole position tomorrow in the super heats. Gone in a moment. Warning flag for Matteo Mellis as well. That's completely unrelated because Mellis is at the back. But that is a huge moment this weekend in X30 Junior.
Well, absolute disaster. Craigie will tumble down the intermediate classification order. We didn't see it. We were watching a replay at the time, but as we cut back to the live pictures there, all we see is the aftermath of the incident that took place involving Kenzo Craigie, and one would suggest it was Thomas Pradier. He was in second place. Obviously, I won't confirm it. This will confirm it, though. In towards turn number 2. Thomas Pradier down the inside.
Well down the inside.
That was fine. It was that bit there. It was contact there with Alex Pineda. That is what caused him to go around. And, well, here's another angle of it. And there you can see Pradier is clear. And there, just the contacts in the rear, and round he goes.
Well,
that's black
is
and white, that is.
Absolutely gutting for Kenzo Craigie. Not his fault at all from those angles. But the result is he's now down in 20th place and is so close this weekend in X30 Junior. Forget about losing the lead in the intermediate classification. He's not even in the top 8 anymore, possibly even further down, depending on how many other drivers are beyond Sam Woolley's 15 points at the moment. On the attack, Mulder past Pinheiro for second place. Jesse Phillips is there as well in 4th. Could he gain some points here and pull himself into play? Well, drama aplenty in X30 Junior. Highest ranked driver in this race now. It's going to be Mulder, isn't it? Yes, Mulder now back up to 4th place in the intermediate classification. With that move. Thomas Pradier is the driver who's displaced. Thomas Pradier, they're both tied on 11 points, but the tiebreaker at the moment going to Mulder.
Warning flags coming out. One going to Archie Owen, who's in the 114, who's in 22nd place, and one crucially going to the number 11, Alex Pineda, who sits in 3rd place after that contact at turn number 2 with Kenzo Craigie. He will see a 5-second in-race time penalty.
Will indeed, and that's going to change things with the IC as well. Phillips, Helder, Mulder, look at Krasowskis. Elvis Krasowskis has come from 20th on the grid, is up to 6th place now. What a brilliant run for the Lithuanian, racing for SJ Motorsport here this weekend. Round to complete, lap number 5 then. Pradier continues to lead the race. We're looking at a replay of the group chasing for second place. This was the Mulder move down the inside of Pinheiro earlier on in the race. This is going to be a key moment as well, as Pinheiro was back down the inside there of Mulder. So, yeah, that's how Mulder fell back down to 5th place. And changes at the front. Jesse Phillips has got through to fact. Jesse Phillips has taken the lead.
First time Phillips has led a race this weekend in the junior category at Zuera. So this is new territory for him in the junior category. It's not new territory for him overall in his karting career. He has led and won many races in his young karting career, but back down the inside, Thomas Pradier secures the race lead once more. But Jos Mulder right on that rear bumper again under pressure from Pinera. Pinera's got nothing to lose here. He's got that 5-second time penalty. He wants to gain as many positions as he possibly can. So he is going to be a thorn in the side of all of these drivers up ahead of him now as he goes into the start-finish line. Now we go on to the final lap, and it's Pradir who leads the way from Phillips. Mulder is there in third place as they all go defensive. To the outside goes Rock Pinera, who sweeps around the outside. Oh my goodness, did he just take the lead of that race? Yes, he did. 3 into 1. I mean, it doesn't mean anything because he's got a 5-second time penalty, but what a move, and that's all gone wrong in the background. Just Mulder. Mulder is out of this race. He has got heavy damage to his axle. That's his race over. He is furious. How on earth did that happen?
Other karts involved in that one. Angelina Simmons was delayed through sector number 1. I think Didier Krieft was also caught up in all of that. Drama again in X30 Junior, and it's not done yet. Alex Pinera is going to take the win, you'd think, on the road, but remember, has that 5-second penalty for contact with Kenzo Craigie earlier on in the race. So Pradir is still sat to take the victory here. Phillips, they're third on the road. Round the final couple of corners, drama and controversy aplenty in the final heat of the day. Pinera takes it on the road but has that penalty, so Pradir, you would think, would move up the order. Wow.
Well, that 5-second time penalty, that puts him down into 13th place, I believe that would. So Thomas Pradir will take the race win on paper. But Alex Pinera, I mean, well, there was moments in that race all the way throughout. That was, you could tell, the last race of the day.
Saloon.
Yeah.
Wow, indeed. So the drivers will come on in. As we should say as well, there were some absolutely sterling efforts through the field. Nat Johnston up 16 places. I'll point our attention to there. From the back of the grid, finishes in 6th place. The drivers will return to pit lanes, so stress this is provisional. The qualifying heats classification on our screens in the commentary box reads as follows: Tyg Buckley first, 7 points. Riley Cranham second, 8 points. Javier Barasca in the end finishes third on 9. Aston Sharp fourth on 12. Thomas Pradir fifth on 13, but that's that 5-second penalty comes into play, which it will mean that Pradir will go back above Sharp. Benjamin Magnac 6th on 14. Sam Woolley 15 points, puts him in 7th. Alex Pinera provisionally, before penalty is applied, 8th on 16. There is your provisional result for the race. Pinera first over the line, 0.4 of a second ahead of Thomas Pradir. Jesse Phillips third. Johan Helder 4th, 5th for Daniel Motor. Motor up 6 positions in that race. Nat Johnston, as mentioned, biggest mover in that race. The Jamie Green Racing pilot up 16 spots to 6th. Dan Alleman in 7th. Elvis Krzauskas, also a big mover in that race, up 12 to 8. Zach Green, even though Zach Green was in the kitty litter on lap number 1, fights back to 9th place. Brilliant run from Zach Green. Just showing that you never give up in this sport. Emilio Byrne in 10th place, up 8. Flavio Chiara up 5 to 11th. Thijs van House, another one of those drivers involved in the first lap incidents, in the end finishes 12th. Henry Carter 13th. Federico Spadolatti will not be happy there with 14th. Kenzo Craigie will particularly not be happy with 15th. Here's the start of the race, the highlights of that final qualifying heat of the weekend for X30 Junior. It's a perfect start from Pinera at the start, at the front of the field. Kenzo Craigie did well as well, just to hold in 3rd place. This was the first flash moment. Green going off there. I think the 42 of Alleman was also involved there. A big loser in all of that was the 38 of Matteo Mellis. It was not going to be another repeat of the exploits that we saw from the Italian earlier on. Elsewhere on the first lap of the race, Just Mulder came through the order. Kenzo Craigie took a decisive move to the inside here, put himself in the best of all positions, leading in the early stage of this race and on course to finish the qualifying heats phase at the top of the standings in X30 Junior. Everybody else, though, was hard on his tail, trying to find a way through. The number 44 of Thomas Pradir was clear with the instructions to keep looking forward. This was the key moment, though. Pinera into the back of Craigie, round goes Craigie. He lost 15, 16 more positions. Was able to recover through to 15th, but needed a top 4, of course. So that was the moment that handed first place in the IC to Tig Buckley. It was still more drama to unfold as well. We weren't even in the second half of the race at this point. Back down the inside of Pinera went the number 27 of Just Mulder, looking pretty good at this stage for Victory Lane Karting. They ran 1-2 on the road. Jesse Phillips was also fighting through, taking a position past Mulder there for third on lap number 6, and then going for the lead of the race. Brilliant move from Jesse Phillips, just showing his exploits. He's moved up from the minis into the juniors, and he is going to be a factor throughout the course of 2024. Another change of lead. Pradier back down the inside on the road. This is a marvellous move from Pinera round the outside whilst everybody else was focusing on the inside line. Pinera pinned it and took the lead on the road. A magnificent move through turn 2, so a very mixed race for Pinera through that part of the circuit. There was more drama. Final lap. It all got a bit close through and into the 4th turn, and this is where we lost Just Mulder from this race. Other problems out there, I think, for Jose Bautista, Didier Kreeft and Archie Owen all finished lower down the order. Real shame for Jose Bautista in the 56 because the new fresh tyres. There was the number 35 of Didier Kreeft leaving 2 drivers left. So on the road it was Alex Pinera ahead of Thomas Pradier, but a warning flag at 16:37 means the number 11 will have a 5-second penalty applied, as will the 114 and the 38, and it will emerge with Thomas Pradier at the top of the timesheets. So racing still to occur here today. That's the juniors done. The minis will be out next. 2 more heats for them to decide who will be taking pole position for the super heats tomorrow. Do stick around with us for that, and 3 more races in the seniors as well for groups A and E, D and G, C and F. Drivers in Group B have completed their qualifying heat programs already. 5 more intense races here for round 1 of the IAME Euro Series 2024. Andrew Mather and Anthony Jordan on commentary duties for you today and tomorrow as well. Do hope you can join us for all of the live coverage across the platforms for should be a very exciting day of racing. We keep saying it, these are just heats, and they're very exciting indeed. It's going to ramp up tomorrow when the first set of championship points will be on offer for the IAME Euro Series this year. Events further along in the season as well will be at Franciacorta on the first weekend of May. Fantastic circuit in Italy, very much looking forward to that. Wackersdorf as well at the end of June, and Genk as well in mid-August. 2.5 minutes remaining on the clock, by the way, before we start the mini qualifying heat for groups A and C. It's been a good day so far for the minis, some really good racing. Conditions at the moment here at the circuit, by the way, dry again. It feels like the luck is in at the moment for us. The rain is not falling. We are on a bit of a higher plateau here at Zuera on the top of a hill, so maybe that's playing into things. But there is your grid of minis. Will Green on the left-hand side of your screen has been perfect. But before we get on to the minis, let's quickly head down to Anthony Jordan in Parc Fermé.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, down here in Parc Fermé, I'm here with Daniel Owen in this one. Daniel, a driver who has had a tough weekend, but yourself, tomorrow's a new day. That race, it was some hard work, wasn't it?
What?
Was it hard work, that race? Tough fight?
Yes, a lot of fight.
Talk us about tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a very busy day. You're in that sort of mid-pack in the super heats, so it's going to be a true fight all the way through the field tomorrow.
Yes.
How do you think today has gone?
Good.
Good, yeah? Are you looking forward to tomorrow?
Yes.
Excellent. Any words in Spanish?
Ojalá clasificar para mañana.
Perfect. Thank you, Daniel. Well, there we go. We'll head back up to you. Riley Cranham will be starting on pole in the Superheat 2 tomorrow. We'll try and catch up with him a little bit later on in the day. But some more races coming up. Andrew, we'll head back up to you.
Thank you, Anthony. There we go. So the juniors are done for the day. It's next the turn of the minis then. They'll be going out shortly. The whistle and the green light will be on in around 30 seconds time. But yes, Will Green. Very straightforward for Will Green, this situation. Win the race, and pole position in Superheat number 1 is yours. He's had a perfect weekend so far. Pole position in timed qualifying yesterday. Took that by 0.002 of a second in the second group of qualifying ahead of Austin Newstead. And has gone on to have 2 heat wins so far today as well. Very impressive indeed. As we say, on the opposite side of the front row of the grid is the driver who he beat to that pole position more than 24 hours ago. Austin Newstead starts second in this race as well, and is well positioned at the moment in the order. Let's have a look through the grid then for groups A and C heading out on circuit. Will Green alongside Austin Newstead on the front row. Romeo Mello and Zdeněk Babacek on row 2. Maxim Bobrashov and Ivan Gonzalez are on row 3, Aurelio Longitano and Matis Bragio on row 4, Antoine Venon and Ludwig Van Vist on row number 5. Nahil El Gahoudi does take the start of the race, which is really good news to see after an incident in the previous set of races. Starts this one on row number 6 alongside Harry Williams. Row 7, Max Cruz and Patrick Christensen. Lorenzo Vial and Colby Patterson on row 8. David Argten and Mason Brooks on row 9. Lewis Bieland and Samuel Hugon on row number 10, Ralph van Turnhout and Mila Cornhill completes row 11. All carts are out on circuits. None of the drivers have got the little in symbol on our timing screen, so it's the full grid of 22 carts.
Perfect. Right then, so as we get ourselves ready to get going for this race, a reminder of the intermediate classifications. Austin Newstead and Zdeněk Babacek are joint on points, 2 points apiece for them. Bruno Priam is third with 3 points. Romeo Mello fourth with 4 points. You can see there's a common trendsetter here, but it stops around there because Jan Lasser, 6 points to his name, currently in 5th in the intermediate classification. Stan Rajaski, 6th with 8 points to his name, and then you've got 2 9-pointers, Christian Kobe and Maxim Bobrajov, 7th and 8th in that intermediate classifications. It all falls down to this, the last 2 races for the Mini X30 category, until we go into our last round of senior X30 races to round out the day. Once again, weather is held off. It's lovely spring day here at Zuera in northeastern Spain. We get going for the final 2 qualifying heats for Mini X30. A versus C. Will Green and Austin Newstead, both of them having relatively decent days. Will Green taking a win earlier on. Can he maintain that momentum in this one here? Austin Newstead also with a win earlier on, but both of them struggling in other races themselves.
Very quick note, I was incorrect. Will Green hasn't had 2 wins. He had a 5-second penalty in the previous race. That is why he's not at the top of the qualifying standings at the moment.
There you go. That is why. Right, okay. Into the tram lines then. Here we go. Are we going green flag? Yes, we are. Down in towards turn 1. Great stuff from the outside row. And can Newstead hold it around the outside? Yes, he can. Will Green slots into 2nd place as they go in towards turn number 2. Smoke kicking up from lockups, but everyone gets around turn number 2 cleanly. 1 car going a little bit wide. Can we get through 3 and into 4? Yes, we can. So down in towards the hairpin. Any moves to the inside here? There is in the mid-pack and more to the back of the field, but other than that, the front is clean and cut. As they go down in towards turn number 5, it's Austin Newstead from Will Green. Zdeněk Babacek there in 3rd place, still gets a good start from that 4th place spot after gaining 1 place, and then from 4th place backwards, it's a bit of a hornet's nest.
It is indeed. It's mini racing as we come to expect. Very competitive as they run into turn 8 for the first time. Austin Newstead, early leader in this one. So happy to win that race early. It was great to hear from him in Parc Fermé. This is a great opportunity for the BMR driver to hold that position at the top of the qualifying heat. You can see A number of drivers out of our commentary box window eagerly watching this race. They're all out in the second heat, of course, which will follow. End of lap number 1. Austin Newstead is your leader. Second place on the road is Will Green. Third for Zdeněk Babicek. We're already seeing, Anthony, that group of 3 going, right, let's work together for a bit here, because we've got a good gap to 4th, 5th, 6th, and everybody behind.
Yep, 3 experienced Mini drivers here, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. But Zdeněk Babicek says, I would like to be 2nd place in this one, maybe even 1st, if I can catch up to Austin Newstead here. And he slots in between the 2 drivers there, up into 2nd place. Meanwhile, Bobrov is up into 4th place now. That is a brilliant start for Maxim Bobrov. 1 position gain. Longatano with the 2 places gain. And Ludwig Granqvist, 4 places gained. He is up there in P7 at the moment. I think Romeo Mello just getting past, actually. So 3 places gained. And Austin Newstead is under investigation. Is that for a possible jump start?
Could well be. We'll remain to see if any more information comes up on our screens here in the box, and we'll let you know as soon as we have it. Meanwhile, though, towards the end of lap number 2, Newstead holds the lead. Babicek there in 2nd place, Green 3rd. Good work at the moment for Maxim Bobrov. He's broken away from Logitano and Granqvist behind. He's only in P4, but there goes the slipstream just behind. I think Mello is pulling out for a go for 4th place. Newstead Babicek breaking away from Green now. But it's good stuff so far from the Minis. Will Green, this is a big lap, I feel, for Will Green. He's dropped off the back of Babicek, and he could fall into the clutches of Bobrov, Mello, Longitano behind. And if that happens, you're then looking at a big drop down to around 7th place if you're not able to get the rhythm back. But he does seem to have got the rhythm back. That's a great run through turns 5, 6, and 7.
Well, yeah, he had the clean air there, really, to try and carry his own speed through the corner. Remember, Zdeněk Babicek is restricted to the speed that Austin Newstead goes around the corner. And if that was any slower than what it was for Will Green, then yeah, obviously there's a replay of that overtake for 2nd place. That was securing Zdeněk Babicek's 2nd place spot, and of course his fight for the race lead in this one. With these positions as they currently are, Austin Newstead would have the 2 points to his name, and from there I don't think he could be beaten. So Austin Newstead would confirm his pole position for the Superheat tomorrow. It will be down to who would take the 2nd pole position. Could it be Bruno Priam? Could it be Zdeněk Babicek? Could it be Jarlis Seyer? Or even Romeo Mello? That's the biggest question on that one. So we'll have to see. But right now, it's all down to what's going to happen here. Newstead from Babicek. Babicek's wanting to go for that lead. We're talking about Mello. There he is, Romeo Mello, fastest lap of the race, 1:11.773. So still some pace here. And side-by-side, wheel-to-wheel, change for the race lead as down the inside goes Zdeněk Babicek and moves up into the race lead now. So a change there. That brings Will Green back into it. And crucially, I'm going to say it, it's going to bring Bobrov, Longitano and Mello into play here because they are not far behind. Look, they're in the same camera shot.
And this is the danger at this stage, that if you do have a moment like we saw with Kenzo Craig in the previous juniors race, you stand to lose a lot of points. You stand to lose a lot of positions, more importantly, in that intermediate classification. But right now, these young drivers staying calm at the wheel. Babicek, race leader at the moment, will come around the final corner once again. Quick check over the shoulder there for Will Green. And over the line they go. What are the gaps this time around? Well, Babicek and Newstead next to nothing, 0.058. That's how long a Mini X30 is in terms of time. Green still there in 3rd place, Bobrov 4th. Not the greatest of laps, and Mello falls down to 6th place. Longitano now up to 5th.
Granqvist could be coming into play here. Patterson still there in the top 8. This would be a good result for Colby Patterson after retirement earlier on. Harry Williams there as well. Mason Brooks rounding out the top 10. We've not said much about Mason Brooks over the course of this weekend, so good to see he's looking at a top 10 finish in this one. Of course, he's guaranteed to make the Superheat, so be curious to see if he can make the final as well.
Yeah, and with this format, he can make a real difference with one race results as Mason Brooks tries to push into the top 36. Of the 40-odd drivers that we've got here this weekend, 43 in total for the Minis. So 7 of them, unfortunately, won't make the final on Sunday. But one result can make the difference. It's good to see Mason Brooks to say, where did he start this race? I feel it was towards the back of the order. It was on row 9, so that's again of 7 places at the moment for Mason Brooks. Right, here we go. Final lap board out. Babicek defends into turn 1 from Newstead. Newstead's going to try and go for the long way round, or maybe even the switchback. But Babicek's got good speed there through turn 2, but compromised on exit through turn 2. It's going to be the inside line for Newstead into turn 4. This could be the crucial moment. Through goes Newstead. Has he got the corner exit right? They're still side by side as they run towards turn 5, which is going to be a left-hander. You'd think it would be advantage to Newstead unless Babicek can sling it around the outside. Here comes Will Green down the inside to take second place. Superb stuff from Will Green. Austin Newstead back to P1.
Yep, this is good stuff here as they all go in. Will Green to the outside now, trying to get past Austin Newstead, not able to get it done as they all concertina up now. It's a group of 6 of them as they go into the final sector of this lap. Newstead leads from Green, then it's Babicek, Bobrojov just there as well behind. Romeo Mello still there, Longatano and Granquist, they're in the next group along, but it's all down to this one. One more corner to go. Austin Newstead leads. It's going to be a run to the line here, but could they get a slipstream? Could 4 of them work better than 1 as they go in towards the final stretch of the start-finish rate? And it will be Newstead who takes it from Will Green, Ziani Babicek from Maxim Bobrojov, and with that win, Austin Newstead will start unchallenged on pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow, and he will be delighted with that result.
Oh, he's got every right to be delighted with that win. Austin Newstead is growing from strength to strength in the IAME Euro Series this year, and a big opportunity, some strong championship points tomorrow. That's job done. Missed out on pole position yesterday by those 0.02 of a second, but in the racing phase of today, where it's really counted, Austin Newstead has come to the fore and in the end wins by 0.062 of a second. That leaves the IC looking like this with 1 race to go. Newstead, as you know, first position, 2 points, cannot be beaten. Bruno Priam second on 3. Babicek goes to 3rd place on 5, so that's good for Babicek. He's guaranteed at least 3rd, could be better, could still be one of the pole positions for the 2 superheats that we'll see tomorrow. That remains to be seen what happens in the next race. Sayer, Bashawski, Kobe, Mello and Pirello all inside the top 8 in the intermediate classification with 1 race to go in X30 Mini. There is the provisional result for groups A and C. That is then done for today. We'll see them again race tomorrow in the superheats, and Austin Newstead, the winner from Will Green by 0.062. Zdeněk Babicek in 3rd, Maxim Bobrojov 4th, good conversion from the 3rd row of the grid there. Romeo Mello 5th, Aurelio Longatano, strong run for the Swiss driver there in 6th. Ludwig Granqvist gained 3 to finish 7th. Great drive there from Colby Patterson, up 7 places, biggest mover in the field, the highest of the biggest movers through the field. Lewis Bieland also gained 7 places a little bit lower down, but started the day with a retirement, finished it with a P7, P8 rather. Very good result. Antoine Vernon in P9, Harry Williams P10. Great run from Nahil El Gahoudi as well after that incident in the last round. Got back out on circuit, got P11. Credit to that drive for Nahil El Gahoudi in the 837. Mason Brooks up 5, finished 12th. Lewis Bieland in 13th. Christensen and Cruz complete the top 15. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that race. Good start for Austin Newstead, going round the outside of Will Green, taking the lead on the exit of turn number 1, straight to the inside to defend that position through the first braking zone of turn number 2. Bit of a breakaway coming out of turn number 4. The top 3 of Newstead, Green and Babicek had a great opportunity to pull away from the field. Babicek electing to go down the inside of Will Green through turn 4 there on lap 2. Took himself up to 2nd place in the order and went for the lead. A good move down the inside into turn 5. Austin Newstead, aware that he was there, didn't fight it too hard. There would be more opportunities as Babicek took the lead there on lap number 4. Newstead, he's done this several times so far this year, whether it be here at Zuera or Valencia for the IAME Winter Cup. Waited his moment to the end, down the inside through turn 4 on the final lap. He keeps saying just how strongly he finishes these races. He's a bit of work to do as well through turn number 5. Babacek fighting all the way. I think his nose ahead, in fact, as they went into turn 5. Pounced on, though, by Will Green. Super move by Will Green to take that opportunity. Knew there was going to be a lane on the inside at the latter part of turn 5 into turn 6. And in the end, Newstead held on for the win ahead of Green, and Babacek third. Super run for all of those drivers. Very much looking forward to those super heats tomorrow in the mini category. More racing to come, of course, here at Zuera. One more of those mini races, B versus D, will be up next, and then the 3 senior races to go on the schedule as well to complete the qualifying heats program for the seniors. Do stick around for all of that. There are our next group of drivers in the dummy grid, groups B and D. Charlotte Sayer on the left-hand side, Christian Kobe on the right. But before that, let's head down to Anthony Jordan in Parc Fermé.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, down here with our driver, race winner from that one, and of course our pole sitter for Superheat 1 tomorrow, Austin Newstead. Congratulations, another race win there, secures you a pole position start tomorrow. How exciting is that?
Absolutely exciting, because this will be my first time starting on pole in the Superheat, so it's a bit of a change from last year.
Do you think that adds a little bit of pressure to you, or are you feeling relaxed and ready for tomorrow?
I feel like because I did it in the first heat, it gives me a lot more confidence and it makes me a lot more comfortable for tomorrow.
What's the plan then for you tonight? Relaxation, or is it going to be video games, getting yourself ready, sweets all the way through tonight? What's the plan?
Relaxation, probably. Get ready for tomorrow. The big race starts tomorrow.
That's what we're talking about. Well, congratulations. We'll see you out there tomorrow. Well done.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Let's quickly bring in Riley Cran, and we'll head back to the junior side of things. Now, Riley, you secure yourself a pole position start in Superheat 2 tomorrow. How do you feel for that one? A lot of hard work's gone into it to get you into that spot.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to tomorrow for Superheat, and it's obviously starting pole.
Yes. Talk us about the plan for that as well. Obviously, it's going to be a challenge. You've got so many quick drivers behind you, and Zuera, that's such a fast track. Turn 1 is a challenge.
It's going to be hard tomorrow, especially with all the drivers. I think it's going to be a tough and tricky race, but hopefully I can get away from the pack and maybe go and push with someone.
Do you reckon the kart's got what it takes and yourself got what it takes to potentially start on pole for that final tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, we'll wish you all the best of luck on that one. Enjoy your evening now. We've pulled you back away from the paddock. We'll let you go back to your team, and congratulations on the pole position start tomorrow.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Well, we have got one more mini race to go to finalise who is going to be starting on pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow in the Mini X30 category, and the seniors to go. Andrew, back up to you.
Thank you, Anthony. Indeed, one more race for the X30 Minis to decide the positions on the starting grid for the Superheats tomorrow. And well, based on the racing that we've seen so far today, plenty to look forward to. And well, if the last heat of the juniors was anything to go by, there could be a bit of drama out there as well, as this is the last opportunity for all of our mini drivers out there to get good positions ahead of tomorrow's Super Heats. Let's have a look through the grid then for this qualifying heat. Groups B and D, 6 laps to be held here at Zuera in the X30 mini category. And it will be Jarlath Sayer on pole position, left-hand side of your screens, Christian Kobe rather, on the right-hand side of the screen. There's your rain radar in the locality of Zuera. A bit of cloud cover still, quite dark clouds, but right now, clouds only. No precipitation falling from them, which is very good news for the drivers, but in an unpredictable part of the world weather-wise, that could change very, very quickly. And well, I think definitely for this race, it'll be a dry start for the competitors out there. 21 of them due to head out on circuit. Good to see following in the minis in the crowd there, up in the grandstand. Wind still brisk, but not as fierce, Anthony, as perhaps we saw earlier.
I would say it's died down a little bit.
Yeah.
I think it's becoming into a lovely evening here at Zuera. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing about those last time. What were we talking about earlier on about bad weather looming on the circuit? We were talking rubbish. Right then, so this one is an interesting one. Austin, you said he secured his spot. He's fine and dry. It's all a question mark now about second overall and who's starting on pole for Superheat 2. Priam Bruno at the moment is in line for that one, but there's only 2 points separating him and Zdeněk Babacek, who has just done his racing. He has got 5 points. So basically, if Priam Bruno finishes second or third down, Zdeněk Babacek starts on pole. He gets promoted up. It's all down to that one there. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that one, and all eyes are going to be fully fixated on the 878 Priam Bruno, who starts this one on the third row of the grid.
You don't have to go very far down the order to see, well, there's a number of drivers, including our pole sitter, defending very good positions at the moment in the internal, in the intermediate classification. So if you're Jarlath Say, for example, you can't probably get, well, you can get third, can't you? Because if Bruno Priam ends far enough down the order of this race, Jarlath Say could hop above him, but fourth's pretty good.
No, he can't because Jarlath Say's got 6 points. Even if he wins this, he gets 0. He's still on 6 points.
Unless Bruno Priam finishes like 5th or 6th, for example.
But he can't beat Zdeněk Babacek.
He can't beat Zdeněk Babacek now.
No.
So he can't beat Zdeněk Babacek, but he could beat Bruno Priam, which could give him third in the intermediate classification.
It's
There's a lot of coulds, ifs, maybes to be decided in this race. As I say, the juniors was a bit of a spectacular. I'm expecting the same here.
Exactly. Let's take you through the starting lineup then. Jarlath Say and Christian Kobe starting this one on the front row of the grid. Anton Bouchard and Stan Brzezinski on row 2. Freddie Wood and Bruno Priam. Question mark over here. Can he put it on pole position? He starts in 6th on the third row of the grid. Ollie Warner and Novella Morales go from row number 4. Alvaro Perello and Sukmani Kira round out row number 5.
Harley Musk and George House starts on row 6. Noah Grenier and Austin Gibson row 7. Luca Pavel and Tony Cacciafero on row number 8. Pato Medina, Daniel Ferguson on row 9. Bruno Greeling and Charlie Clough complete the top 20 on row 10. Baptiste Augustin goes from 21st on the grid. And indeed, it's a very key race this for all the drivers out there. Whether they're defending a good spot or looking for a big result here to move themselves up through the order. Formation lap underway for drivers before they form up the grid. Andrew Mather and Anthony Jordan on commentary duties for you here today. 4 more races to go for the Saturday action here at Zuera. Jarlath Say, we're looking for a quick start here. Christian Kobe, the drama of heat number 1, spinning on the formation lap, was able to get back into 2nd place. Maybe he takes some inspiration from what Austin Newstead's just done in the race prior, going around the outside from P2. It's some circuits, Anthony, you know, it's not a good place to be on that outside line, 2nd, 4th, 6th, but it's a bit more even here if you get that initial launch right.
Yeah, 100%. Again, the kart's very even out there. You know, technical teams work super hard to make sure everything is as fair as possible. Everyone in the same kind of weight category. They all aim to be 110.1 kilos out on circuit and not a gram lower than that. And, you know, they're all very equal karts out there. It's just a case of, you know, skill, talent of the driver, experience of the driver as well. There is a lot of experienced drivers out there. There are some newish drivers out there as well, but everyone has been on the pace this weekend. It has been superb to see. But for all of them, this is their last race of the day. We won't see the minis out again till tomorrow for their superheats. And this race will determine who's going to be starting on pole for superheat number 2 tomorrow. So buckle in. Strap in, here we go racing into the drum lines, lights go green and away they go down and towards turn number 1. Great start for Saya, he holds on to the race lead. Bouchard and Wood follow through as they go in towards turn number 1. Into turn 2 they go, it's a small but mighty grid as they all concertina up into the braking zone there. We're 3 wide, is anyone going to get kicked onto the gravel on the exit? No they don't, they stay in line. Good to see in towards turn number 4. Crucially, where is Bruno Priam? That's the question mark. Did he get a good start or has he fallen into the field? question mark on it. I think he's fallen into the field here.
Indeed. I'll tell you who was the brave driver out there in that start. Noah Grenier in the 866 sent a massive one down the inside into turn 2 and then did so again through turn 4. I think he's up to about 5th or 6th place at the moment. Started on the 7th row of the grid in 13th. There he is with the orange helmet. 866 now up to 4th place. Going past Anton Bouchard there. What a start for the Belgian driver on the Red Speed chassis.
Yep, certainly so. Brilliant racing all the way throughout. So let's just keep an eye on all of these drivers as they make their way through into this section. You can see now you're getting these battles in this sort of mid-pack section now as they all try to solve themselves out. So as they make their way back over to the start-finish line, let's have a look at the order. It's Sayer from Wood, Warner from Grenier, Bouchard, Kobe, Morales, Pavel, Ratchke. Then it's Bruno down in 10th place. That is not the start he would have wanted. Bruno Priam in P10. He needs to close in. So that actually promotes Zenit Babacek up into first. Now, what's happened there? Why has Austin Newstead gone down to 4th?
News from race control. Plus 5-second penalty for Austin Newstead in the previous race for jumping the start.
Wow.
So that completely changes the story. Newstead is now 4th in the order. This is now... Well, it's not, isn't it? Because Babacek's out there at P4. It's Charlotte Sayer. He can only get up to 6 as it stands. So it's all on Bruno Priam. It's all on Bruno Priam now. If Bruno Priam can win this race, he can get pole position overall in Mini.
Yes, that is the question. So that is what's securing it. So Bruno Priam at the moment, he is all the way down in P10. So he needs to get from 10th up into 1st. And if he can do that, he gets pole position in Superheat 1. So this has blown the door wide open
yeah.
in Mini X30. This is incredible.
End of lap number 2. Sayer leads from Wood. Wood is having a really good day today. He's impressed me coming up through the field. Start on the 3rd row of the grid. In fact, he's now going to go for the lead. Is he not? Oh, pulls out of it. There's a little touch there on the rear bumper of the 809. That will have been a slightly worrying moment. And here comes Ollie Warner as well. Oliver Warner in the 814, who took race wins in Valencia for the IAME Winter Cup, and finally he's back on form here. He's been a bit quiet so far this weekend. Down the inside of Wood, takes 2nd place.
Well, drama aplenty in Mini X30, and we're watching it unfold in front of our eyes here. So Sayer leading the way. At the moment now, he's battling for a pole position start in Superheat 2. If he can maintain that position. Into the pit lane.
Out.
Noah Grenier, he's out of this race.
Oh, now having had such a great start, a really fast start, it's all gone wrong for the young Belgian.
Update for Priam Bruno. He is up into P6 now, so he's moved up in the intermediate classifications. Austin Gibson seeing a black and white flag. 5-second time penalty comes with that one. There is Bruno Priam just in the background there. There's a lot of real estate between himself and winning this race, and there's not much time left in this one. To the inside, though, here comes Ollie Warner. Goes for that move, gets it done. Here comes Freddie Wood as well. He's got the momentum potentially for a move here in towards turn number 4. No, not close enough for that one. He stays there in 3rd place. So it is Warner from Sayer, then Freddie Wood. What does that do to the points now? Does that change it?
It will indeed. I'd say that Romeo Mello is going to be watching this from the sidelines thinking, oh, could I sneak into a P2 in the IC? Remains to be seen. Where it's all down to where Sayer finishes in this race, of course. I liked that hold from Freddie Wood there. It would have been very tempted to go down the inside, but this trio are running a good pace. It's good points to be had here. 1.6 seconds is the gap back to Christian Kobe. Morales in that chase group as well. There's still time in this race, you'd feel, for them to work their way towards the order, if you're in that case of the 840 of Freddie Wood.
Certainly so. Back over the start-finish line they go. They go on to lap number 5 now. So time very quickly running out. We're on the penultimate lap of this race as they head down in towards turn at number 2. Still Ollie Warner leading from Sayer. Bruno Priam still there in P6. He's not been able to gain any more positions. So his fight for starting on pole in the Superheat 1 is fading away, despite the fact that he sets the fastest lap of the race. So he's certainly making a statement about why he should be on pole, but at this moment in time in his position, he will not make it to that position. eyes fixated on these top three as Saya continues to battle and pile on that pressure towards Ollie Warner as they go down in towards the second of the hairpins out on the circuit. Turn number 7 in through turn number 8 they go. No change here whatsoever, and I suspect we're all going to have to wait until this very last lap.
We are indeed at the moment, though. This is okay. This is good for Jarlath Sayers, still in second place in the live points. He's winning a tiebreaker with Mello at the moment, but if he loses that position, that second place position to Freddie Wood, that completely changes everything. On to the final lap we go then. Oliver Warner has the lead of this race. Jarlath Sayers there in second place, pushing. From an IC point of view, that's the right thing to do. Not sure whether the drivers will be fully aware of all the mathematics going on right now. But if Sayers is, that's a good move. It's pulled out the gap to Freddie Wood to more than 0.3 of a second now. Can Ollie Warner hold on, because he's wanting to win this race, elevate himself up through the intermediate classification, give himself as good a shot as he can of scoring some points tomorrow in those superheats?
Well, at this moment in time, Warner continues to hold on to the lead of this race, but Saya has got something to say about this result as he looks maybe to the inside there through hairpin number 2, thinks against it, going in towards 9 again, the final sector of the circuit. Both of them having a fantastic race, but here comes Saya. Saya to the inside, gets that lead, and he will definitely secure a pole position starting Superheat 2 tomorrow if he can maintain the lead of this race. Round turn 14, it's looking good all the way to the end. It will be Jarlath Sayers across the line, and he will secure pole position. Maybe if it's not a run to the line, it is Sayers to the line, only just by 0.012 of a second. That secures Jarlath Sayers starting on pole for Superheat 2, and it also secures Zdeněk Babacek starting on pole position for tomorrow's Superheat number 1. He wasn't in this race. He was expecting to start a little further down, but after that post-race penalty for unfortunate Austin Newstead, it promotes Zdeněk Babacek to pole position.
It just shows how unpredictable this sport can be, that the result can be done and still be unwoven and change. It's just the nature of the beast. But what a brilliant win there for Jarlath Sayers. Kept his cool, picked his moment, took the race win. Babacek finishes then on 4 points. Sayers on 6, Mello on 8. Bruno Priam, great fight back, also finishes on 8 points. So top 4 for Bruno Priam, another good result, similar to what we saw in Valencia. 5th for Austin Newstead. If you've just been away and just come back and gone, hang on, what's happened to Austin Newstead? 5-second penalty post-race due to the investigation for what happened at the start with a potential jump start, which is judged to have been the case. Will Green 6th, Bobrishov 7th, and Wachowski in 8th. Here's the race results for qualifying heats B and D. Jarlath Sayers wins by 0.012, the 3rd closest finish that we've seen here today. Freddie Wood in 3rd will position himself very nicely for the Superheats tomorrow. Nuvula Morales in 4th place, Bruno Priam in 5th, Sandra Wachowski in 6th, Christian Kobe 7th, George House up 3 spots to 8th. Anton Bouchard had a bit of a struggle out there, finished in 9th place ahead of Alvaro Perello, who completes the top 10. Tony Cacciafiro was up 5 in that race to 11th place. Sokolani Kira came home in 12th place. Daniel Ferguson, another driver, up 5, finished P13. Pato Medina, Charlie Clough in the top 15 as well. Luca Pavel 16th, Bruno Grieling 17th ahead of Harley Musk, Austin Gibson, and one retirement and 1 did not start. Noah Grenier had an amazing start to that race, but retired at the end of lap 2. Baptiste Augustin did not see the start of the race. Let's have a look at some of the highlights then for them. That last qualifying heat of the weekend, last 6-lap race for the X30 Minis before they move on to the Super Heats tomorrow. It's a good start for Jarlath Sayers at the front of the field. Anton Bouchard lost out from P3. Kobe around the outside, trying to hold the 8.45 for the early stages. Good start for Freddie Wood, in fact. He's up to 2nd place in the early stages, also going through Oliver Warner. Definitely the best race of the weekend so far for GGM's Oliver Warner is up to third. The 825 of Nuevo Morales was the best starter on the anti-pole side of the grid, was up to fourth place. There was a gutting moment for Noah Grenier. As I said, had made an amazing start. Had gone from the 7th row of the grid as high as 4th, but it was a short-lived race for Noah Grenier retiring. Fairly calm in the mid-pack. Oliver Warner came to the front of the field, but on the last lap, Jarlath Sayer needing to hold on to second place in this race to convert through to the points that would give him pole position for Superheat number 2. In the end, he went better than that. He won right on the line there by 0.012 to mean he was clear, not needing a tiebreaker or anything of that description. Second in the intermediate classification for Jarlath Sayer on 6 points, 2 points behind Zdeněk Babacek. Well, 3 more races to go here at Zuera. The seniors will be out shortly. We're going to head down to Anthony Jordan in Parc Ferme, who's got our Superheat pole position holder for Mini tomorrow. Anthony, over to you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, down in Parc Ferme after a dramatic and very unfortunate post-race time penalty for Austin Newstead. It sees him fall down the order. He'll no longer start on pole position and being promoted to outright pole position for tomorrow in Superheat 1. Zdeněk Babacek, a great result for you. You must be delighted after all the racing today.
Yeah, I'm very happy. Of course, unlucky for Austin Newstead, but try to get as good as possible tomorrow, and very happy today.
Some great races indeed. Weather's been a challenge tomorrow. Weather's looking to be a little bit nicer. Everything ready for it, prepared, focused, and ready for a fun day?
Yeah, of course, very looking forward to it, and I'm excited to start on pole tomorrow.
Well, we wish you all the best for it, and fingers crossed it's going to be a good day for you in the Superheats.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Excellent stuff. Let's bring in our person who's going to be starting on pole position in Superheat 2, Jarlath Sayer. Jarlath, fantastic result for you as well. Talk us about today's racing, some ups and downs.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Third in the other 2. So in that one, we really opened the taps to get us to the front.
Yeah. Certainly a good race for you. Nail-bitingly close at the end. What were you thinking at that last few moments?
Well, I was really unsure of who won, but yeah, it felt really good.
It did indeed feel really good. You've just missed the rain. It's starting to pour down with rain right now, so you're very lucky, but you're securing yourself a pole position start. Are we ready for tomorrow? Do you reckon we're going to do a good job in the final as well?
Yes, of course.
Of course. I love the confidence. Well done, Jarlath. We'll see you out there tomorrow. Congratulations. Well done. Well, there we go. That is the Mini X30 categories all done and dusted. Let's turn our attention now to the seniors. And I can imagine if we turn to the dummy grid cameras, there is going to be a bit of pandemonium because drivers are on slicks, but it's now starting to rain. Let's go for some racing.
Thank you very much, Anthony. It's calm. If it's pandemonium, it's the calmest pandemonium I've ever seen. A lot of drivers are out of their carts at the moment. There is a little bit of moving around, but you are absolutely right. The rain is coming down again, and from the highly scientific method of just looking at the size of the raindrops on our commentary box window, this is the heaviest rain of the day. There's a large, dark cloud moving from the west over the circuit from turn 14 and turn 15 that could make things very exciting indeed. Not that we needed more excitement, of course. The seniors have been brilliant so far this weekend for the first round of the IAME Euro Series here at Zuera. How much time we've got? 2.5 minutes before we hit 17:30 local time. That is the scheduled start for qualifying Group A and E to head out to the circuit for their heat. There's a lot of nervous energy reading the body language down in that pre-grid area. But this could quite literally be the calm before the storm right now. The cloud that has been on the horizon for a while is continuing to roll in, and as the wind has died down, it's not moving particularly quickly based on the weather that we've seen so far this weekend. It may have stopped now. I'm just, again, doing that highly scientific thing that commentators do and looking at whether there's any new spots of rain on the window. It doesn't seem like there are. Or if it is, there's not many at the moment. There is a congregation of officials having a bit of a discussion as to how to proceed. I'm sure we'll find out in due course decisions that have been taken, but you can see the nervous faces there. That's Paul Chouse on your screens, pole sitter for this race. The fastest driver yesterday in timed qualifying, but has had a bit of a mixed bag in terms of the race results. Drivers all getting into their carts. Still another minute or so before we hit 17:30 local time. Well, actually, saying that with the wind, the stiffness of the fluttering flags has gone up again. So maybe the wind has picked up again. Hopefully, will blow this system across the circuit. There is Ellie Goldstein. Very interesting day for Ellie Goldstein. When it's been great, it's been really great. Very strong results as you'd expect from a former winner in this series. But he has had his dramas as well. 2 retirements, or 2 not good results, shall we say, so far this weekend, which means he's still in that zone of trepidation, isn't he, Ellie Goldstein? He's got to convert this second place start into a good result to make sure and is in a strong position, because for some of these drivers, this will be their last race, Anthony. There's only 72 of the 115 who go through to the Superheats tomorrow. If you need to deliver, now is the time to do it, which just makes this situation with the rain even more tense.
Yeah, indeed, and so many drivers you can see there with the graphics going for those brand new slick tyres. And I will give you an update. As quick as that rain shower came down, it then disappeared. So the track is dry, so no drama there whatsoever. But there's a kart that's not started on the dummy grid. It's the 212 that's not started. That's Luna Claret, who had a good result earlier on and is now failing to start. Team scrambling to get that one going on the dummy grid, but we'll go through the starting lineup. Well, actually, no, we'll cut to the scene there. There is Luna Claret. They're trying to manually get it going, and it goes. There we go. Good stuff. So for Luna Claret, this race is not over, which is good to see. You can imagine now, drivers just trying to find the grip levels after that brief shower, but I suspect the track won't be affected at all by that. I did see a scrambling of people testing air pressures and changing air pressures to think, right, okay, if we're going out on slicks, let's lower them a little bit.
Off a bit.
Yeah.
There is your rain radar, and there is still some rain off to the west of the circuit. The question is it going to get here in time to affect the racing? 3 more races to go here today, so about just short of an hour of track action. Let's go through your grid then for qualifying heat. The group A and E. The Paul Chouse on pole position. Ellie Goldstein alongside on the front row. Marc Bernarda and Raphael Perard on row 2. Gilles Renman needing a good result in this one as Gilles Renman on row 3 alongside Louis Comin. Christian Biasate and Hugo Magnas start on row 4. Bertram Sash and Mathis Meerschout on row 5. Ruben Moyer starts on row 6 alongside Raul Zanzarin, another driver who needs a good result in this one after a retirement earlier on today. Mickey Blaskos and Nico Villa start on row 7. Laurent Sash and Hugo Besson go from row 8. Then it's Thomas Van Villey and Angelo on row 9.
Row number 10, we'll see, hopefully and thankfully, Luna Claret, who got a very late run out of the pit lane. We'll have Evgeny Yazkov alongside. Fred Green and Celine Canol will go from row 11. Aaron Garcia and Julian Cameron on row 12. Luca Montebello and Marcel Matujevich on row 13. Then you've got Hugo Ron and Marc Lepiccolo, Maximano De Silva and Louis Aguirre on row 15. They ran out the top 30. Alessandro Biggie and Miguel Silva. Freddie Housley will round out the 33 kart grid. It doesn't look like Marc Lepiccolo not on the grid once again for that one, so hopefully again see him back out on the track very, very soon. Again, last 3 races for the Senior X30. We're going to clarify who's starting where. It's been an interesting one here, hasn't it, for Marcus Luzio? He is all fine and dry at the moment until, of course, his race that he will have, which will be at the end of the day, the very last race that we have. We will know if he secures his spot in that pole position start. So we're going to have to wait a while until we clarify this. But in the meantime, let's see who's going to finish where. Into the tram lines, lights go green, here we go, down towards turn number 1, and Paul Chouse sweeps to the outside there to get the optimal line. And look at the drive there he's got in towards turn number 2. Paul Chouse A lightning start there at the lead of this one as he makes his way out of turn number 2 through 3 in towards turn number 4. In there is second place, Mark Granada holding on to it as around the outside there. That looks like that could be Ruben Moya, who has gained several positions in the early stages. Looks like he's up to 5th. There's dust being kicked up in the background there as down the inside here comes Ellie Goldstein for second place, back up into P2. Good start for Ellie.
Oh, bit of a bump in the back though for Goldstein from one of the cars behind him. Ruben Moya being run out wide there, and there's more contact involving. This definitely feels straight away that the drivers know this is their last chance. In fact, no, it wasn't Ruben Moya having a problem. It was another one of the drivers that survived for now. But what a start for Paul Chaus. He's had a good amount of practice so far in this competition. There's another driver off in the background. I think as Nico Villa had a problem, not come through sector number 2. In fact, there is that Nico Villa? It is 329 in the tyre barriers and out of this race. A rotten weekend for Nico Villa. But for Paul Chaus, to say he's had a good number of starts from first position. That was his best one yet. 1.3 seconds is the lead at the end of lap 1.
Certainly is. Well, here we go. The racing exciting as ever as they come into yellow flags now. That will be for, of course, Nico Villa, who is stuck in the barrier. Green flags back out as they go back in towards turn number 5. A little bit of side-by-side jostling there under the yellow flag conditions, but now they're back into green flag. 3 wide through turn number 5. We've not seen that yet this weekend on camera, but they've all managed to get through the corner unscathed, which is amazing to see. Back here, though, at the front end of the field, Ruben Moya in 3rd place, trying to hold off Biasati. Biasati, unfortunately, he received a 5-second time penalty in a previous race, didn't he? So he was unable to gain many positions. Hopefully this time around he has a cleaner run. Rafael Perard, you can see him there in the orange racing suit and the yellow gloves just in the background there behind. He's now starting to wind it up now as he goes into that slipstream. Look at that racing starts there. He's primed and ready to pull out of the slipstream here if he can. No, not on the start-finish straight. He might do it in towards turn number 2. And he is going to do it in towards turn number 2. Wastes no time. He doesn't think, I don't want to work with Biasati. I want to try and catch up to Moya myself. And he says to Biasati, right, let's go.
Yeah, he's getting with good reason because they've got to close down a very fast Ellie Goldstein. Problems out there for Miguel Silva and Thomas van Vliet. I think it was down at turn number 2 that both of them lost around 13, 14 seconds. That's why they are out down the bottom of the pack at the moment. Purple through sector number 1. Second place on the road. Ellie Goldstein has taken nearly a 1/10 of a second out of the lead of Paul Chaus, so it's down to around 1 second now. Here is your battle for 4th, 5th, 6th. Perard, Biasati. Command there in 6th place, and Hugo Manias is coming into the picture as well. How many times have we said that so far this weekend? Running up to in 7th place. They've also all got to keep an eye on Lauritz Sash, because that's 6 places gained so far for Lauritz Sash, up to 9th place. And it's the Falcon Racing Team train in formation once again, like we saw in the previous round. Let's have a look at the starts once again. Paul Chaus, that big sweep to the left and to the right. Absolutely spot on. Arguably one of the best starts from pole position that we've seen from anybody so far this weekend. A bit of dust, as you say, being kicked up through turn number 3 there. That was Goldstein going down the inside. And very close moments as well for, I think it was Gilles Veneman in the middle of all of that. So he's had a testing weekend so far. One of the EGP cars out on the grass. That was the big contact there. It was Louis Coman who was very lucky there, Anthony, to just come off with that with a bit of side pod to side pod action. You know, we've seen sometimes that result in a much bigger accident.
Yeah, certainly so. While we were watching those, Julian Cameron receives a black and white warning flag, which comes with that 5-second in-race time penalty that gets added on at the end of the race. So Julian Cameron effectively out of this race, despite the fact that he gained a fair few positions up into P20. Eyes still on this battle here. Perard and Biasati, they have not dropped each other, so they've still been working together. Biasati's not gone for the overtake here, but are they catching up to Ruben Moya? That is the question. Graphics would say no is the answer to that. Ruben Moya is still managing to pull away and close in on Ellie Goldstein, but we'll see what happens as the race continues, as Paul Chaus sets the fastest lap of the race, 104.238. He continues to lead the way, and he's looking comfortable here in the lead of this race. Here he is on your screen, and Well, watching him here, he just looks smooth, confident, no heavy motions with the steering wheel. He's tucking in. He just seems fine and dandy there.
You've got to give it to him and the mechanics as well. They've done a supreme job this weekend on setting up the Auto Club RC2 car to almost perfection. When he's in this clear air, he is very, very hard to beat for the rest of this pack. Warning flag for Hugo Heron there. That's going to be 5 seconds added to the race time for the Frenchman. Currently running in 22nd place. There's Ruben Moya. See from the graphic there that he took brand new tyres on the right-hand side of the kart for this race.
Which is
third.
Which is a first, actually, because most people have gone for the brand new set on the left-hand side, which would be understandable. You've got the more right-hand turns here, so having them on the left-hand side, you know, benefits you know, scrubbing in. It helps out with that one. But he's gone for the left-hand side, the right-hand side.
Purely theorising here.
Go on. I like
if
the
you
theory.
think there's a bit of rain coming, which is going to be understeer city, would you rather have your fresher rubber on the inside to pull you into those corners as opposed to, you know, you're not going to have the wear on the left-hand side? As we look at a little replay here, this is into turn 4. This is Biasati down the inside, and that's very nicely done.
Yeah.
On Parade. Parade coming back through the order, having a good weekend, both of those drivers.
Just saw from that replay there, Nico Villa, despite everything, he's found himself a deck chair out there. So if anything, that's a win in my book for Nico Villa. He's found a deck chair at a Marshall post, so at least he's comfortable out there. Yeah, no, change there. So Biasati back up into P4. So yeah, this is an interesting one. So Biasati thinking, all right, you're not catching up to Moya. It's now my turn to go back in front now, see if I can catch it. This is the battle for second place. This is closing in. Moya is closing in on Goldstein, and, well, at this rate, we're going to see a battle in these last couple of laps because, well, Moya and Goldstein, two very, very experienced senior drivers in the IAME category here. This could be an exciting battle here because, remember, Goldstein needs as many good results as possible. 1 point could mean the difference of getting into this superheats and not getting into them.
And Goldstein fighting back. 5th place in the final last year. And if you were to look through the results, didn't even finish in the top 10. And wasn't a point scorer through the heats phase when the IAME Euro Series visited here 12 months ago. But Moya right there now with Goldstein. He's surely going to go down the inside into turn 2. And that looked relatively easy for Ruben Moya. Ellie Goldstein didn't fight that too hard. Maybe just thinking bigger picture at that point, Anthony, going, third's not bad. I don't want to be 4th, 5th, 6th or anything behind. I know Ruben Moya is going to come down the inside and go for it. You know, I'll play the 50-50 game and take what I can get.
Yeah, I think Goldstein's done more maths than what we have. There's the confirmation of the deck chair there for Nico Villa. Yeah, comfortable as he is, I'm sure he's not a happy bunny underneath that helmet being retired from this race. But yeah, back to this one. Yeah, Goldstein, I suspect he's probably done the maths more than what we have. And he's probably thinking, right, you know, it doesn't matter. I'm in third. It's still what I need. It's still good points, you know. And he had a big look over his shoulder when Ruben had gone past to see that, you know, Christian Biasati is still there, but there's still quite an extensive gap. But that gap, I think, potentially is still closing in just that little bit more as well. Biasati checking over the shoulder there as well, just to see where Hugo Mañas is. And it's Mañas who's there now. So Mañas has got past Parade, and now he's going to get past Biasati. So now it's Goldstein. Might have to start worrying about Hugo Mañas now at this rate as we go on to the final lap of this race. And Paul Chaus is leading this one by 2.6 seconds.
Yeah, Paul Chaus, this has been the drive that he's wanted probably throughout the whole day, or since he got timed qualifying pole yesterday. It's still raging on between Parade and Mañas. Parade down the inside. Is that going to be the opportunity for Biasati to get both of them? They're going to head down towards turn number 8 now. 3 wide round the outside. Attempting there is Biasati. That's nearly going to work. Not quite, but Parade emerges in 4th place. Meanwhile, front of the order, Paul Chaus is on his way. He's still fighting here for 4th place on the final lap of the race. Final lap for all of these drivers in the qualifying heats, but Paul Chaus, happy with that, comes round the final corner. That's more like it. Takes race victory ahead of Ruben Moya. Lifted off at the end as well there, just preserving as much of the carts as he can. Wins by a second ahead of Ruben Moya and Ellie Goldstein. It's a good recovery from Goldstein after a difficult start to the qualifying heats here at Zuera. Had those 2 bad results, knew he couldn't afford a third, but has delivered the results that most likely will give it a half-decent position for those super heats tomorrow. He's still very much in play, but Paul Chaus, well, similarly, had a retirement earlier on in the weekend. Is not going to be in the top few positions of the intermediate classification, but that shows that this is a kart to be reckoned with, a team to be reckoned with, and a driver who can deliver at Zuera here this weekend. So, the IC stands after that race, 2 more to go. Luzio first, 0 points, still on the perfect run. Carinini second on 6, Mustinez third on 11, Moya fourth. So that's a good result for Moya. That means he's guaranteed at least 4th or higher, depending on how the other 3 do. They've still yet to run. Bollier, Ramicus, Smith and McLaughlin all at the moment in the top 8. Here's your provisional results for the heat between groups A and E. Paul Chaus confirmed as your race winner. Ruben Moya second, Goldstein third, Parad, Biasati all in the top 5. Manias, Bertram Sash, Gilles Renman, Lawrence Schass and Louis Coman all inside the top 10. 11th place was Matis Meerschout. Mark Granada fell back a bit in that one, finished 12th. Raul Zanzarin in 13th, Mickey Blaskos 14th in the top 15. That was completed by Hugo Besson. Good race from Julian Cabin there for Victor Lane Karting. The Dutchman up 8 spots to 16th. Luna Claret, after that slight drama in the pre-grid early on, gained 2 places, finished in 17th. Fred Green in 18th. Hugo Heron in 19th ahead of Freddie Housley. Good effort there from Freddie Housley, gaining 13 places into the top 20. Top 25 was wrapped up with Angelo Melli, Luca Montebello, Eugeni Maskov, Louis Aguiar and Maximiano de Silva. All the results available on the IAME Euro Series website, of course, if you want to review them at your leisure. Let's have a look at the highlights from that last race in X30 Senior. Mega start from Paul Chaus. That's really where he set up this win from the very start. The first corner, that huge sweeping move that left the rest of the field chasing. Goldstein, the first of those chasers. The 268 of Gilles Renman onto the gravel and onto the grass there. It's been a difficult day for the EGP team. All got a bit rough through turn number 8 as drivers are just trying to hold themselves in position through the course of that first lap. You can see the gap that Paul Chaus had. Even by the time they went through turn 9, they weren't even in sector 3 at that point, and he was already over a second in the lead. Lap 3 on the attack, the 343 of Rafael Parad. The Castellet kart racing team have had a very good weekend so far, nailed qualifying earlier on in the weekend, as showing that wasn't a fluke. It's some good race pace on their machines this weekend. The now customary this weekend Ruben Moya charge was in full flow in this race. That was him going past Goldstein for second place. It's a good conversion from Ruben Moya. It's going to be drivers very wary of the winner from last year when we get to the super heats tomorrow. Good battle this towards the end of the race as well for 4th place between Ruben Moya, Hugo Manias, Parad, and the 256 of Christian Biasate. In the end, it would be Parad winning out ahead of Biasate and Manias. They'll go again in the super heats tomorrow. Good effort there from Christian Biasate in turn 8, round the outside, managed to take Hugo Manias' position in all of that. But there was no beating Paul Chaus in that one. He cruised home in the end, took a win by a second, saving as much of the karts as possible for the super heats tomorrow. Still dry here at the moment, looming clouds, maybe a bit of rain in the air, but for now let's head back down to Anthony Jordan in Parc Ferme.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, down in Parc Ferme with our race winner of that one, Paul Chaus. Paul, what a weekend you've had. Great results, and that last race, I think, is the best way to end it.
Yeah, it was a good day for us, but the luck is not on our part. So let's see tomorrow if we can push to the front, because I have a DNF. So let's see tomorrow if we can recover the positions.
Yeah. Tomorrow is a new day. Like you say, you've got the super heats to go. Do you reckon we could get a good position for the final?
yes, I think that I have the pace to recover in the superheat, and then in the final with new tires, I have a good speed, so I can fight for the final.
I just want to talk quickly about that last race. Before it started, you're on the dummy grid, the rain comes down. What were you thinking at that point?
I was hoping that the rain doesn't come, but if the rain comes, I want to do my best. So yes, very happy to stay in the final. So very happy, and thank you to all my team because they did a very good job.
You also did a superb job, so well done to you and the team. Congratulations, see you out there tomorrow. Well done.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there, Paul Chouse. We've still got 2 more qualifying heats to go for Senior X30. We have not determined who's going to be starting on pole just yet, so stay with us. Andrew Mather, back up to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jordan. As you say, 2 races to go here at Zuera. Both very important races. This next one key for seeing how the pole positions for the superheats tomorrow will be decided. It's groups D and G heading out on track shortly for their last heat of the day. 9 laps to decide it. And we've got our drivers second in the intermediate classification at the moment in this race, or second and 5th in this one. So as I say, it's going to be a key race for the points scenario. 15 seconds before the green light illuminates and the whistle goes to tell the drivers to head out on circuit. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Andrew Mather and Anthony Jordan on commentary duties for you here today, and we'll be here again tomorrow, of course, as well for all of the superheats and the finals. Away the drivers go for their rolling out laps for this qualifying heat. Let's have a look through the grid for the penultimate race of the day, the penultimate heat for X30 Senior. Malo Bollier starts on pole position, is joined on the front row by the magician of P2. Danny Caronini starts on the outside. Can he take the lead again through turn 1? Louis Johnston-Cool and Patrick Ogrodovchik starts on row number 2. Elia Weiss and Clement Outran start on row 3. Alessandro Tedesca and Matis Barber start on row 4. Kevin Lantinga was awesome in his last race. Starts this one on row 5, is joined by Clovis Nugarad. Tymon Kinnard has had a bright sparks so far this weekend. Starts on row 6, is joined by Eloy Gonzalez, Lucas Friedrich and Alexei Constant start on row number 7. Eden Spantic will not be present on row 8. He has effectively withdrawn from the event. Robbie Buckley will be on his own on that one. Juan Aluya and Natalia Granada are on row number 9.
Row number 10, we'll see Thomas Gomez and Matthias van der Kerkhoff. They ran at the top 20, Marcus Glum and Hugo Brun on row 11. Matteo Bonfagat and Charlie Glum, they go from row number 12 with Aaron Ferrazzano and Daniel Cabello, should say, on row number 13. Samuel Branston and Francisco Costa go from row 14. Milan Mazak and Gilles Matrullo on row 15. Matteo van der Kerkhoff and Maxime Blanchimont round out the 31 kart grid. Out there, and there on your screen, confirmation tyres. Malo Bollier, your pole sitter for this one. Brand new set of boots again on the right-hand side.
Very intriguing. Intriguing tactics being played by the drivers and the teams. So, the intermediate classification situation. Luzio 0 at the moment, top of the standings, doesn't race in this one. We'll see Marcus Luzio in the next one. Danny Caronini defending a 2nd place at least at the moment here. Anthony on 6 points. He's got a bit of a gap over Mustinez as well. That risk versus reward thing that we like to talk about, we touched on it a little bit with Ali Goldstein in the last race. We've seen these amazing starts from Caronini. He'd love to go out and win this race to put the pressure on Marcus Luzio to deliver, but at the same time, you know, 2nd place in the standings, a pole position in Superheat 2, that wouldn't be a bad spot to be in.
No, it certainly wouldn't, but we are going to have to wait just that little bit longer to find out who is going to be starting where for those ones. But like I say, for Danny Caronini, he's in the best possible spot here to be on pole position for one of his races. He just needs to get a good result in this one. Can he do it? Can he do a Caronini in towards turn number 1? into the tram lines. Lights go green. Here we go. Down in towards turn 1. Can he do it? Yes, he can. He pulls the Carinini and he gets the lead of this race. Was it a good start? Was it too good as they go down in towards turn number 2 now as he streaks away in the lead. The Victory Lane kart absolutely on it there. Malo Bollier trying to hold on to second place, but here's down the inside. It's a TB kart. That looks like Clement Outram already up to third place. It's been a brilliant start for him.
Yeah, really good moves there from Clement Outram. Malo Bollier doing well to keep it out of the dirt. Kicked up a bit on his left-hand side coming out of turn number 4. He's already overlooking his shoulder to see where everybody else is. The 2-2-1 is coming in there. That's Ogrodovchik, who's had a great qualifying, but not quite been able to have the race results that Patrick would have wanted so far this weekend. This is a great opportunity, but once again, we've said it so many times this weekend here at Zuera, Danny Carinini starts fast, gets out front, P1, and he's going to have something like a 1.5 second lead yet again down the inside. There goes Clement Outram. Building is Clement Outram. This is a good time to start putting in your best performances of the weekend so far. Carinini from the Frenchman by 1.2 seconds.
Yep, certainly so. Am I right in saying that Patrick Ogrodovchik has changed livery on his wagon? I swear he was in a white cart earlier on. Now he's in a black liveried cart. Well, I'll query that one, but it looks good as they make their way down in towards turn at number 5. And there you can see the battle unfolding. Bollier under pressure from Ogrodovchik, who refuses to leave him alone, really, at this point. A little further down, you've got Nogueira, you've got Louis Johnson-Cool, and then down the inside, I believe that's Elo Gonzalez just getting that move done. It's the 255. No, it's Elia Weiss on Louis Johnson-Cool. So that's Elo Gonzalez just ahead. There it is. Yes, Clovis Nogueira also getting past as well. So there's been some big changes there. Johnson-Cool down into P8 now.
Good news at the moment for the Briton there on the LN, the Lando Norris chassis, coming round to complete lap number 2 then. Carinini leads, but hang on a minute, being closed in. That is a mega second lap from Outram. Lead down 2.8 of a second, and Bollier seems to be going with him at a bit of a distance, but good pace for the 2 French drivers. And Ogrodovchik not too far behind there as well in 4th.
Yeah, Outram confirmation there. 4 places gained. They're in second place, and the gap now down to 0.6 of a second as they cross through the one of the timing beams and halfway round the lap. So is consistently closing in. That will be putting a smile on the face of these 2 drivers here, Malo Bollier and Ogrodovchik, who sit there in 3rd and 4th place. If they stay line astern like that, they should close in if they battle, and I suspect they will battle because Danny Carinini needs to stay in the race lead to help secure this spot. He does not want to risk falling into the pack here, does he?
No, not at all. As I say, this stage, it can quickly change. 5 points is the gap between Carinini and Mustinez. And Ruben Moy is not too far behind as well. You know, if Carinini wants to have some form of issue, then those drivers would be looking at better positions when we get to those superheats. But right now, it's looking good. 0.3 in the lead. Nogueira there in the 349, up 4 places so far in this race. Elo Gonzalez, still I think a little bit frustrated in a way of what happened at the in Valencia a few weeks ago. Is racing through, has gained 7 places so far in this race as Elo Gonzalez, and just gone purple through sector number 1. And we should note as well, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching from home and wondering, has it gone night time here at Zuera? No, it hasn't.
It's just really miserable. It's just really miserable sky at the moment. It's very depressing. It's like being back in the UK. Yeah, so it's just gone very cloudy, and yeah, it just means it looks very dark out there at the moment. But drivers are fine. I suspect these drivers may be struggling just a little bit, seeing as they're wearing not iridium visors, but blacked out visors. So I suspect they're struggling just a little bit there. Here we go, closing in and going for the change. Here comes Outram down the inside, changes for the lead, and Danny Carinini does not defend it whatsoever. I think he thought, you know, I can settle for second, it's fine. I can see the battle behind, they're not closing in, but he does have to be careful here now. If he does just fall back into the clutches, he might be in trouble. It is all changing behind there because Elo Gonzalez has just got up into 3rd place. So has Ogrodovchik. Malo Bollier has dropped down 2 positions there. So Ogrodovcic has managed to get himself past as well. Checks over the shoulder, thinks it's all good. Oh, just slightly outbrakes himself there, runs a bit deeper. Now he's under pressure. Here comes Bollier back through and almost collects Alessandro Tedesca, who just closes in super close behind as well. Elia Weiss has got past Nogueira because of all of that as well. So the concertina effect really kicks down all the way through the grid then. Here is a replay of potentially... no.
Yep,
okay, so,
through.
yeah, it just said, hey, you go for it. Don't worry about me. Okay, confirmation
and
there.
I completely understand why Danny Caronini's done that. I know it's not the most exciting thing in the world, but for Caronini, you get second place in this race. It's 8 points. You can't be beaten by anybody else. The form Marcus Luzio is on, you've got to think he'll either win second, or there's got to be something go a little bit wrong for Luzio for him to stake to get that first place in the IC. So for Caronini, no risk, secure that second place, move on to tomorrow.
This race is heating up, and it's heating up elsewhere as well. I would like to ask the question, can we bring up that rain radar? Because it's starting to rain once more here at Zuera. They have got their temperature in the tyres here, and the temperature in these helmets as well is heating up as the boisterous moves come in thick and fast here as drivers absolutely sending it down the inside. There's the radar, and we're in some rain here, ladies and gentlemen. We have got a cloud coming over our heads, and the rain is starting to fall. This could make things very, very interesting for our drivers in this race. And look, it's pouring down with rain. It's not just raining a little bit, it's tipping it down. Oh my goodness, what does this mean now? So Utron is there, he's 3/10 in the lead. Drivers are scrabbling, they cannot get the grip. They're gonna go into turn one. It's gonna be so slippery. Are they gonna be careful? Are they gonna go straight on at the corner? No, they're gonna be okay. They've got the temperature in the tires. That's absolutely fine, but the rain is pouring down here now at Zuera. Here in the last two races of the day, it's blown it wide open here. The rain radar again up on your screen. You can see that rain cloud has just come out of nowhere. It has snuck up on us, and we are in the rain here. Well, look at them now. There's no traction out there whatsoever.
There's no traction, but at least if they can keep the temperature in the tyres, they're using the wide karting lines, the wet lines now. They're going where all the detritus and all the marbles of the whole competition are at the moment. To be fair, no one's falling off the road at the moment. They're all keeping it on the island, touch wood, as they're all going through turn number 8 now. And if it's another one of those short showers like we've seen already today, they could be okay. Clement Lutron is still at the front of the order. The pace at the moment, well, it's not actually dipped that far, considering 1:09s, 1:10s, although this lap is going to be a lot slower. Who is gaining out of this? Up to 5th place is Elia Weiss. Kevin Lantinga's trying to fall through the order as well, gets 2 positions there. He's now on the back of Ali Josticool, and that's where the pandemonium is. Everybody now trying to change tyres for the next race, and there's still 2 more of this one to go. There is the 2.55 of Elia Weiss. Elia Weiss seems to have got a bit of temperature. Kevin Lantinga definitely has got temperature, has gained another position there, is up to 4th.
Well, Danny Caronini at this possible moment is still keeping it on the road in 2nd place. That's the important one in this one. He is still 2nd in the intermediate classifications as well. There is no drama there. It's really all going to fall down to this last race of the day. But for Danny Caronini, he's looking good going into these last couple of laps. But right now, all of these drivers are just trying to bring this to the end. The rain is just, it's at a level where it's not coming down too hard, but it's continuously coming down, and it's just keeping the temperature low, and it's slick out there. You can see the drivers avoiding the racing line now, even though from that point of view, that looks like there's plenty of traction out there. I think it stopped again as now as well.
Yeah, I think that like with the little rain shower we had about 20 minutes ago, it's come and gone as quickly as both sides. So now, there it is, end of the race, red flag. So that will most likely be called with Utron ahead of Caronini, Gonzalez 3rd. There is the red flag, most definitely bringing a halt to racing proceedings.
Now, is that red flag due to an incident, or is that purely because of the weather that's coming in and the entire grid is on slick tyres and it's deemed unsafe?
The rain has started again. There's fresh raindrops on our commentary box window, and I think that is... I think in respect, that is the right call. If there's another band of rain coming in the next minute or so, impeccable driving from the whole field. I'm so impressed. This is why these drivers are some of the best in the world. you know, nobody fell off the road, but safety first, and the red flag has been put out.
Well, drama then here at Zuera in the final 2 races of the day here, and they had to, of course, they had to be the most important races of the weekend.
Always.
For Danny Carinini, though, that I think secures at least second. It's possible it could go to a first because we've got another race to go. Marcos Lucio has to defend his position, and he has to win that race or come no lower than 8th place. I think 7th or 8th around that area.
Because Lucio would win a tiebreaker on the virtue of the sheer amount of race wins he's had so far this weekend.
Interesting. Right, I'm going to head down to Parc Ferme and have a chat with some of our drivers. I'll leave you in the capable hands of Andrew Mather. But certainly, very interesting moments here. If you are enjoying it, make sure you click a like on that live stream. If you are watching on motorsport.tv, Facebook or YouTube, make sure you give it a like. And if you are on YouTube or any of the platforms, please do make sure you give it a subscribe. I'm going to head down there now. I'm going to stop talking. Over to you.
Indeed. The rain is definitely falling again now at Zuera. And I go as far to say I think the raindrops are even bigger than they were before. There is your race winner, Clement Outron. That race will not start again because it was very near the end of it anyway. But Clement Outron takes a 0 points, and that's a good result for a driver who I think will back himself to do good things tomorrow when he gets to the Superheat in the final. One of the many drivers, if you were with us for the Winter Cup at Valencia at the start of February, who could have won the final in Valencia. It's on good form at the moment. Let's have a look at the highlights of that penultimate race of the day. It was all about could Carinini go round the outside from P2, and he did, round the outside once more, showing he's just got it so hooked up at those race starts here this weekend. Everybody else scrambling for position. Malo Bollier trying to fend off Outron there. Good start as well for Ogrodovchik in the 2-2-1. Looking for a good result and a spot in those super heats later on in the weekend. Lots for the mechanics to deal with in that 9-lap race, telling as usual their drivers what to do, what kind of gaps they've got, but it was eyes to the skies as the clouds rolled in here at Zuera. Elliot Weiss was on the move down the inside, kept it on the island to finish P4. Key moments here, Clement Outron being pointed through by a conservative Danny Carinini, thinking bigger picture, just wanting to get to the end of this race. And he did indeed. P2 was going to be his. There's still more drama to unfold though. The 2-2-1 of Ogrodovchik trying to find a way past Eloy Gonzalez there. Good run for Eloy Gonzalez. Back up to third, showing he's still got that potential race-winning pace later on in the weekend when he doesn't have to start as far down the order. Elliot Weiss continuing moves there, moved past Malo Bollier on lap number 5. Tedesca and Bollier nearly came to blows there through turn number 8 on lap number 6. And then the real drama, the heavens opened with 2 big rain showers. One of them came and went very quickly. All of the drivers just trying to keep it on the black stuff. The cones being scattered as drivers ran wide through turn number 5. No serious incidents. Then the rain came through again, and that really forced the hand of race control and the officials to call it, but not before Kevin Lantinga gained another spot. There was the red flag, very near the end of the 9 scheduled laps as it happened. And I am hearing that there'll now be a short delay, a 10-minute delay ahead of the final race. It's going to be wet weather tyres, the order of the day. The first time we've said that this weekend. First round of the IAME Euro Series for 2024. There is your rain radar showing that this rain flowing through is flowing through, but probably here to stay. That big band of rain that we've been talking about from the west of the circuit here in Zuera has arrived, and the rain continues to fall on this 1.7 kilometre circuit. Plenty to look forward to. Say one more race today and all of the racing tomorrow, the super heats and the finals as well. Before we get on to that though, let's head down to Parc Ferme and Anthony Jordan and their thoughts of some of the drivers.
246.
Well, thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, down here in Parc Fermé with not our race winner from that one, second place, but Danny Carinini. You are in position to secure pole position, definitely for the second superheat, but possibly even the first superheat, no matter what happens or whatever happens in this race. But for you, today has been a roller coaster of racing, hasn't it?
Yeah, sure. Today was a really good day. The last heat was really hard because at lap 3 or 4 started to rain. And the condition was really, really hard, but I managed everything really good, and I'm so happy for the pace on the dry, and I think if tomorrow will rain, we are fast. I'm really happy about this, and I want to thank my team for the great job that they are making.
Yeah. Superb result for yourself. We don't know again if you're going to start for Superheat 2 or 1, so you know, it's a tough one to call, but best of luck to you. Are you going to be watching this next final with anticipation?
Yeah, sure. Now I will look, hope to be first overall, but second is just really good for us.
Well, perfect running. Well done. Congratulations. We'll see you out there tomorrow.
Thank you so much. See you tomorrow.
Excellent. Perfect there for our man there, Danny Carinini. We're going to quickly pop over to the tyres. I think we've got a little bit of time because there's been some dramatic developments on that one. Tyres are going on. Thank you so much, Danny. We'll leave you to that one. But tyres at the moment have been a big, big shock. There are a lot of action going on down here in the holding bay. There are drivers scrambling to put slick tyres on. There's drivers scrambling to put wet tyres on. But at the moment, it looks like the entire field is going to go on wets because as we've been under here, the rain has continued to come down. And I'm going to try and sneak my way in here. We're breaking every rule in the book here, sneaking into the holding bay. But yeah, you can see here, Kyuho Lee, he's gone for the wet tyres we've got here. As well, they're switching over. But again, it looks like everyone is going for those wet tyres. Marcus Luzio, the quickest one here. Obviously, I wonder if I can quickly chat to Marcus. Marcus, you've got this last race to go here. Pressure's on, rain's coming down, you're switching to the wets. It's your race to lose here, isn't it?
Yeah. You just got to keep calm, I've got a lot of points to lose, like 8 points is the gap to Carinini, so yeah, just got to keep level-headed and see what we can do.
Pressure's on, mate. Best of luck. We'll see what you can do out there. Marcus Luzio, he's the one who's going to lose the most. It looks like everyone's going wets here. The rain has come down. It's going to be an exciting one. Andrew, we'll leave you with these pictures, but we'll head back up to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Very exciting indeed. The rain it continues to change in intensity. From one moment, it looks like it stopped, then it kicks back in again. Yeah, definitely wet tyres, the order of the day. There is Lewis Bird's kart being worked on. Tough weekend so far for Lewis Bird. He had a difficult qualifying, was out of position, fitting a new set of wets there. Frantic behaviour because, yes, they have a delay, but it's only 10 minutes, and it's 10 minutes and ticking down. So this race was due to go off at 18:10, which we've now passed. So 9 minutes by my calculations, provisional calculations, should stress there before we get this one underway. There is Marcus Luzio's kart being worked on, because of course it's not just tyres that the teams may be working on here. They'll be trying to get as many wet setup settings onto the karts as possible. So that may have been a sprocket change there, a gearing sprocket change for Marcus Luzio. Here's your rain radar. It's showing you what's is happening and what is due to happen as well. That's the rainstorm that you've just seen come through there. That blue colour on the rain radar indicating heavier rain. Anthony Jordan rejoins me in the commentary box, fresh from a little shower, it would seem. Are you feeling fresh after that little run?
Hey, it's lovely out there. It's a beautiful British summer day out there, raining. Yeah, this is a dramatic moment here. Mechanics furiously working on changing it from a dry to wet setup. Again, it's not just a factor of changing tyres. You know, you've got to change other things. Gearing, if you can, changing the angles of the wheels, anything like that. There's so many things you can change on a kart. I'm not that mechanically minded. I won't give you a full technical terminology.
It's the whole dynamics of how you want to use the tyre as well in the next race. It's completely different.
There you go.
Don't want the kart to be stiff and everything that you've done in the dry. You want that compliance in the chassis, in the outboards as well, to give you as much grip as possible, because you have no idea. There's been no wet running at all so far this weekend. We had no wet running in a competitive sense at all earlier in the year at Valencia. To a degree, these are very experienced teams, professional teams, some of the best, if not the best in Europe. We're kind of going into the unknown at this point, because all this combination of factors, this set of drivers, these mechanics, these teams have never run in these conditions before.
No, exactly that. And obviously you just heard me chat there very briefly to Marcus Luzio. As you can imagine, he was very busy helping his mechanic set the kart up. As you can see, drivers furiously running around. Some drivers have got their wetsuits, some haven't. And that's a factor in itself as well.
Yep.
Not having a wetsuit. If you're out there, you're getting soaked. That water is collecting on your race suit. That adds so much weight to a driver. There, look how miserable it is out there.
Wind's picked up again.
Wind's picked up. Rain is still coming down. And they're not small, they're big drops of rain. They're big, they're dollops, I would say. They're dollops of rain. And look how dark it is under the awning there.
The note as well, I say it's a 10-minute delay. That's a 10-minute delay to the start. It's a 10-minute delay, of course, to when the gate shuts as well, which will be a few minutes before 18:20. It is 18:13, nearly 14 on the clock now. This is, I think, is where a little bit of panic sets in if you're trying to get everything together. Because once that gate shuts, it is shut. It's not going to reopen for you.
Yeah, no, exactly that. So these drivers have to be careful that they do not miss their spot onto this grid. Obviously, this race was due to start at 10 past the hour. So that was around 4 minutes ago.
Well, the gate original time to close is 18:06. 10 minutes to that means everybody who's not in the
they've got 2 minutes.
They've got 90 seconds.
Yeah.
They've got 90 seconds to get onto. And I'd say, looking at that, Anthony, we've got, what, about half, maybe 2/3 of the field out. Now there's a real rush of everybody trying to get in as the clock ticks on by.
Yeah, there's a real rush. And remember as well, you can't work on the kart on the dummy grid. Once you've gone through the gate, you physically, if you put a tool to a kart, that's it. You're disqualified. So anyone who is not ready yet and they push it on and think they're going to put that wheel on in the last second in this one, they can't do it. They're not allowed to. They have to make sure the car is 100% ready to go before they push it through that gate. So this is the question on this. What drama?
18:15, less than a minute if we've got our calculations correct before the gate shuts. More carts coming in.
They're all rushing in now.
I think they're all going to make it. Although Jan Gomez, that doesn't look ready at all. The 214, very panicked driver, looking a bit tense. This is international gate closing commentary, ladies and gentlemen, for you here in the IAME Euro Series. There's still a bit of time on the clock to get those last. The tyres aren't on. The tyres aren't on the 214 yet on the rear axle. 18:50 and 20 seconds to go. This is one of the fastest karts in the field. Says, of course, the car that's meant to start pole position in this race might not even make it. The gate is still open at the moment, but 18:16 is about to arrive. What is going to happen here?
It's closed. He's missed it.
The gate is closing. He's missed it. He's missed the race.
He's out of the race. He's not going to get on. Jan Gomez, who was going to be starting on pole position, will not take part in this race. Well, they're pushing the cart to the gate, but the gate's closed.
It's 18:16. The 10-minute delay.
They're out the race. That's it. It's done. Jan Gomez will not take part in this race. Well,
wow.
Drama at its finest here for the last qualifying heat of the day. Rules are rules, unfortunately, and he was late by 20 seconds. That's all. 20 seconds for Jan Gomez. And where was he in the thing? Well, he wasn't in the top 8 in the qualifying heats, but this certainly won't benefit him at all. This might be...
Maybe not top 72, but this moment could be the difference between, once those super heats are done tomorrow, top 36 or not top 36 for Jan Gomez. And it's so gutting for him because he missed the final in Valencia, I want to say around 54th place. Was thrilled with the provisional pole position that he got in timed qualifying yesterday, but that is talk about crashing to earth there. Right, well, 9 laps is still ahead of us. There's a race to run, everybody, to decide who's going to get pole position after all of that drama in the rain. Drivers in this race still to have their final qualification runs in the heat, of course. We've been talking about Marcus Luzio, 0 points for Marcus at the moment. He has an 8-point advantage over Danny Carinini, who is done, who can rest easy, sort of, in this one. Adrian Martinez is, of course, in this race. Starts on the second row of the grid, is currently defending 3rd place in the intermediate classification on 11 points. Ruben Moya is just behind on 2 points. Thibaut Ramekers. Well, this is going to be interesting for Thibaut Ramekers. How about a first wet race in the seniors for the Belgian? Starts this one on the 4th row of the grid, defending 5th place in the points at the moment. There is Thomas Hansen. Thomas Hansen has worn dry tyres. Now, that's brave. That's either going to be a genius move if the rain stops, or he's going to about to have some of the hardest 9 laps of his season.
Well, the first 3 or 4 laps, 100%, are going to be the slippiest and slowest of his life, probably. But if that rain does stop,
it could be a masterstroke.
He would be on it. He'll be on it throughout this session. I've only seen this once ever.
And I think the reason why they've done that, Thomas has had some DNFs, hasn't he? So you may as well just throw caution to the wind.
Yeah.
Win or bin, because it could be the difference of you're still racing tomorrow or not. Sorry for cutting across you there, mate.
No, exactly. The only time I can remember something, a similar thing that happened to this, it involved Catherine White at Wilton Mill during the British Car Championship. Everyone went out on slick tyres.
Yep.
She was the only one that went out on wet tyres.
Yep.
It was a dry track. 3 laps in, it poured it down with rain, and it went. Right now, you've got an entire grid on wet tyres, 1 driver on slick tyres, and it stopped raining.
We've got another anecdote about circuits on the top of a hill with a similar thing with Coldplay Pigeon, but I don't think we've got time for that because we've got a race to begin. Let's have a look at the grid, the last X30 senior race of the day. It's already had drama because your pole sitter isn't on the grid. Jan Gomez missed the gate closing at 18:16 and will not take the start. Joseph Smith will be on his own on the front row of the grid. Adrian Martinez and Marcus Luzio defending very strong positions in the intermediate classification start on row 2. Christian Caballero and Adam Rahali start on row 3. Thibaut Ramekers and Keo Lee start on row 4. Gus Lawrence and David Dragan start on row 5 ahead of Reimer Blanc and Thomas Hansen, who is on dry tyres in the 6th row of the grid there. Eduardo Dominguez and Hugo Gelade start on row 7. Finn McLaughlin and Francois Delati start on row number 8. Row 9 is Connor Grant and Yanis Bouillet.
Sam van der Heijden and Arthur Sort then round out the top 20 on row number 10. You've got Oni Tuiscu. A question mark whether or not that Oni is on dry tyres as well. I got a message come through on my mobile saying that was the case, but we'll confirm that one as well. Luca Patoni starting alongside. Austin Gale and Rafael Rajani, they go from row 12. Luke Taylor and Lewis Bird on row 13. Marlon Vata and Luca Horton on row 14 from Alexander Ruta and Luca de Gran. Then you've got Jean Pablo Giard, Dylan Patel and Victor Kumala rounding out the grid. There is your hard-working race control team. You've got it being headed up from Joana Falco, you've got Gonzalo Plata, and you have got Sara Blanco at the helm of race control, keeping a close eye on everything. And I can imagine they will be watching back the paddock camera to make sure that no one was using any tools past that gate.
Indeed. Observations.
Oh, I like an observation. Go for it.
Window watch for the raindrops.
It stopped.
I'm not seeing any fresh raindrops. Secondly, kind of expecting to a degree rooster tails of spray coming off of the wet tyres.
Not seeing any.
And they're not.
Yeah.
It's not as wet as perhaps we thought out there.
Now, I want to clarify who the kart is that's going around turn 2 now, miles back. Now, is that our driver?
It's Thomas Hansen. He's not come through.
Is that Thomas Hansen?
Through sector number 1 yet.
Okay, I just want to clarify because it's the 348 and the 248 that I've got a question mark on. We've definitely confirmed Thomas Hansen is on slick tyres. There's just a question mark on the 248. I think they're on wets for Oni Tuiscu.
Okay then. Well, the non-starters out there. Jan Gomez, as mentioned. Yanis Bouillet doesn't take the start. Luca de Grange is a withdrawal from the event. This is going to be 9 of the craziest laps you've seen so far this year in the IAME Euro Series. The forlorn look of the kart in the 214 just goes underneath us in the commentary box. Jan Gomez will not take, of course, the start, having missed the gate. If you're just joining us, it means that Joseph Smith has the job of controlling the pace from the outside of row 1 on his own P2. Will immediately become P1. Anthony, over to you.
Thank you very much. Well, here we go. Well, this is an interesting one as we get going. It's a huge leap there for Joseph Smith as we do go green and racing down towards turn number 1. Let's see how the traction levels are as they go through turn number 1. You can see how dark it is now as we are a little bit behind schedule here after that sudden downpour of rain. The track is now wet. The first time we're having a wet run race here. The wet tyres are on, but I suspect this track will dry very, very quickly, seeing as the wind is very high here as well. Joseph Smith getting squeezed out wide there as he goes wheel to wheel with Marcus Luzio. Remember, Luzio has the 0 points to his name. If he wins this race, he's all good. Spinner at the back of the grid, that's Juan Pablo Girard. Unfortunately, he's had a weekend to forget, really, in this one. Big shame for him, but he spins and he's at the back of the grid in this one. My question mark is then on Thomas Hansen in the 348. He is the driver. We need to keep an eye on this one as the track conditions get drier and drier. He is the one we need to watch and see if he closes in.
He has just come through sector 1 now.
Right.
He's just completed sector number 1, started a long way off the back of the field. So it's effectively half a lap behind already. But if it does dry out here, there's enough time that he could close in. And if he does close it, it'll be like a missile flying through this order. Good move there from Joseph Smith. Down the inside of Mustienes, takes second place. Mustienes immediately fires back down the inside into turn 1. They're behind Marcus Luzio by 0.7. But again, it just doesn't look that wet out there. And you've got to think about the tyres. And if the drivers who are on the full wets, everyone's gone out on brand new wet tyres. The tread blocks are going to be high. They could be shredding these tyres to bits.
Well, luckily, they do get 2 sets of wet tyres, and there's no rain due tomorrow, so this could be the only time they use these wet, so I don't think there's any cause for concern on that one. Luzio leads the way then. He's managed to get past Adrian Mustienes, and he holds on to that one. So at the moment, it's Luzio who leads the intermediate classifications from Danny Carinini, so both of those would start on pole position. Ruben Moyer at this moment in time would get promoted to starting alongside on the front row, the same as Andrea Mustienes, who would start alongside for Superheat 2 tomorrow. If they stay in these positions, anything can happen. It's a long old race down the inside there. Change as it is the 249 of Rema Blanc getting past Joseph Smith. No, Smith holds the door, but then goes wide, and down the inside goes Rema Blanc and up into P3. So big changes happening here at the moment, but Hugo Lee, you can just see there in the background, just coming through as well. The 264 looking very strong in these wet conditions.
Adam Rahali lost a number of positions on that last lap, ran wide out of turn number 8, is down as far as 11th place. I'm keeping an eye on the sector times for Hansen. They're not at a pace that would worry the wet runners at the moment. 27.9 through sector number 1. All the wet runners are running 24s and 25s. There is the battle involving Mustienes in the middle of all of that. And the 326 falling down the order there. That's Caballero. That's the other one of the kids to win entries. Caballero needing a good result. Had a DNF yesterday. And this long programme for the seniors that started 7 rounds of qualifying, 6 heats for every single driver. Only the top 72, of course, go through to the super heats.
I think I'm seeing some fresh raindrops on the windscreen of the commentary box here again, so it could all fall apart for Thomas Hansen here. But again, question mark still out on it. Eyes on this as the traction levels are non-existent. Remember, they've had several full days of racing on the slick tyres. They've plastered a huge amount of rubber down on that circuit, which means it's like driving on ice effectively. A good analogy that I like to use for wet racing and why you're seeing drivers taking that wide, dirty line is that if you've ever washed dishes and you've used the wet rubber gloves on there, if they're dry rubber gloves and you put them together, it's nice and grippy. A side by side here. I'll forget that analogy. As here, Joseph Smith is fighting for his position. QO Lee trying to get through as well, not able to do so. Lewis Bird down the inside now, and Austin Gale, his fellow teammate, trying to get through as well. One of them does, one of them doesn't. I think it's Austin Gale who didn't get through. Bird did. But Joseph Smith still there. Now back down the inside, it looks like Sam van der Heijden trying to get involved as well. As Joseph Smith off the track, he's lost 4 positions there. He is struggling in these conditions here to try and get temperature into those tyres. While that has semi-calmed down, no, I won't continue because it's still kicking off. Here we go as 314 is going through. There's Adam Rahali on Hugo Gelade now trying to get involved. Yeah, confirmation, rain is coming down again. So for Thomas Hansen, slick tyres is not going to work out for him. It's going to be wets all the way.
Wets all the way. He's 33 seconds off the back of the pack, and he's in the 131s, whereas everybody else is in the 117s, the 118s. It was a gamble. It was worth the risk in his situation, but it has not paid off for Thomas Hansen. Well, look at this. The Brits are coming through. Lewis Bird has gained 19 positions in this race so far. Make that 20 now, up to 6th place. Who else is excelling in these conditions? As I think that's the 300
that's
of Juan Pablo Girard, who had already had a spin earlier in the race. Up 18 positions, Austin Gale. 20 is mentioned for Lewis Bird. 12 for Sam van der Heijden. So the Dutch driver having a great run there. Hugo Gelade on the improve as well. Up 5. Victor Kulmala has also gained another positions. Has gained 14. Those are the big movers in the race so far, which has only reached halfway, of course, because it's a lap count. We're on lap number 5. There is the 2:26 of Austin Gale on your screens, as that is going to be Hansen, I think, sensibly just pulling to driver's right and out the way, having received the blue flags.
Some yellow flags out there as well, so some drivers in trouble. I'm going to say it's possibly, actually, it could be this one here, the 252 that's gone off. Who is that? Is that?
That's Smith. That's Joseph Smith in trouble in the dark. And Joseph Smith is going to tumble down the order here effectively. Well, once the demise of Jan Gomez started first, but is not going to finish. But in fact, I don't think he's going to finish at all. Going very slowly. He's just gone past Hansen there. I think we might have a look at what's happened here to Joseph Smith, if we can. And he's coming into the pits.
And that's Raymond Blanc.
Raymond Blanc as well is out of this race.
Well, Raymond Blanc had a fantastic start, gained so many positions, got up into to third. Is that Raymond Blanc? Because Raymond Blanc is still third on my timing screen here.
No, he's going to start tumbling down the order now as they file through, potentially. Well, meanwhile, Marcus Luzio is doing Marcus Luzio things at the front of the order. It's on for a perfect run through the qualifying heats. When you talk to him down in the dummy grid, Anthony, he looked nervous, but he's performing yet again. Now, what are we going to have a look at here?
Oh, right, okay, so there is... Right, now that could be Raymond Blanc there. Now, where's Joseph Smith? There's Joseph Smith just going past on the left-hand side. Well, it says Blanc on the suit, but I know what they're like with their races here.
It's Sam van der Heijden, I think. Is it Sam van der Heijden's fallen down the order a long way, down to 28th place, the 254. It's the same team, isn't it? It's going to be the same team colours of KCR Racing. I think that's another case of suits being swapped between drivers.
Yes.
But, well, there is Joseph Smith definitely out of this race now. And what a bitter blow for a driver who's not put a foot wrong so far. And he's furious. He's absolutely furious to be out of this race. And that is a big dent in the hopes of points for this weekend.
Certainly is. Definitely put a spanner in the works there. Well, Lewis Bird now with the fastest lap of the race. This is going to be Lewis Bird's best result. He has had a nightmare weekend, hasn't he, Lewis Bird? I did catch up with him very briefly. I said, how's it going, mate? And he said, well, it's going terribly. It's not going well at all. Qualifying was terrible. First heats were terrible. It's all going bad. But now he's moving up the order now, and he's in P5 now. So, yeah, having a very good one. So, confirmation it was not Raymond Blanc that's left the race. Yes, he's still in. That is Thomas Hansen. Good effort, Thomas.
Good effort,
Fair play to you, mate. You went for slick tyres. It didn't pan out, but hats off to you. You didn't follow the rest of the pack. You thought of another plan, but yeah, it didn't pan out. But fair play to you, mate.
And in terms of what he had underneath him, I think drove pretty well. He kept it on the island, was respectful of everybody else. He wasn't spinning around out there and causing yellow flags. But yeah, not to be on this occasion. Here's your driver in second place. Finn McLaughlin is nicely playing his way into contention here this weekend. Had a not great start by his lofty standards, but he's currently sat 7th in the intermediate classification, which, if I'm right in saying, would give him 4th.
I think he's
for Superheat 1.
I think he's second or third row or something, something like that. Yeah, for thing, and that's absolutely superb.
Yeah.
You know, that definitely means he's on form to get into the final. And you know, after that really bad qualifying session that they had, where they had the red flag and they had to go out again, and they never got a quick time in. They were nowhere near competitive with the rest of the field. Sparks kicking out then from the drivers as it's just gone pitch black here. Where you know, it's these drivers will be really struggling to see at this moment in time. But there is only a lap and a half to go then of this race, and the sun is still up in the sky. It's just the clouds are so thick. It's so dark here. It's unbelievable.
We look to the south of the circuit. We can still see the sun shining on the hills in the distance. It's just this thick black cloud that's sat over the circuit at the moment. It's almost like, it almost feels like a solar eclipse in a way at the moment.
It does a little bit.
It's the temperatures have gone down to solar eclipse levels as well. Still 2 laps of this one to go. In fact, no, not 2 laps, because that's the final lap board going out. That was lap 8 being completed. And Finn McLaughlin's not given this one up yet.
No, he's taking chunks.
1:15.3 last time around for the Irishman, 1:16.1 for Luzio. Marcus Luzio is going to have the VDK Racing kart right on his rear bumper as we go into Sector 3 here, possibly even sooner.
Yeah, this could be interesting here. The gap down to 1.2 seconds. It was over 2 seconds a lap ago. So Finn McLaughlin, like I said earlier, is taking chunks out of Marcus Luzio here. But Luzio, even if Finn McLaughlin got past, it's not the end of the world. He's absolutely fine. He doesn't need to defend it. But if he wants a perfect round of qualifying heat, he's going to defend this spot 100%. Coming into it now, just over a second. I suspect it's probably less than a second now as they go through. 2 very different racing lines there. But 2 drivers who are very used to racing in wet conditions and tricky, slippery conditions, just such as this. Here comes McLaughlin. Wow, if he can get a move done in the final corner. I don't think Luzio knows he's there. Is he going to go full send here into the final corner? No, he's not close enough. It could be a run to the line, though. Is it going to be a perfect weekend for Marcus Luzio out of the final corner and across the line? He will see the checkered flag, and he secures pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow. And that's a delightful one. He kept his cool under pressure. He said he would. He delivered. We caught up with him very briefly before the start of this one, and he secures that spot. Superb driving from Marcus Luzio and the entirety of that grid as well. The last second change, a hats off as well to the super hard-working mechanics down there as well, who got those karts race ready in fine fashion as well. I mean, I feel devastated for Jan Gomez.
Yeah.
Firstly, 100% devastated. Missed out on getting onto the grid by 20 seconds. I feel bad for Thomas Hansen as well. You know, really pushed that luck for going on for slick tyres. It just didn't work out for him. Big shame for him. He had to retire from the race. And then some dramatic moments there. The front row of this race, both of them one didn't start, one didn't finish.
It just shows you what can happen in 9 laps of karting, and it's been karting of the highest quality here today at Zuera. For Marcus Luzio, well, the questions keep being asked. Can he withstand the pressure? Is he going to make a mistake? The answer at the moment is simply no. He takes another win. It's a perfect run through the qualifying heats. Every time Marcus Luzio is taken to the circuit here through Thursday, through Friday, through Saturday as well, he has been your winner. There's still a lot to do. There's the super heats and, of course, the final tomorrow. Remember, he didn't finish the final in Valencia for Winter Cup, but it's a win. It's a good day for premium karting. They take the win by nearly 0.2 of a second. A brilliant finish there from Finn McLaughlin, who took the fastest lap in that one, 1:14.9. Austin Gale was third, up 20 spots. What a race for the Croc Promotion boys. 20 positions for Austin Gale to third, 22 positions for Lewis Bird to fourth. Reimer Blanc, a bit of a scare for us in the box as one of the KCRs went out, but Reimer's finished in 5th place in that one. Keo Lee in 6th. Adrian Mustinez finished in 7th. Now that changes things in the intermediate classification. That means Ruben Moya is promoted to 3rd spot in the order. Mustinez to 4th. Let's have a look at the highlights of that last race of the day. Jan Gomez was already out of the race at this point, missed the gates closure time of 18:16 local time. That meant Joseph Smith led from the 2nd grid slot, sole runner on the front row. Early stages, Marcus Luzio, all of them on wet tyres, of course, apart from Thomas Hansen. Luzio down the inside. Bit of a catch to the curb there from Joseph Smith, kicking up a bit of dirt, but got back on the road and actually was able to get back ahead of Marcus Luzio. There was a spin at the back of the field for Juan Pablo Girard there. Smith continued to lead in the early stages, with Luzio not too far behind. And the 3.14 of Adam Rahali starting well also. A good first few laps for the Victory Lane karting efforts. Everybody trying to find the grip out there, taking to the wet lines around the outside. Good move from Adio Mustinez, knowing that he needed a good result to at least secure a second row slot for the Superheats tomorrow, and he did that, keeping on the road, and I think it's still going to be one of the favourites for tomorrow's final should he make it. The 2.49 started to come through the order as well. That was, of course, Raymond Blanc in a really good race for the Dutch driver, up 6 spots. A really close moment here. Joseph Smith fighting with the 2.64 of Keo Lee. That nearly gave an opportunity to the 2.24 of Lewis Bird, who had a stormer of a race under the storm clouds, gained 22 positions and eventually finished in 4th, using all of his wet weather knowledge to great effect. That was the moment for Sam van der Heijden, just at the bottom of your screen, retiring from the race due to a technical problem, we'd imagine. Was running up in the top 10, and ignore the fact that he's got a Raymond Blanc suit on. That's KCR teammates just trading suits for these inclement conditions. Also out the race, Joseph Smith. Real disappointment for the Britain in the Victory Lane karting machine. Classified 29th, a bitter blow to what's been a great weekend so far for Joseph Smith. But for Marcus Luzio, he just goes from strength to strength. It was a close finish, one of the closer finishes for him this weekend, but he remains unbeaten in a race capacity so far this weekend. Right, racing complete. But for one more time today, we're going to head down to Anthony Jordan in Parc Fermé.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, for the last time today, we are done with the racing. And Marcus Luzio, congratulations. You secure pole position for Superheat 1, but you certainly had to work for it. Not only you, but your mechanic had to work for it as well.
Yeah. No, it's been a good effort by all the team, and my dad, who's my mechanic, and yeah, Spike as well for the engines. Yeah, it's all been really good. Yeah, we knew we were strong from practice, but yeah, didn't expect to be this strong in the heats, but yeah, it's really good so far.
I can imagine the stress that was going through everyone's minds just in that before the race. You know, you had the 10-minute delay. It gave you that time to change all the tyres. But as you saw, the person who was starting on pole position didn't make it to the grid. Was there ever that fear that you weren't going to make it to the gate?
Not well. Yeah, when everyone starts moving about and it gets declared a wet race, you always have that fear that you're not going to make it. But yeah, I did the front of the car, my dad did the rear, and that's always how we do it whenever it does this changeable conditions. So yeah, we kind of had it under control, knew we'd get there, so yeah.
Tough pressure, but now you can relax. You secure pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow. It's going to be a tough day. There's been some dramatic races here, hasn't there? Some big names that have down the field, and everything like that. It's going to be a shaky one tomorrow. Is there anyone you're concerned about tomorrow into the Superheats?
Not really. I don't like to think about other people, and I just treat them all as like randomers, really. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. And yeah, you can't really fixate on anyone. It's not the way to do it, or else you'll just drive differently around them. Just got to treat everyone the same.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be a tough day tomorrow. Congratulations over your near perfect, perfect in qualifying heats, wins all the way throughout, but we'll see what you can do tomorrow. Hopefully it stays the same. Well done.
Thank you.
Excellent there for Marcus Luzio. Andrew, we'll head back up to you. What have we got kicking off tomorrow?
What have we got kicking off indeed? Well, more racing here from Zuera for round 1 of the IAME Euro Series. All the qualifying heats have been completed. Tomorrow is the business of the Superheats. After that, there'll be the first set of points awarded in this year's championship and then the finals. We'll kick things off at 10:20 local time here in Spain for the first of the mini Superheats. 20 minutes later, we'll have the second. 11 o'clock local time. It'll be the turn of the juniors to head out on circuit once again for their 2 Superheats. All drivers who you've seen today in Mini and Junior will be present in those races. Seniors then take to the track a little bit later on, just before lunchtime. The top 72 drivers will be in the two superheats, and then we'll have the consolation race as well at 12:20. Lunch break before the finals. The big races start at 1:30 p.m. local time. The mini final will go first at 2 o'clock for the juniors, and then 2:30 for the seniors. And, well, if you were with us in Valencia a few weeks ago, you'll know that anything can happen in those finals. We'll have the podiums as well at 3:30. Lots to be decided. First haul of points for this year's IAME Euro Series to be handed out. Thank you very much for joining us here from a dark, wet, cold Zuera. Hopefully dry conditions tomorrow. We hope you can be with us here. My name's been Andrew Mather. He's been Anthony Jordan. Great to have you here in Spain. See you tomorrow for more action here in the IAME Euro Series.
Into the tram lights, lights go green, here we go, down towards turn one. Big time up the inside jump, and keep an eye on the spin. Amazing!